and went along. The result, however, turned out to be quite different from what Ananda had expected. After the discourse, one of the nuns, Tulatissa by name, raised her voice to make a rather offensive remark. How could Master Kassapa presume to speak on the Dhamma in the presence of Master Ananda, the learned sage? This is as if a needle peddler wanted to sell a needle to the needle maker. Obviously, this nun preferred the gentle preaching of Ananda to Kassapa's stern and sometimes critical approach, which may have touched on her own weaknesses. When Kassapa heard the nun's remarks, he asked Ananda, "How is it, friend Ananda? Am I the needle peddler and you the needle maker? Or am I the needle maker and you the needle peddler?" Ananda replied, "Be indulgent, venerable sir. She is a foolish woman. Beware, friend Ananda, or else the Sangha may further investigate you. How is it, friend Ananda? Was it you whom the Exalted One extolled in the presence of the Sangha, saying, 'I, O monks, can attain at will the 4 fine material and immaterial meditative absorptions, the cessation of perception and feeling, the 6 supernormal knowledges, and Ananda too can so attain?' No, venerable sir. Or did he say, 'Kassapa too can so attain'?" From the above account, we see that the Venerable Mahakassapa did not think that Ananda's conciliatory reply was adequate or did full justice to the situation. Tulatissa's remarks showed her personal attachment to Ananda, who had always been a favourite with women, and who had also given his strong support to the founding of the Bhikkhuni Sangha. This emotional relation of Tulatissa's to Ananda should not be put aside just by Ananda's general remark. Hence Kassapa responded in a way which, at first glance, appears rather harsh. "Beware, friend Ananda, or else the Sangha may further investigate you." With these words, he wanted to warn Ananda to avoid becoming too involved in ministering to the nuns, since they might become too fond of him and cause others to entertain doubts about him. Kassapa's reply has therefore to be seen as the earnest advice of a taint-free arahant to one who had not yet reached that state. When, immediately after, Kassapa stressed that it was his own meditative attainments that the Buddha had extolled, and not Ananda's, this may be taken as pointing to the far different spiritual status of the 2 elders, and it may have served as a spur to Ananda to strive for those attainments. The nun Tulatissa, however, left the order. Another conversation between the Venerable Mahakassapa and Ananda arose on the following occasion. Once the Venerable Ananda went on a walking tour in the southern hills, together with a large company of monks. This was at a time when 30 mostly young monks, pupils of Ananda, had given up the robe and had returned to the lay life. After Ananda had ended his tour, he came to Rajagaha and went to see the Venerable Mahakassapa. When he had saluted him and was seated, Kassapa said this: "What are the reasons, friend Ananda, for the sake of which the Blessed One had said that no more than 3 monks should take their alms meal among families?" "There are 3 reasons, venerable sir. It is for restraining ill-behaved persons, for the well-being of good monks, and out of consideration for the lay families." "Then, friend Ananda, why do you go on tour with those young new monks whose senses are unrestrained, who are not moderate in eating, not devoted to wakefulness? It seems you behave like one trampling the corn. It seems you destroy the faith of the families. Your following is breaking up. Your new starters are falling away. This youngster truly does not know his own measure." "Grey hairs are now on my head, venerable sir, and still we cannot escape being called youngster by the Venerable Mahakassapa." But the Venerable Mahakassapa repeated the very same words he had spoken. This could have ended the matter, as Ananda did not deny that the reproach was justified. He objected only to the hurtful way in which Mahakassapa had expressed his censure. In response to the admonition, Ananda would have tried to keep his pupils under stricter discipline. But again this matter was complicated by a nun, Tulananda, who along with Tulatissa was one of the black sheep of the Bhikkhuni Sangha. She had heard that Ananda had been called a youngster by the venerable Mahakassapa, and full of indignation she voiced her protest, saying that Kassapa had no right to criticize a wise monk like Ananda, as Kassapa had formerly been an ascetic of another sect. In that way, Tulananda diverted the matter of monastic discipline into personal detraction bordering on calumny, for, as our earlier account has shown, Kassapa had originally gone forth as an independent ascetic, not as a follower of another school. Tulananda soon left the order, just as the other wayward nun, Tulatissa, had done. When the venerable Mahakassapa heard Tulananda's utterance, he said to Ananda, "Rash and thoughtless are the words spoken by Tulananda the nun. Since I left the home life, I have had no other teacher than the Blessed One, the Arahant, the fully enlightened one." Then he related the story of his first meeting with the Buddha. After the Buddha's parinibbana. What remains to be said about the venerable Mahakassapa's relation to Ananda is closely connected with his leading role in the Sangha after the Buddha's passing away. At the demise of the Buddha, only 2 of the 5 most prominent disciples were present, Ananda and Anuruddha. Sariputta and Mahamoggallana had expired earlier that year, and Mahakassapa, with a large company of monks, was just then en route from Pava to Kusinara. During that walk, he happened to step aside from the road and sat down under a tree to rest. Just then, a naked ascetic passed that way holding a coral tree flower, or mandarava, which is said to grow only in the world of the gods. When Mahakassapa saw this, he knew that something unusual must have happened for the flower to be found on earth. He asked the ascetic whether he had heard any news about his teacher, the Buddha, and the ascetic told him, "The recluse Gautama passed into Nibbana a week ago. This coral tree flower I picked up from the site of his demise." Among the monks in Mahakassapa's company, only the Arahants remained calm and composed. Those who were still unliberated from the passions fell to the ground, weeping and lamenting. "Too soon has the Blessed One passed into Nibbana. Too soon has the eye of the world vanished from our sight." There was, however, one monk in the group, named Subhada, ordained in his old age, who addressed his comrades, "Enough, friends. Do not grieve, do not lament. We are well rid of the great ascetic. We were constantly troubled by his telling us, 'This is proper for you, that is improper. Now we can do what we like, and we won't have to do what we don't like.'" The venerable Mahakassapa did not reply to those callous words at that time. Just then he may have wanted to avoid striking a discordant note by censoring the monk or having him disrobed as he deserved. But, as we shall see later, Mahakassapa referred to this very incident shortly after the Buddha's cremation, when he spoke of the need to convene a council of elders to preserve the Dhamma and Vinaya for posterity. Now, however, he merely admonished his group of monks not to lament, but to remember that all conditioned things are impermanent. He then continued his journey to Kusinara together with his company. Until then, the village chieftains at Kusinara had not been able to set the Buddha's funeral pyre alight. The venerable Anuruddha explained that the deities, invisible but present, wanted to hold up the proceedings until the venerable Mahakassapa came and paid his final homage to the master's remains. When Mahakassapa arrived, he walked around the pyre 3 times, reverently, with clasped hands, and then, with bowed head, paid his homage at the feet of the Tathagata. When his group of monks had done likewise, the pyre burst into flames by itself. Hardly had the bodily remains of the Tathagata been cremated, when there arose a conflict about the distribution of the relics among the layfolk assembled, and those who had sent messengers later. But the venerable Mahakassapa remained aloof in that quarrel, as did the other monks like Anuruddha and Ananda. It was a respected Brahmin named Dona who finally divided the relics into 8 portions and distributed them among the 8 claimants. He himself took the vessel in which the relics had been collected. the venerable Mahakassapa himself brought to King Ajatasattu of Magadha his share of the relics. Having done so, he turned his thoughts to the preservation of the master's spiritual heritage, the Dhamma and the Vinaya. The necessity for this was plainly demonstrated to him by Subhada's challenge of the monastic discipline and his advocacy of moral laxity. Mahakassapa took this as a warning of what the future held in store unless clear strictures were established now. If Subhada's attitude were to spread, and there were groups of monks who shared that attitude even while the Buddha was alive, it would rapidly lead to the decline and ruin of both the Sangha and the teaching. To prevent this at the very start, Mahakassapa proposed holding a council of elders to rehearse the Dhamma and Vinaya and preserve them for posterity. With that suggestion, he turned to the monks gathered at Rajagaha. The monks agreed, and at their request, Mahakassapa selected 500 elders, all but one of whom were arahants. The one exception was Ananda, whose position was ambivalent. As he had not yet succeeded in reaching the final goal, he could not be admitted to the council, but as he excelled in remembering all the Buddha's discourses, his presence was essential. The only solution was to give him an ultimatum that he must reach arahantship before the council began, which he did on the very night before it opened. Thus Ananda was admitted to complete the 500 members of the first council. All other monks were to leave Rajagaha for the duration of the meeting. As the first item of the council's proceedings, the Vinaya, the code of monastic discipline, was recited by the Venerable Upali, the leading Vinaya expert. The second item was the codification of the teachings laid down in the suttas. Here it was the Venerable Ananda who, on being questioned by Mahakassapa, recited all those texts which were later collected into the 5 collections, or Nikaya, of the Sutta Pitaka. Finally, some special matters concerning the Sangha were discussed. Among them, Ananda mentioned that the Buddha, shortly before his death, had permitted the abolishment of the lesser and minor rules. When Ananda was asked whether he had inquired from the Buddha what these minor rules were, he had to admit that he had neglected to do so. Now different monks expressed various opinions about this matter in the assembly. As there was no consensus, Mahakassapa asked the assembly to consider that if they were to abolish rules arbitrarily, the lay followers and the public in general would reproach them for being in a hurry to relax discipline so soon after the master's death. Hence Mahakassapa suggested that the rules should be preserved intact without exception, and so it was decided. After the holding of the first council, the high regard in which the Venerable Mahakassapa was held grew still greater, and he was seen as the de facto head of the Sangha. His seniority would have contributed to this, as he was then one of the oldest living disciples. Later on, Mahakassapa handed over the Buddha's alms bowl to Ananda as a symbol of the faithful preservation of the Dhamma. Thus Mahakassapa, who had been generally recognized in the order as the worthiest in succession, on his part chose Ananda as being the worthiest after him. There is no report in the Pali literature about the time and circumstances of Mahakassapa's death, but a Sanskrit chronicle on the Masters of the Law offers us a curious account of the great elder's end according to the northern Buddhist tradition. According to this record, after the first council, Kassapa realized that he had fulfilled his mission and decided to attain final Nibbana. He transmitted the Dhamma to Ananda, paid his final respects to the holy places, and entered Rajagaha. He intended to inform King Ajatasattu of his impending demise, but the king was asleep, and Kassapa did not wish to wake him up. Thus he climbed to the summit of Mount Kukatapada alone, sat down cross-legged in a cave, and made the determination that his body should remain intact until the coming of the future Buddha, Metteyya. It was to Metteyya that Kassapa was to hand over the robe of Gautama Buddha, the very same rag robe that the Blessed One had bestowed on him at their first meeting. Then Kassapa attained final Nibbana, or, according to a variant, the meditative attainment of cessation. The earth quaked, the devas strewed flowers over his body, and the mountain closed over him. Soon afterwards, King Ajatasattu and Ananda went to Mount Kukatapada to see Mahakassapa. The mountain partly opened, and Kassapa's body appeared before them. The king wanted to cremate it, but Ananda informed him that Kassapa's body must remain intact until the coming of Metteyya. Then the mountain closed up again, and Ajatasattu and Ananda departed. Chinese Buddhist tradition locates Mount Kukatapada in southwest China, and Chinese legend abounds in reports of pious monks who, on pilgrimage to the mountain, managed to gain a glimpse of Kassapa's corpse, sitting in meditation posture, awaiting the arrival of the next Buddha. The verses of Mahakassapa. In the Therigatha, 40 verses are ascribed to the Venerable Mahakassapa. These stanzas mirror some of the great elders' characteristic qualities and virtues, his austere habits and his contentedness, his strictures towards himself and his brother monks, his independent spirit and his self-reliance, his love of solitude and aloofness from the crowds, his dedication to the practice of meditation and the peace of the jhanas. These verses also show what does not appear in the prose texts, his sensitivity to the beauty of nature that surrounded him. Here only a selection of the stanzas is given, which may be read in full in the translations by C. A. F. Rhys-Davids and K. R. Norman. First, here is an exhortation to the monks to practice contentment with regard to the 4 basic requisites of a monk's life. Having come down from my mountain lodging, I entered the city to collect my alms. Courteously I came up to a man, a leper, who was eating a meal. With his hand all leprous and deceased, he offered me a morsel of food. As he placed the morsel in my bowl, a finger broke off and toppled in. I sat down at the base of a wall and ate the morsel he had given me. While I was eating, and after I had finished, I did not feel the least disgust. Using leftover scraps as food, putrid urine as medicine, the foot of a tree for one's lodging, and a robe made from cast-off rags, one who has gained mastery over these is truly a man everywhere at home. When Mahakassapa was asked why, at his advanced age, he still climbed daily up and down the rock, he replied, "While some grow weary as they climb the steep slope of the rocky mountain, Kassapa ascends buoyed by psychic power, the Buddha's air, aware and mindful. Having returned from his daily alms round, having climbed up the rocky mountain, Kassapa meditates, free from clinging, with fear and trembling well abandoned. Having returned from his daily alms round, having climbed up the rocky mountain, Kassapa meditates, free from clinging, quenched among those who burn with passion. Having returned from his daily alms round, having climbed up the rocky mountain, Kassapa meditates, free from clinging, his task done, his cankers gone." People asked again why the Venerable Mahakassapa at his age wishes to live in forests and mountains. Does he not like monasteries such as the Bamboo Grove and others? Spread over with kareri garlands, these regions are delightful to my heart. Resounding with elephants, so lovely, those rocky mountains give me delight. The splendid hue of dark blue clouds, where streams are flowing cool and clear, covered with indigo-paca insects, those rocky mountains give me delight. Like towering peaks of dark blue clouds, like lofty houses with gabled roofs, resounding with elephants, so lovely, those rocky mountains give me delight. Their lovely surfaces lashed by rain, the mountains are resorted to by seers, echoing with the cries of peacocks. Those rocky mountains give me delight. This is enough for me, desiring to meditate, enough for me, resolute and mindful. This is enough for me, a bhikkhu, resolute, desirous of the goal. This is enough for me, desiring comfort, a bhikkhu with a resolute mind. This is enough for me, desiring exertion, a stable one of resolute mind. They are like the blue blossoms of flax, like the autumn sky covered with clouds, with flocks of many kinds of birds. Those rocky mountains give me delight. No crowds of layfolk visit these hills, but they are inhabited by herds of deer, with flocks of many kinds of birds. Those rocky mountains give me delight. Wide gorges are there, where clear water flows, haunted by monkeys and by deer, covered by wet carpets of moss. Those rocky mountains give me delight. The music of a five-piece ensemble can never give me so much delight as I derive when, with one pointed mind, I gain proper insight into the Dhamma. In the following verses, the Venerable Mahakassapa voices his own lion's roar. As far as the range of this Buddha field extends, excepting the great sage himself, I am the foremost in ascetic virtues. One my equal cannot be found. The teacher has been served by me, the Buddha's teaching has been done, the heavy burden has been dropped, the conduit to becoming has been uprooted. Gautama, the immeasurable, does not cling to robe, to lodging, or to food. He is untainted like a spotless lotus, bent on renunciation beyond the three worlds. The foundations of mindfulness are his neck. The great sage has faith for his hands. Above his brow is perfect wisdom. Nobly wise, he ever wanders, with all desire quenched. Chapter 4. Ananda, Guardian of the Dhamma, by Helmut Hecker. Ananda's personal path. Among all the great monks in the Buddha's retinue, the Venerable Ananda occupied a unique position, and this in many respects. Ananda's unique position had already begun even before his birth. According to tradition, he came to earth, just as the Buddha did, from the Tusita heaven, and was born on the same day as the Buddha and in the same caste, the warrior caste of the royal family of the Sakyans. His father, Amitabhadana, was the brother of the Buddha's father, Suddhodana, so the two were cousins, and they grew up together in the Sakyans' capital city of Kapilavatthu. Amitabhadana was also the father of Anuruddha, another great disciple, but probably through a different wife. When he was 37 years old, Ananda joined the Buddha's order of monks along with Anuruddha, Devadatta, and many other Sakyan nobles. The Venerable Belatasisa, an arahant, became his teacher and introduced him to the monks' discipline. Ananda proved himself a willing and diligent pupil. During his first rains retreat, he attained the fruit of stream entry. Later he told his fellow monks that the Venerable Punya Mantaniputta, an outstanding exponent of the Dhamma, had been of great help to him during his training period. He had taught the Dhamma to the new monks, and had given them a profound discourse on the relationship between the five aggregates and the idea, I am. As Ananda listened to Punya's words, he penetrated more and more deeply into the impermanence, suffering, and selfless nature of the five aggregates, and with the ripening of insight, he made the breakthrough to the path and fruit of stream entry. Ananda was always well contented with his life as a monk. He understood the blessings of renunciation and had entered upon the path to liberation, which is a joy to tread in the company of like-minded friends. During the first years of his life as a monk, Ananda was fully occupied with the purification of his own mind. He blended easily into the Sangha and slowly developed more and more resilience and mental strength. When the Buddha and Ananda were both 55 years of age, the Buddha called a meeting of the monks and declared, "In my 20 years as leader of the Sangha, I have had many different attendants, but none of them has really filled the post perfectly. Again and again some willfulness has become apparent. Now I am 55 years old, and it is necessary for me to have a trustworthy and reliable attendant." At once all the noble disciples offered their services, but the Buddha did not accept them. Then the great monks looked at Ananda, who had held back modestly, and asked him to volunteer. Due to his impeccable behavior as a monk, Ananda seemed predestined for the post. When he was asked why he was the only one who had not offered his services, he replied that the Buddha knew best who was suitable to be his attendant. He had so much confidence in the Blessed One that it did not occur to him to express his own wishes, even though he would have liked to become the master's attendant. Then the Buddha declared that Ananda would be pleasing to him and would be the best choice for the post. Ananda was in no way proud that the master had preferred him to the other disciples, but instead asked for 8 favours. The first 4 were negative in character. First, the master should never pass a gift of robes on to him. Second, he should never give him any alms food, which he himself had received. Third, having received a dwelling place, he should never give it to him. Fourth, he should never include him in any personal invitations, such as an occasion for teaching the Dhamma when a meal would be offered. The other 4 were positive. If he was invited to a meal, he asked for the right to transfer this invitation to the Buddha. If people came from outlying areas, he asked for the privilege to lead them to the Buddha. If he had any doubts or inquiries about the Dhamma, he asked for the right to have them cleared up at any time. And if the Buddha gave a discourse during his absence, he asked for the privilege to have it repeated to him privately. Ananda explained that if he did not pose the first 4 conditions, then people could say that he had accepted the post of attendant only with an eye on the material gains he would enjoy by living so close to the master. But if he did not express the other 4 conditions, then it could rightly be said that he fulfilled the duties of his post without being mindful of his own advancement on the noble path. The Buddha granted him these very reasonable requests, which were quite in accordance with the Dhamma. From then on, Ananda was the constant companion, attendant, and helper of the Blessed One for 25 years. In those 25 years of service, he continued with the same incessant striving for purification as in the first 18 years of his monkhood, when he was an unknown disciple. He said of himself, "Through the full 25 years that I have been in higher training, no sensual perception has arisen in me. See the excellence of the Dhamma. Through the full 25 years that I have been in higher training, no perception of hate has arisen in me. See the excellence of the Dhamma." The 25 years mentioned in this verse refer to the period during which he was the Buddha's attendant, and not to the whole of his life as a monk. During this period, though he was still a learner, one in the higher training, no thoughts of lust or hate arose in him. The implication was that his close connection with the Buddha and his devotion to him gave no room for these. Only such a man could fill the post of a constant companion and attendant of the awakened one. Ananda's renown. Ananda's praise has been voiced on many occasions in the Pali Canon. Once, for example, King Pasenadi of Kosala had met the Venerable Ananda and had inquired from him about the criteria of proper conduct in body, speech, and mind. Ananda answered the king's questions with his usual perspicacity, and the king was so delighted that he bestowed upon him a costly garment. Later, Ananda reported his meeting to the Blessed One, who then addressed the entire assembly of monks and said, "It is a gain for King Pasenadi of Kosala, monks. It is fortunate for King Pasenadi of Kosala that he gained the opportunity to see Ananda and to offer him service." Ananda was so capable as a teacher of the Dhamma that the Buddha did not hesitate to ask him to take his place when he himself was not feeling fit. This happened among the Buddha's own relations, the Sakyans, at Kapilavatthu. When the Sakyans were about to open a new rest house, they invited the Buddha and his monks to spend the first night there in order to bestow their blessings upon the place. After the assembly had gathered, the Buddha spoke for much of the night, but then he turned to the Venerable Ananda and said, "Speak to the Sakyans, Ananda, about the disciple in higher training who is practicing the path. My back is aching, and I need to stretch myself." Ananda then proceeded to give a detailed sermon on the entire practice of the trainee, from the basic precepts of morality through to the final knowledge of arahantship. When he had finished, the Buddha rose and said, "Excellent, Ananda, excellent. You have given an excellent talk to the Sakyans on the disciple in higher training." On several occasions the Buddha was not present when Ananda spoke. It was his custom at times to utter a very brief, compressed statement on Dhamma to the monks, and then rise and enter his dwelling, as though he were challenging the monks to tease out the meaning of his words on their own. On such occasions, the monks would approach a learned elder to explain the Buddha's enigmatic utterance at length. Usually they would turn to the Venerable Mahakachana, the chief expositor of brief statements, but when he was not in residence, they would turn to Ananda, for the Venerable Ananda is praised by the teacher and by his wise companions in the holy life. Ananda would then give a full explanation of the Buddha's brief statement, after which the monks would report his words to the Buddha. Invariably the Buddha would declare, "Ananda, monks, is wise, one of great understanding. If you had questioned me about this matter, I would have answered in the very same way that Ananda has answered. That is the meaning, and so you should bear it in mind." So great was Ananda's mastery of the Dhamma, that the Buddha even spoke of him as a living embodiment of the teaching. Once a lay disciple asked the Buddha how, after he had honoured the teacher and the Sangha, he could honour the Dhamma, and this in an age before the Dhamma was transcribed in books. The Buddha replied, "If you wish to honour the Dhamma, householder, go and honour Ananda, the guardian of the Dhamma." Thereupon the lay disciple invited Ananda to a meal and gave him a gift of valuable cloth. Ananda offered this to Sariputta, who in turn gave it to the Buddha, for he alone was the cause of all bliss. Another time, after Ananda had answered a question of the Buddha and had left, the Buddha told the other monks, "Ananda is still one on the path of higher training, yet it is not easy to find one who equals him fully in wisdom." And shortly before his parinibbana, the Master said, "Just as the multitude of nobles, Brahmins, ordinary folk, and ascetics find joy in seeing a world monarch, equally joyful are the monks, nuns, male and female disciples about Ananda. If a party of these goes to see Ananda, his presence alone gives them joy. When he speaks on the Dhamma to them, there will be joy for them because of his words. And they are still not satisfied when Ananda reverts to silence." In view of this abundance of praise, honour and recognition, mutterings of envy and resentment against Ananda could have been expected, but this was not the case at all, for Ananda was a man without enemies. This rare fortune had not come to him by chance, but had been enjoyed by him in many previous existences as well. Ananda had subordinated his life to the Dhamma so completely that fame could not touch him and make him proud. He knew that all that was good in him was due to the influence of the teaching, and with such an attitude there was no scope in his mind for pride and complacency. One who is not proud has no enemies, and such a one does not meet with envy. If someone turns completely inward and shuns social contact, as Ananda's half-brother Anuruddha did, then it is easy to be without enemies. But Ananda, the intermediary between the Buddha and his many devotees, constantly exposed himself to the malice and resentment of the captious-minded. Thus the sheer fact that he lived without enemies, without rivals, without conflict and tension, borders on a miracle. This quality is truly a measure of Ananda's uniqueness. Although Ananda did experience justified criticism and was occasionally admonished, that was something entirely different. A friendly reminder, a warning, or even a substantial reproach to change one's behaviour are aids toward more intense purification. Such criticism, if taken to heart, leads to more inner clarity and higher esteem by others. But the instances in which Ananda was admonished mostly referred to points of social behaviour or to the minutiae of the Vinaya, the monk's discipline. Hardly ever did they touch on matters of self-purification, and never on his understanding of the Dhamma. The instances were as follows. Once, when the Buddha was suffering from wind in his stomach, Ananda cooked rice gruel for him, which had been beneficial when he had earlier suffered from this ailment. The Buddha admonished him, "It is not proper for ascetics to prepare meals in the house." After this incident, it was decreed an offence for a monk to cook for himself. Ananda adhered to this rule from then on, with full insight into its necessity as part of true homelessness. Once Ananda went on alms round without his double robe. Fellow monks drew his attention to the rule established by the Buddha that a monk should always wear his 3 robes when going to the village. Ananda agreed wholeheartedly and explained that he had simply forgotten it. Since this and the former case concerned a simple disciplinary rule, the matter was thereby settled. That someone like Ananda, who had a most extraordinary memory, could also forget something was due to the fact that even a stream enterer is not yet perfect. The Buddha, however, required of the monks that they pay diligent attention to the small, everyday details of a monk's life, and that they base their higher spiritual exertions on the foundation of this discipline. This served to eliminate purely intellectual understanding and conceit. A different kind of criticism was levelled at Ananda in 2 instances by the Venerable Mahakassapa. Once Ananda had asked Kassapa to accompany him to a nunnery in order to give a discourse to the nuns. After initial hesitation, Kassapa had agreed. When the discourse was over, a headstrong nun blamed Kassapa for doing all the talking without letting the wise Ananda utter a single word. It was, she said, as if a needle peddler had tried to sell his wares in the presence of the needle maker. Ananda begged Kassapa to forgive her, but Kassapa replied that Ananda should show restraint, lest the Sangha should initiate an inquiry into his behaviour. Kassapa intended this reproach to be a reminder to Ananda that in his zeal for teaching the nuns he had overlooked the danger of personal attachment. This criticism was no doubt of benefit to Ananda in the future. The second incident occurred soon after the Buddha's demise, when 30 disciples of Ananda had left the Sangha. Kassapa reproached Ananda for not guarding the young men sufficiently. He had gone on walking tours with them while they were still unrestrained in the senses, immoderate in eating, not devoted to wakefulness. Therefore he was a trampler of the corn, a spoiler of families whose followers are breaking away. Finally Kassapa said, "This youngster truly does not know his own measure." To this rather strong reproach, Ananda only replied that grey hair had grown on his head, and yet Kassapa still called him a youngster. It may be that in this case Ananda had overrated his own strength and underrated the worldliness of his pupils. Ananda did not argue about the objective justification of the censure. After all, he was not yet an arahant, and was still subject to some defilements. He only objected to the generalization implied in the criticism. One may, however, assume that an arahant like Kassapa would have known which form of criticism would be most helpful to Ananda. In any case, Kassapa blamed Ananda in both instances because of his love for him. There was always an excellent relationship between these 2 monks. Another monk, Udayi, once criticized Ananda in the following way. Ananda had asked the Blessed One how far his voice would reach in the universe. The Lord had answered that the enlightened ones were immeasurable and could reach farther than a 1,000-fold world system, with 1,000 suns, 1,000 heavens, and 1,000 Brahma worlds, even farther than a 3,000-fold world system. They could penetrate all those worlds with their shining splendour and reach all beings living there with their voice. Ananda was delighted with this description, so all-encompassing and transcending all horizons, and he exclaimed, "How fortunate I am that I have such an almighty, powerful master." Udayi objected. "What good does it do you, friend Ananda, that your master is almighty and powerful?" With these few words a strong reproach was uttered, that Ananda always looked at the person of the Buddha only, and thereby forgot his real benefit, his own enlightenment. The Buddha immediately took sides with Ananda, saying, "Not so, Udayi, not so, Udayi." Should Ananda die without being fully liberated, because of the purity of his heart, he would be king of the gods 7 times, or king of the Indian subcontinent 7 times. But, Udayi, Ananda will experience final liberation in this very life. That the Buddha made this prophecy in Ananda's presence showed his confidence in him. He knew that his wide knowledge of the Buddha's word would not make Ananda negligent in his practice. This utterance also indicated that the Buddha found it useful to shield Ananda from reproach, self-inflicted and by others, by consoling him that his effort and striving would result in the highest attainment in this very lifetime. The Tathagata could make such a declaration only in the case of one who tended to be extremely conscientious, rather than too negligent. The only time that the Buddha admonished Ananda on his own accord was also the most important. The Buddha had instructed Ananda to oversee the distribution of cloth for robes for the monks, and Ananda had accomplished this task very satisfactorily. The Buddha praised him for his circumspection and told the other monks that Ananda was very skilled in sewing. He was able to make several different kinds of seams. For a good monk, it was necessary that he hemmed his robes so that they did not fray at the edges, and one could not accuse him of carelessly handling and wasting the offerings of the laity. Later, when the Buddha was residing near his hometown, he saw numerous seats prepared in a monastery, and asked Ananda whether many monks lived there. Ananda confirmed this and added, "It is now time to prepare our robes, Lord." Ananda referred here to the Buddha's instructions that a monk should care for his robes properly. However, Ananda seemed to have arranged a sort of sewing circle, perhaps to teach his fellow monks the commended art of making seams. This was probably how it came to be a communal evening sewing hour. Ananda had not considered that this would turn into a home-like conversational hour, during which the monks would indulge in frivolous chatter. Therefore the Buddha gave this very emphatic injunction concerning the danger of mundane gregariousness for a monk. A monk does not deserve praise who enjoys socializing, who finds joy in fellowship, finds contentment in it, enjoys togetherness, is pleased with it. That such a monk should attain at will the bliss of renunciation, the bliss of solitude, the bliss of tranquility, the bliss of awakening, in their totality, that is impossible. Whoever finds his whole happiness in togetherness has no access to the bliss that can only be won in seclusion. Even if such a person attains meditative absorption, that attainment will be fragile, easily shaken and lost. For a person who relishes companionship, it will be still more difficult to attain final liberation. Therefore the Buddha ends his admonition with the statement that he cannot find any object of attachment that does not produce suffering because of its inherent impermanence. This is the universal aspect of the Dhamma. Subsequently, the Buddha expounded the path of practice, which he explained solely with reference to Ananda. Because Ananda had the faculty of deep meditation, the Buddha did not mention the first 7 steps of the Noble Eightfold Path, but started with the 8th step, right concentration. He expounded here the highest goal, total voidness of concepts, objects and names, and stressed that this goal could be attained only by one who strives to master the mind in solitude. Furthermore, he appealed to Ananda's love for him as the master, and emphasized that this love could only be proven if Ananda followed him into the highest attainment. One could say that he made use of both approaches, factual and personal, to help Ananda cut off all remaining worldliness once and for all, and he concluded with this analogy. Therefore, Ananda, bear amity towards me, not hostility. Long shall that be for your benefit and happiness. I shall not treat you, Ananda, as the potter treats his unfired pots. Repeatedly admonishing, I shall speak to you, Ananda, repeatedly testing. He who is sound will stand the test. This analogy will be easier to understand if one takes a look at the Gandhara Jataka, which tells of a past life of Ananda. He had been a king who abdicated his throne to become an ascetic, and the Bodhisattva too had done the same. One day it transpired that the first ascetic, the future Ananda, had a small store of salt to flavour his food, which went against the ascetic rule of poverty. The Bodhisattva reprimanded him thus: "You have let go of all the riches of your kingdom, but now you have started to store provisions again." The ascetic became ill-humoured because of that. He replied that one must not hurt the other person when reprimanding him. One must not be rough with one's reproach, as if cutting with a blunt knife. The Bodhisattva replied, "Among friends it isn't necessary to speak like a potter handling his unfired, very delicate pots. A friend can also utter words of blame, because only through repeated exhortation and constant constructive criticism can one give a person the solidity of fired clay." Then the ascetic asked the Bodhisattva's pardon and requested that the Bodhisattva should, out of compassion, always guide him further. The analogy of the clay pots, easily understandable in those days when pottery was a common trade, referred to sensitivity and touchiness. For a potter takes the raw, not quite dry clay pot gently with both hands lest it should break. Then after firing he would repeatedly test it for flaws such as cracks or splits, and use it only if it is well baked. He would tap it again and again, and only a sound one would stand the test. In the same way, only a sound person, one with excellent qualities, would reach the path and fruit of arahantship. In that past life, the reproach of the Bodhisattva was fruitful, and brought Ananda, the ascetic, to the Brahma realms. So it was also fruitful this time in their final existence, because Ananda accepted the criticism happily, was content with it, took it to heart, and followed it until he attained to the total destruction of suffering. The Buddha's attendant. One of the virtues of Ananda that established his fame was his conduct as the Buddha's upataka, his personal attendant. The Buddha said of him that he was the best of all attendants, the foremost of all those monks who had ever filled this post. The term attendant is actually not comprehensive enough to do full justice to the Venerable Ananda's position. Such designations as secretary or adjutant fail to express the most intimate aspects of his attendance, extending to many little items of personal assistance given to the master, while the term servant omits the organizational and directing aspects, implies too great a degree of subordination, and again leaves out the aspect of intimacy. In 3 of his verses in the Therigatha, Ananda sums up the way he served the Buddha through the last third of his life. "For 25 years I served the Blessed One. I served him well with loving deeds, like a shadow that does not depart. For 25 years I served the Blessed One. I served him well with loving thoughts, like a shadow that does not depart." If we look in the world's literature for examples of a great man's confidant, who accompanied him constantly, nowhere would we find one comparable to Ananda. His loving attention to the master over such a long period consisted of the following services. Ananda brought the Buddha water for washing his face, and toothwood for cleaning his teeth. He arranged his seat, washed his feet, massaged his back, fanned him, swept his cell, and mended his robes. He slept nearby at night to be always on hand. He accompanied him on his rounds through the monastery, and after meetings he checked to see whether any monk had left anything behind. He carried the Buddha's messages and called the monks together, even sometimes at midnight. When the Buddha was sick, he obtained medicine for him. Once, when monks neglected a very sick fellow monk, the Buddha and Ananda washed him and together carried him to a resting place. In this way, Ananda performed the many daily tasks and cared for the physical well-being of his enlightened cousin, like a good mother or a caring wife. But above all, he also had the duties of a good secretary, facilitating the smooth communication between the thousands of monks and the master. Together with Sariputta and Moggallana, he tried to sort out and attend to the manifold problems of human relationships turning up in a community. In the case of the dispute of the monks of Kosambi, and in the case of the schism in the Sangha through Devadatta, Ananda played the important role of clarifying doubts and keeping order. Often he was the go-between for the monks, arranging for them an audience with the master, or he brought the Buddha's words to members of other sects. He refused no one and felt himself to be a bridge rather than a barrier. On several occasions the monks made a great deal of noise, so that the Buddha asked Ananda about the reason for this. Ananda was always able to explain it fully, and the Buddha then took the appropriate action. The last of these 3 occasions is significant. On behalf of the Buddha, Ananda called the large group of noisy monks together, reproached them for their behavior, and sent them away. Thereupon the group went into solitude and worked so diligently on the purification of their hearts that by the end of the rain's retreat all of them had attained to the 3 true knowledges. The master then called them together once more. When they came into the presence of the awakened one, he dwelt in imperturbable meditation. The monks realized the depth of their master's meditation, sat down, and entered into the same absorption. After they had thus passed the first 4 hours of the night, truly the kind of greeting fit for holy ones, Ananda got up and requested the Buddha to greet the monks who had arrived. Because all of them were in imperturbable meditation, no one could hear him. After a further 4 hours, Ananda repeated his request. Again total silence answered him, and a 3rd time, at dawn, Ananda got up, prostrated before the Buddha, put his hands together and requested a greeting for the monks. Thereupon the Buddha came out of his meditation and answered Ananda, "If, Ananda, you were able to understand our minds, then you would have known that all of us had entered into imperturbable absorption, where words cannot penetrate." This account serves to show the unerring patience Ananda possessed, as well as his limitations. Such an occurrence may have contributed to Ananda's determination to practice meditation again and again, despite his many duties. The traditional texts speak of 2 occasions when he asked the Buddha for a meditation subject that he could practice in solitude. The master told him on one occasion to concentrate on the 5 aggregates, on the other to contemplate the 6 sense spheres. Among the many things which Ananda requested from the Buddha for others, the following may be mentioned. When the monks Girimananda and Paguna were sick, Ananda asked the Exalted One to visit them and strengthen them with talk on the Dhamma. It was also Ananda who asked the Buddha, on Anathapindika's suggestion, to have a shrine erected in the Jetavana monastery. In these and many other ways, Ananda showed himself to be a solicitous monk who combined maternal and paternal qualities. His ability for organization, negotiation, and arrangements had already been manifested earlier, when, in a past life, he fulfilled a similar function for the king of the Devas, Sakka. In the few instances when Ananda's past lives in the Deva and Brahma worlds are mentioned, it always related to those lives in which he held the position of a main helper and adjutant of Sakka, particularly as the heavenly charioteer Martali, or as a Deva such as the heavenly architect Visakama, or the rain god Pajuna, or the 5-crested celestial musician Panchasika. Especially worth mentioning is Ananda's willingness to sacrifice himself. When Devadatta let loose a wild elephant to kill the Buddha, Ananda threw himself in front of the Buddha, ready to die himself rather than let the Blessed One be killed or injured. 3 times the Buddha asked him to step back, but he did not comply. Only when the master moved him gently from the spot through supernatural powers could he be dissuaded from his intention to sacrifice himself. This action of Ananda spread his fame even further. The Buddha told the other monks that already in 4 former lives Ananda had shown himself equally willing to sacrifice himself. Even in the distant past as an animal, as a swan or a gazelle, he had stayed with the Bodhisattva when he had been caught in a trap. In another case, the Bodhisattva first sacrificed himself for his monkey mother, then Ananda. And in 3 other recorded cases, Ananda, in his former rebirths, saved the life of the Buddha-to-be through his care and skill. These stories amplify the virtues of Ananda and his age-old association with the Buddha. The guardian of the Dhamma. Among the disciples whom the Buddha declared preeminent, the Venerable Ananda had the unique distinction of being pronounced preeminent in 5 qualities. All the other leading disciples excelled in only one category, or in the case of 2 monks, in 2, but Ananda was declared the bhikkhu disciple who was foremost in 5 categories. 1. Of those who had heard much, i.e. who had learned much of the Buddha's discourses. 2. Of those who had a good memory. 3. Of those who had mastery over the sequential structure of the teachings. 4. Of those who were steadfast in study, etc., and 5. Of the Buddha's attendants. On examination, one can see that these 5 qualities all stem from mindfulness, or sati. Mindfulness is power of the mind and power of memory, mastery over recollections and ideas. It is the faculty of using the mind at any time as one wishes, as its master. In short, mindfulness is circumspection and orderliness, self-restraint, control, and self-discipline. In a narrower sense, sati, or mindfulness, is the ability to remember. Ananda had this ability to a phenomenal degree. He could immediately remember everything, even if he had heard it only once. He could repeat discourses of the Buddha flawlessly up to 60,000 words, without leaving out a single syllable. He was able to recite 15,000 4-line stanzas of the Buddha. It may sound incredible to us that anyone could accomplish such a feat, but the reason our own memories are so limited is that we encumber our minds with 100,000 useless things which hinder us from becoming master over our memory. The Buddha once said that the only reason one forgets anything is the presence of one or all of the 5 hindrances: sensual desire, ill will, lethargy and drowsiness, restlessness and worry, and skeptical doubt. Because Ananda was one in the higher training, he was able to let go of these hindrances at will, and so could concentrate completely on what he heard. Because he did not want anything for himself, he absorbed the discourses without resistance or distortion, arranged them properly, knew what belonged together, recognized within different expressions the common denominator, and like a faithful and skilled registrar could find his way around in the dark corridors of memory. All these factors enter into the quality of having heard much. He who has heard much in this sense has discarded willfulness and has become a vessel of truth. He has heard much truth, and that means that he has erased all untruth in himself. Such a one is born from the mouth of the teacher, is truly trained, because he let himself be shaped by the teaching of the enlightened one. Hence he who has heard much is the one who is most humble and a most sincere champion of truth. Everything good which he carries in his mind and upon which he acts, he does not ascribe to his own ability, but to the Dhamma, which he has heard from his teacher. Such a person is truly humble. This quality of listening well and training the mind is named as the first of the 5 specific abilities of Ananda, and it is recorded that all his disciples too were devoted to learning. But the Buddha said it would not be easy to find one who equalled Ananda in this respect. When Ananda was asked by Sariputta as to which monk could lend radiance to the Gosinga Sala tree forest, he answered thus: "The monk is one who has heard much, who remembers what he has heard, who treasures what he has heard. As to those teachings that are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good at the end, and transmit word by word and in the right way the completely purified life of holiness, all this he has heard much of, bears in mind, has familiarized himself with by verbal recitation, has examined with his mind, and penetrated thoroughly by view. He speaks on the Dhamma to the 4 kinds of listeners, in whole and in part, and in the right context, to bring them to the final eradication of the underlying defilements." The second quality, sati or mindfulness, in this context means the retention in mind of the discourses heard and their application to one's own self-inquiry. For the third quality, gati, widely differing renderings have been proposed by translators, but according to the ancient commentary, it refers to the capacity to perceive in the mind the internal connection and coherence of a discourse. This Ananda was able to do because he understood well the meaning and significance of the teaching concerned, with all its implications. Hence, even when his recitation was interrupted by a question, he was able to resume the recital exactly at the point where it had broken off. The fourth quality was his steadfastness, diti, his energy and unflagging dedication to the tasks of studying, memorizing and reciting the Buddha's words, and of personally attending on the Master. The fifth and last quality was that of a perfect attendant, which was described earlier. These 5 qualities in unison qualified Ananda for his special role within the Buddha's dispensation, that of the guardian of the Dhamma. Within a political state, the Bandaragarika is the treasurer, the one responsible for storing, preserving, protecting and dispensing the national wealth. If the treasurer is inept and irresponsible, the state's revenue will decline and the nation will plunge into bankruptcy and disaster. If the treasurer is astute, the national wealth will be wisely utilized and the nation will enjoy prosperity and peace. In the Buddha's dispensation, the wealth is the teachings, and the health and longevity of the dispensation, especially after the Buddha's parinibbana, required that these teachings be carefully preserved and faithfully transmitted to posterity. The post of treasurer of the Dhamma, therefore, was of immense importance, so much so that the one who held it, by maintaining intact the Buddha's teaching within the world, could rightly call himself the eye of the entire world. If one wishes to understand the Dhamma, one should resort to such a one, who is of great learning, a bearer of Dhamma, a wise disciple of the Buddha. Of great learning, bearer of the Dhamma, the guardian of the great seer's treasure, he is the eye of the entire world, deserving worship, of great learning. In selecting Ananda as the treasurer or guardian of his dispensation, the Buddha had chosen one whose personal qualities coincided perfectly with the demands of the post. By virtue of his devotion to learning, Ananda was ideally suited to receive the manifold teachings delivered over a 45-year period. By virtue of his phenomenal memory, he could retain them in mind exactly as spoken by the Master. By virtue of his sense of order, he could be relied on to preserve them in the correct sequence and to explain them in such a way that the structure of ideas accorded with the Buddha's intention. And by virtue of his steadfastness, he would so endeavour that the pupils under his charge would receive the teachings fully and be properly trained, so that they in turn could pass them on to their own pupils. Buddhist tradition specifies the number of recitation units, literally aggregates of Dhamma, in the Buddha's teaching as 84,000, and in one verse Ananda claims to have received them all. I received from the Buddha 82,000, and from the bhikkhus 2,000 more. Thus there are 84,000 units, teachings that are set in motion. Because of his key position among the Buddha's entourage of monks, Ananda was naturally the focus of much attention, and he had to deal with a great number of people. To all those who came into contact with him, he was a model in his blameless conduct, in his untiring solicitude for the Master and for the community of monks, in his unperturbable friendliness, his patience, and his readiness to help. Some potential conflicts did not even arise in his presence, and those that did arise were mitigated and resolved through his influence. Ananda, as a man without enemies, made a strong and deep impact upon others, through his exemplary conduct as well as through his instructions. His image, as the Buddha's faithful companion, left particularly strong traces in the minds of his contemporaries. Ananda was always master of a situation, and like a king he had a sovereign comprehension of affairs. Therefore, thanks to his circumspection, he could handle and organize whatever occurred in the daily life of the Buddha and the Sangha. Through the extraordinary power of his memory, he was able to learn from his experiences and never repeat the same mistakes, as most people are liable to do again and again due to their weak memory. Hence he could remember people well, though he may have met them only once, and he could therefore deal with them suitably, without leaving the impression that he manipulated them. His circumspection accorded with the facts of a situation so naturally that all reasonable people could only agree with him. Ananda's attitude toward women. Because of his natural kindliness and compassionate concern, Ananda was especially solicitous for the welfare of all 4 classes of disciples, not only monks and laymen, but also nuns and lay women. Without Ananda, in fact, there might have been only 3 kinds of disciples, for he was the one who was instrumental in the founding of the Bhikkhuni Sangha, the order of nuns, as reported in the Vinaya Pitaka. When many nobles of the Sakyan clan had left the household life for the homeless state under their illustrious kinsmen, their wives, sisters and daughters also expressed the desire to live a life of renunciation under the enlightened one. A number of Sakyan women, under the guidance of the Buddha's stepmother, Mahapajapati Gautami, approached the Buddha and appealed to him to establish a Bhikkhuni Sangha. 3 times Mahapajapati voiced her request, but 3 times the Buddha replied, "Do not be eager, Gautami, to obtain the going forth of women from home into homelessness in the Dhamma and discipline proclaimed by the Tathagata." When he had finished his stay in Kapilavatthu, accompanied by the bhikkhus, the Buddha left for Vesali, a distance of several hundred miles. Mahapajapati, along with several other Sakyan women, followed close behind. On arrival, she stood outside the gate of the monastery, her feet swollen, her limbs covered with dust, with tearful face and crying. When Ananda saw her in this condition, and asked about the reason for her sorrow, she replied that the master had 3 times rejected her request for the establishment of an order of nuns. Out of compassion, Ananda decided to intercede. He went to the master and repeated her request 3 times, but each time the Buddha discouraged him. "Do not be eager, Ananda, to obtain the going forth of women from home into homelessness in the Dhamma and discipline proclaimed by the Tathagata." Then Ananda decided to use an indirect method. He asked the master, "Is a woman able to gain the fruit of stream entry, or of once returning, or of non-returning, or of arahantship, if she leaves the household life and enters into homelessness in the Dhamma and discipline of the Tathagata?" The Buddha affirmed this. Thereupon Ananda rephrased his request. "If a woman is able to do this, Lord, and moreover Mahapajapati Gautami has rendered great service to the Blessed One, she is his aunt, his governess and nurse, nourished him with her own milk after his mother died. Therefore it would be good if the Blessed One would allow women to leave home for the homeless life in the Dhamma and discipline of the Tathagata." Ananda here brought forth 2 arguments. First, he appealed to the fact that a woman in the order could gain the highest fruit and become an arahant, a goal that can be attained only very rarely in the household life. Second, he brought up the very personal element of the meritorious services that Mahapajapati had rendered the Buddha in his childhood, which would be a good reason for him to help his stepmother now to gain final liberation. In response to these arguments, the Buddha agreed to the establishment of an order of nuns, provided certain precautions and rules were followed. One might gain the impression from this account that it needed Ananda's clever arguments and keen tenacity to change the Buddha's mind. But an awakened one's mind cannot be changed, because he is always in touch with absolute reality. Whatever happened here was solely the same event which all Buddhas encounter, because all of them have established an order of nuns. The whole incident was not meant to prevent the founding of the female branch of the order, but only to strengthen by that hesitation the message that this brought great dangers with it. For this reason, the Buddha stipulated 8 conditions, which were so selected that only the best women would agree to abide by them. They also served to bring about a separation of the sexes in the order in the most prudent manner possible. In spite of this, the Exalted One declared that because of the founding of the order of nuns, the dispensation would last only 500 years instead of a full 1,000 years. Following the Buddha's proclamation of the rules and regulations for nuns, Ananda asked him about the qualities a monk should have to be a teacher of nuns. The Buddha did not reply that he had to be an arahant, but indicated 8 practical and concrete qualities which someone like Ananda, who was not yet an arahant, could also possess. These 8 qualities were: first, the teacher of nuns must be virtuous. Second, he must have comprehensive knowledge of the Dhamma. Third, he must be well acquainted with the Vinaya, especially the rules for nuns. Fourth, he must be a good speaker, with a pleasant and fluent delivery, faultless in pronunciation and intelligibly conveying the meaning. Fifth, he should be able to teach Dhamma to the nuns in an elevating, stimulating and encouraging way. Sixth, he must always be welcome to the nuns and liked by them. That is, they must be able to respect and esteem him not only when he praises them, but especially when there is an occasion for reproach. Seventh, he must never have committed sexual misconduct with a nun. Eighth, he must have been a fully ordained Buddhist monk for at least 20 years. Since Ananda had been instrumental in the founding of the order of nuns, he now also wanted to help them to advance on the noble path. This brought about some difficulties for him. There were 2 occasions in which nuns stood up for him without justification against the venerable Mahakassapa. Both nuns left the order. They showed thereby that they were no longer able to sustain the necessary impersonal and purely spiritual relationship with their teacher, Ananda. Even more extreme was the case of a nun in Kosambi, whose name is not recorded. She sent a messenger to Ananda asking him to visit her as she was sick. In reality, she had fallen in love with Ananda and wanted to seduce him. Ananda mastered the situation with complete aplomb. In his sermon to her, he explained that this body had arisen because of nutrition, craving, and pride. But, he said, one could use these 3 as means for purification. Supported by nutrition, one could transcend nutrition. Supported by craving, one could transcend craving. Supported by pride, one could transcend pride. The monk consumed such nutriment as would enable him to lead the holy life. He sublimated his craving and was supported by his longing for holiness. And pride spurred him on to reach what others had already attained, namely the destruction of all defilements. In this way he could, in due course, transcend nutrition, craving, and pride. But there was a 4th cause for the arising of the body, sexual intercourse, which was an entirely different matter. This had been called the destruction of the bridge to Nibbana by the Blessed One. In no way could its sublimation be used as a path to holiness. Thereupon the nun got up from her bed, prostrated before Ananda, confessed her offence, and asked for forgiveness. Ananda accepted the confession and declared that in the order it was an advantage to confess one's faults and to restrain oneself thereafter. This incident is an excellent example of Ananda's great skill in giving a suitable Dhamma discourse on the spur of the moment, in finding the right word at the right time. Another incident happened with regard to the wives of King Pasenadi. Despite their keen desire to learn the Dhamma, they could not go to the monastery to hear the Buddha preach. As the king's women, they were confined to the harem like birds in a cage, and that was really a disaster for them. They went to the king and asked him to request the Buddha to send a monk to the palace to teach them the Dhamma. The king, having promised, asked his wives which monk they would prefer. They discussed the issue among themselves and unanimously requested the king to ask Ananda, the guardian of the Dhamma, to come and teach them. The Blessed One complied with the request presented to him by the king, and from then on Ananda regularly went to teach the Dhamma to the women. One day during this period one of the crown jewels was stolen. Everything was searched and the women felt very troubled by the situation. Because of this, they were not as attentive and eager to learn as usual. Ananda asked them the reason, and when he heard it, out of compassion he went to the king and advised him to summon all the suspects and give them an opportunity to return the jewel unobtrusively. He should have a tent erected in the courtyard of the palace, put a large pot of water inside, and have everyone enter alone. So it was done, and the jewel thief, alone in the tent, let the jewel drop into the pot. Thereby the king regained his property, the thief went unpunished, and peace reigned once again in the palace. This incident increased Ananda's popularity even more, and thereby the popularity of the Sakyan monks. The monks also praised Ananda as he had restored peace through gentle means. Shortly before the Buddha passed away, Ananda asked him a question concerning women. "How shall we relate to women, Lord?" "Do not look at them." "But if we see one, Lord?" "Do not address her." "But if one talks to us?" "Keep to mindfulness and self-control." This question was posed by Ananda in view of the imminent demise of the master just prior to the preparations for the funeral. This problem must therefore have been an important one for him. He himself did not need an admonition to practice self-control, for he had overcome sensual desire for 25 years, but again and again he had seen how the problem of the relationship between the sexes stirred up tumultuous emotions, and he must have known too from his discussions with the younger monks how difficult it was to lead the perfectly pure and stainless holy life, aimed at the transcendence of sensuality. He may also have had in mind the Buddha's warning that the dispensation was endangered through the foundation of the nuns' order, and he may have wanted to give his contemporaries and successors a last word of the Buddha on this topic. Ananda and his fellow monks. Of all the monks, the Venerable Sariputta was Ananda's closest friend. There does not seem to have been a close relationship between Ananda and his half-brother Anuruddha, because the latter preferred solitude, while Ananda was fond of people. Sariputta was the disciple who most resembled the master, and with whom he could talk in the same way as with the Buddha. It is remarkable that of all the monks only Sariputta and Ananda received honorary titles from the Buddha. Sariputta was called the Marshal of the Dhamma, and Ananda its guardian or treasurer. One can see their complementary roles in this. Sariputta, the lion, was the active teacher, Ananda more the preserver and treasurer. In certain respects, Ananda's methods resembled more those of Mahamoggallana, whose inclinations were also motherly and preserving. Ananda and Sariputta often worked together as a team. They went twice to visit the sick lay supporter Anathapindika and dealt with the dispute of the monks of Kosambi. They also had many Dhamma discussions with each other. So close was their friendship that when Sariputta attained final Nibbana, Ananda, even despite all his training in meditation, felt almost as if he had fallen into an abyss. "All the quarters have become dim, the teachings are not clear to me. Indeed, my noble friend has gone, and everything is cast in darkness." His body felt drained of strength, and even the sustenance of the Dhamma seemed to have deserted him at that moment. Such was the impact of the death message. Then the Buddha consoled him. He asked Ananda to reflect whether Sariputta had taken from him his own virtue, meditation, wisdom, liberation, or the knowledge of liberation. Ananda had to agree that these, the only important aspects, had not changed. But, he added, Sariputta had been such a helpful companion and friend for him and others. Again the Buddha directed the conversation to a higher level by reminding Ananda of what he, the Buddha, had always taught, that nothing that has arisen can remain forever. The death of Sariputta was, for the other disciples, like cutting off the main branch of a large tree. But that should only be another reason for relying on oneself, on no one else, and for being one's own island and refuge. Many discussions that Ananda had with other monks are also recorded. Only a few can be related here. One day, the venerable Vangisa accompanied Ananda to the king's palace, where Ananda was to teach the Dhamma to the women of the harem. Vangisa, it seems, had a strong streak of sensuality in his character, and when he saw the beautiful palace women dressed up in all their finery, his heart was flooded with sensual desire. Suddenly he felt the celibate life of a monk, to which he had taken so readily, as oppressive as a lead weight, and thoughts of disrobing and indulging in sensual pleasures played havoc with his mind. As soon as they could speak in private, Vangisa explained his plight to Ananda and appealed for his help and guidance. As he was the foremost poet in the Sangha, he spoke in verse, addressing Ananda by his clan name, Gotama. I am burning with sensual lust. My mind is all engulfed by fire. Please tell me how to extinguish it out of compassion, O Gotama. And Ananda replied in verse, It is due to an inversion of perception that your mind is engulfed by fire. Turn away from the sign of beauty, the aspect linked to sensual lust. See constructions as alien, see them as suffering, not as self. Extinguish the mighty fire of lust. Do not burn up again and again. Develop meditation on the foul, with mind one-pointed, well concentrated. Let your mindfulness dwell upon the body, be engrossed in disenchantment. Develop the signless meditation, discard the tendency to conceit. Then, by breaking through conceit, you will fare with heart at peace. Ananda showed Vangisa that he constantly refueled sensual desire because his perception fastened upon the superficial appearance of feminine charm. The fascination with beauty gave rise to a feeling of deprivation, which manifested as weariness of mind and as a kind of aversion toward the ascetic life. Therefore, Vangisa had to contemplate soberly those things that seemed beautiful and desirable. With the scalpel of meditative insight, he had to dissect the body and probe beneath its charming exterior in order to see the wretchedness and misery lying within. In this way his lust would fade away, and he would be able to stand up, strong and invincible, amid the enticements of worldly enjoyment. The monk Channa was plagued with doubts about the Dhamma. During the Buddha's lifetime, he had been an obdurate bhikkhu, self-willed and difficult to train, but after the master's parinibbana, he was filled with a compelling sense of urgency. Though he humbly sought instructions from the other monks, he could not make satisfactory progress. He could understand that the 5 aggregates are impermanent, but when he tried to contemplate the principle of non-self, he came to a standstill, stricken with the fearful thought that Nibbana would be the destruction of his precious ego. So he came for advice to Ananda. Ananda first expressed his joy that Channa had relinquished his obstinacy and was earnestly intent on understanding the Dhamma. Channa was delighted and listened with undivided attention to Ananda's exposition of the Buddha's discourse to Kachanagota on transcending the extremes of being and non-being. By the end of Ananda's explanation, Channa had arrived at the path and fruit of stream entry. Thereupon he exclaimed how wonderful it was to have such wise friends as teachers. He had at last become securely established in the Dhamma. Conversations with the Buddha. If one also considers as conversations the silent, inner rapport with a Dhamma discourse, then the whole Sutta Pitaka actually consists of Ananda's conversations with the Buddha. He was almost always present when the Buddha gave a discourse, and those few talks that the Blessed One gave when Ananda was absent, he repeated for him afterwards. The Buddha often addressed the Venerable Ananda with questions on the teachings, which were either meant for Ananda's spiritual growth or gave the occasion for a discourse to all the monks present. It is always more stimulating for the listeners when two experts discuss a subject with each other, rather than when only one speaks. In this way, many of the conversations between the Buddha and Ananda are discourses for the instruction of others. Several times the Buddha created the special occasion for a discourse by smiling when he came to a certain locality. Ananda knew that a fully enlightened one does not smile without cause, and he understood immediately that there was reason for a question. So he asked the awakened one why he had smiled. Thereupon the master gave a detailed explanation of an incident in the past, a Jataka story which had taken place at that locality. The conversations in which the Venerable Ananda took the initiative by asking a question are far more numerous than the ones the Buddha initiated. For instance, Ananda asked whether there was a fragrance which went against the wind, different from that of flowers and blossoms. The answer was, the fragrance of one who has taken the triple refuge and who is virtuous and generous. Another time, Ananda asked how one could live happily in the order. The answer was, if one is virtuous oneself, but does not blame others for lack of virtue. If one watches oneself, but not others. If one does not worry about lack of fame. If one can obtain the 4 meditative absorptions without difficulty. And finally, if one becomes an arahant. So here the first step on the path to holiness is mentioned as not criticizing or watching others, but only making demands on oneself. Ananda asked, what is the purpose and blessing of virtue? And the Buddha answered, to be free of self-reproach and feelings of guilt, and to enjoy a clear conscience. But Ananda asked further, what is the purpose and blessing of a clear conscience? The Buddha replied, it brings joy in wholesome thoughts and actions, happiness with the progress made, and gives an incentive for further striving. And what results from that? One experiences exaltation in one's heart, is drawn towards the good and perfect bliss, and from that results deep, calm and insight. In this way, Ananda inquired about many aspects of the Dhamma. Sometimes Ananda reported certain views of his to the Buddha, so that the master could either accept them or correct them. For instance, one time he approached the Buddha and said, it seems to me, Lord, that good friendship is half of the holy life. Unexpectedly, the Buddha disagreed. Do not speak thus, Ananda. Noble friendship is more than half the holy life. It is the entire holy life. For what would the holy life be like if they had not all come to the Buddha as their best friend to be shown the right way? The best-known remark of Ananda must surely be the assertion with which he opens the Mahanidana Sutanta. Dependent origination, paticca samuppada, Lord, is very profound, but to me it seems as clear can be. Again the Buddha disagreed. Not so, Ananda, not so. This dependent origination is profound and appears profound. It is truly very difficult to penetrate. Because they have not understood and penetrated this one principle, beings are caught on the wheel of birth and death, and cannot find the means to freedom. And then the Buddha explained to Ananda dependent origination in its manifold aspects. Once Ananda saw an archer perform extraordinary feats. He told the Buddha how much this had impressed him, and coming from the warrior caste, Ananda must have been temperamentally disposed to appreciate such displays of martial skill. The Buddha used this statement to draw an analogy. He said it was more difficult to understand and penetrate the 4 noble truths than to hit and penetrate with an arrow a hair split 7 times. Another report says that Ananda once saw the famous Brahmin Janusoni, a disciple of the Buddha, driving along in his glorious white chariot. He heard the people exclaim that the Brahmin's chariot was the most beautiful of all. Ananda reported this to the Buddha and asked him how one could describe the best chariot according to the Dharma. The Buddha explained the vehicle to Nibbana by means of a detailed simile. Faith and wisdom are the draft animals, moral shame the brake, intellect the reins, mindfulness the charioteer, virtue the accessories, meditation the axle, energy the wheels, equanimity the balance, renunciation the chassis. The weapons are love, harmlessness and solitude, and patience is its armour. Ananda's former lives. Ananda's original aspiration to great discipleship was formed under the Buddha Padumuttara, 100,000 eons in the past. The Buddha Padumuttara was the son of King Nanda, who dwelt in the royal city of Hangsavati. His younger brother was the crown prince Sumana Kumara, who reigned over a fiefdom given to him by his father. Once, while the Buddha was dwelling at the capital with a retinue of 100,000 monks, Sumana Kumara went at his father's behest to suppress a rebellion in the border region. When he returned to the capital, his father offered him a boon, and the prince chose to conduct the Buddha and his Sangha to his own city and attend on them for the 3 months of the rains retreat. The prince had been extremely impressed by the Buddha's personal attendant, a monk named Sumana, and observed him closely during the rainy season. At the end of the 3-month period, during which he had provided the Buddha and the Sangha with all their requirements and attended on them with great devotion, he prostrated himself at the Master's feet and dedicated his merits to the future attainment of the post of personal attendant under a fully enlightened one. The Buddha looked into the future and told him that his aspiration would come to fulfillment during the dispensation of the Buddha Gautama, 100,000 eons in the future. From that day on, it is said, Sumana Kumara felt as if he were already walking behind the Buddha Gautama, carrying his bowl and extra robe. In the Jataka stories, we often find prominent characters identified as earlier incarnations of Ananda. What is most striking in these tales is Ananda's extremely intimate connection with the Bodhisattva, the future Buddha Gautama. Often he is the Bodhisattva's brother, son, father, assistant, colleague and friend. The 3 examples of former lives given here stress his own exertions to perfect his virtue. A complete survey of his former lives would show that he was only seldom a deva or an animal. Most often he was a human being. In this respect he contrasts with Anuruddha, who almost always appears as a deva, and with Devadatta, who appears most often as an animal. Jataka 498. Ananda and the Bodhisattva were born as cousins among the outcasts, or chandalas. Their job was the fumigation of malodorous places. In order to escape the contempt they were held in, they disguised themselves as young Brahmins and went to the university at Takasila to study. Their deceit was discovered, and they were beaten up by their fellow students. A wise and kindly man ordered the students to stop and advised the 2 chandalas to become ascetics. They followed this advice, in due course died, and as punishment for their deceit were reborn as animals, as offspring of a doe. They were inseparable and died together by the arrow of a hunter. In the next life they were sea-hawks, and again died together because of a hunter. With this, their existences below the human level came to an end. Ananda was born as the son of a king, and the Bodhisattva as the son of the royal chaplain. While Ananda held the higher position in a worldly sense, the Bodhisattva had more innate abilities. For one thing, he could remember all the above 3 lives, while Ananda could only remember his life as a Chandala. At the age of 16, the Bodhisattva became a sincerely striving ascetic, while Ananda became king. Later, the Bodhisattva visited the king. He praised the happiness of asceticism and explained the unsatisfactoriness of the world of the senses. Ananda admitted that he realized this, but could not let go of his desires, to which he was held fast like an elephant in a swamp. Thereupon the Bodhisattva advised him that even as a king he could practice virtue, for instance by not levying unjust taxes, and by supporting ascetics and priests. But when hot passions arose in him, he should remember his mother, how he had been completely helpless as a baby, and how without his mother's care he would never have become king. Thereupon Ananda resolved to become an ascetic, and both attained to the Brahma world. Jataka 421. The Bodhisattva had been born as a poor labourer, and endeavoured to keep the Uposatha. As the fruit of this, he was reborn as a king. Ananda lived in his kingdom as a poor water-carrier. His whole fortune consisted of a coin, which he had hidden under a stone in a certain place. When the people in the city held a festival, the water-carrier's wife urged him to enjoy himself too, and asked him whether he had any money. He said he had 1 coin, but it was 12 miles away. She told him to get it, and said she had saved up the same amount. They could buy garlands, incense, and drinks with that. Ananda set out in spite of the midday heat, happy in the expectation of enjoying the festival. When he passed through the courtyard of the king's palace, he sang a song. The king saw him and asked the reason for his joyfulness. He answered that he did not notice the heat, as he was being driven by hot desire, and told his story. The king asked how much his treasure amounted to, maybe 100,000 pieces. When he finally heard that it was only 1 coin, he exclaimed that Ananda should not walk through the heat, but that he would give him a similar coin. Ananda replied that he was very grateful, because then he would have 2 coins. The king then offered him 2 coins, but Ananda said he would fetch his own coin nevertheless. The king now became excited and raised his offer to millions, to the post of viceroy, but Ananda would not let go of his coin. Only when the king offered him half his kingdom did he agree. The kingdom was divided up, and Ananda was called King One Coin. One day the 2 kings went hunting. When they became tired, the Bodhisattva put his head in the lap of his friend and fell asleep. Then the thought came to Ananda to kill the king and rule the whole kingdom by himself. He was drawing his sword when he remembered how grateful he, a poor yokel, should be to the king, and how wicked it was of him to allow such a wish to arise. He put his sword back in its sheath, but even a second and a third time he was overcome by the same desire. Feeling that this thought might rise in him again and again, and could lead him on to very evil deeds, he threw away his sword, woke the king, prostrated before him, and asked his forgiveness. The Bodhisattva forgave him, and said he could have the whole kingdom. He himself would be satisfied to serve as viceroy under him. But Ananda replied that he was finished with his lust for power. He wanted to become an ascetic. He had seen the cause of desire and how it grew, and now he wanted to pull it out by the roots. He went to the Himalayas and practiced meditation. The Bodhisattva remained in the world. Jataka 282. The Bodhisattva was a righteous king of Benares, who practiced the royal virtues. He gave alms, followed the precepts, and observed the Uposatha days. Now one of his ministers carried on an intrigue in his harem. When he was caught, the gentle king waived the death penalty, only banishing him and allowing him to take his family and fortune along. The minister then went to live at a neighbouring king's court. He became the king's confidant and told him he could easily occupy Benares because its king was much too gentle. But the neighbouring king, Ananda, was suspicious because he knew well the strength and power of Benares. The minister advised him to experiment. He should destroy 1 village of Benares. If any of his men were caught, the king would probably even reward the prisoners. True enough, When the marauders were brought before the Bodhisattva and lamented that they had plundered out of hunger, he gave them money. This served to convince Ananda of the truth of the treacherous minister's words, and he marched into Benares. The commander-in-chief of the Bodhisattva's army wanted to defend the kingdom, but the Bodhisattva said that he did not want to be the cause of harm for others. If the other king wanted his kingdom, he should have it. He let Ananda capture him and put him into prison. There he practiced loving-kindness meditation toward the rapacious King Ananda, who was struck down by a fever and plagued by a guilty conscience. Ananda asked the Bodhisattva's pardon, returned his kingdom to him, and swore to be his ally forever. The Bodhisattva returned to his throne and spoke to his ministers about the virtues and rewards of harmlessness, saying that because he had made peace with the invaders, hundreds were spared death on the battlefield. Then he renounced his throne, became an ascetic, and attained to the Brahma world. Ananda, however, remained king. The last days of the Buddha. The single most important sutta highlighting Ananda's relationship to the Buddha is the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the chronicle of the Buddha's last days and ultimate entrance into Nibbana. These records convey a special mood, the mood of parting, which was especially painful for Ananda. It is also the first small beginning of the decline of the Dhamma, which will gradually disappear with increased distance from the Buddha's lifetime until a new Buddha arises. This entire text gives, as it were, voice to the admonition to practice the Dhamma while there is still a chance. It reflects once more Ananda's whole character, and therefore we will follow its course, emphasizing those passages in which the spotlight falls on Ananda. The first section of the sutta starts at Rajagaha, the capital of the state of Magadha. Devadatta's attempt to create a schism in the Sangha had failed 7 years earlier. King Ajatasattu still reigned in Magadha. King Pasenadi of Kosala had just been overthrown, and the Sakyan clan had come to its tragic end, in which many of Ananda's close relatives were killed. At that time, 3 famous warrior clans lived north of the river Ganges, near the Himalayas. They were the Kolyas, the Mallas, and the Vajjayans, all of whom had retained relative independence from King Ajatasattu. He had the intention of destroying the Vajjayans and incorporating their land into his growing empire. While the Buddha could not prevent the ruin of those Sakyans who had not entered the order, as they had to pay a kamic debt, he did help the Vajjayans, and later indirectly also the Mallas. This is the external, political background of the last years of the Buddha's life. In detail, this incident happened as follows. King Ajatasattu gave orders to his minister, Vasakkara, to go to the Buddha and announce his intention to enter into battle against the Vajjayans. While Vasakkara delivered his message, the venerable Ananda was standing behind the Buddha, fanning him. The enlightened one turned to Ananda and put 7 questions to him about the lifestyle and conditions of the Vajjayans. In reply to these questions, Ananda declared that the Vajjayans often had council meetings and deliberated harmoniously, did not repeal their old laws, followed the advice of their elders, did not rape women, honoured their temples and shrines, and did not revoke gifts to religious places, and gave protection and hospitality to all true priests and ascetics. With these 7 qualities, said the Buddha, one could expect prosperity for the Vajjayans, not decline. Sometime earlier, the Buddha had given them these 7 rules. The king's minister replied that even one of these qualities would be enough to ensure their continued existence as a clan. As long as the Vajjayans kept to these 7 rules, it would be impossible for the king to conquer them except through inner dissension or treachery. Vasakkara left with this conviction in mind and reported to the king that it would be useless to start a war against the Vajjayans. Indians in those days had so much confidence in the spiritual strength of a people that the hint of moral superiority was sufficient to prevent a war. Only much later, after the demise of the Buddha, was it possible for the king to overrun the Vajjayans, and this only because they had meanwhile forsaken their moral integrity. This highly political discussion was used by the Buddha as an occasion to request Ananda to call all the monks of the area together. He would give them an exhortation about 7 things that would enable the Sangha to flourish. The bhikkhus should assemble frequently, and should conduct their affairs amicably. They should not make new rules, but obey the old ones. They should honour the elders of the Sangha and give heed to their advice. They should resist craving, enjoy solitude, and practice mindfulness at all times, so that like-minded persons would be attracted, and those who were already living the holy life would be happy. After the Buddha had addressed the monks in this way, he gave them the following terse summary of the teaching, which recurs many times throughout this narrative. Such is virtue, such is concentration, such is wisdom. Concentration fortified with virtue brings great benefits and great fruits. Wisdom fortified with concentration brings great benefits and great fruits. The mind fortified with wisdom is liberated from all cankers, namely, from the canker of sensual desire, the canker of desire for becoming, and the canker of ignorance. After this exhortation, the Buddha commenced his last journey. He always went to places where there were people ready to understand the Dhamma, or where misunderstandings needed to be sorted out, or where brute force could be prevented. On this last journey, he went first in the direction of the Ganges River to Nalanda, which later became a famous Buddhist educational centre. This town was near Sariputta's birthplace, and here Sariputta took leave of the Buddha. He wanted to stay behind and teach the Dhamma to his mother before he attained final Nibbana. When saying farewell, this great disciple voiced once more the Buddha's praise. "It is clear to me, Lord, that there is no one more distinguished in wisdom than yourself." Then the awakened one went with a large company of monks to Vesali. This town was the capital of the Vajjayans, whose virtue he had praised, and from whom he had averted the threat of King Ajatasattu's attack. At Vesali he fell ill with a deadly disease, which he suppressed by sheer willpower, as he did not want to die without having assembled the disciples once more. That a Buddha can become ill is due to the imperfection of the body, but that he can master the illness at will is due to his spiritual perfection. Ananda had been despondent over the Buddha's illness, so dejected that he could not think properly. He told the Buddha that he had found consolation in the fact that surely the awakened one would not attain final Nibbana without having given some regulations about the order to the monks. But the Buddha rejected this. "What more does the Sangha expect from me, Ananda? I have taught the Dhamma without making any distinction of esoteric and exoteric doctrine. There is nothing that the Tathagata holds back with the closed fist of a teacher. Whoever thinks that it is he who should lead the Sangha of bhikkhus, or that the Sangha of bhikkhus depends upon him, such a one would have to give last instructions. But the Tathagata has no such ideas, so what instruction should he have to give to the Sangha of bhikkhus?" The Buddha continued, "Now I am almost 80, Ananda. I have come to the end of my life, and I can maintain the body only with difficulty, just as one maintains a dilapidated old cart. My body is at ease only when I enter upon and dwell in the signless deliverance of the mind." But the master immediately gave Ananda an antidote for the sadness caused by these words. "So, Ananda, each of you should be an island unto yourself. Dwell with yourself as a refuge, and with no other as your refuge. Each of you should make the Dhamma your island, dwell with the Dhamma as your refuge, and with no other as your refuge." The third section of the sutta is located at Vesali, where the Buddha stayed for the rains retreat. One day, after the rains, he requested Ananda to take a sitting mat and accompany him to the Kapala shrine in order to pass the day there in meditation. When they were seated, the Blessed One looked at the peaceful landscape before him and reminded Ananda of the many beautiful spots in the vicinity. The reason for this seemingly unmotivated description of the countryside becomes clear later. The Buddha then said, "Anyone who has developed the 4 roads to psychic power, made them his vehicle and his foundation, could, if he wished, live out the eon or the remainder of the eon. The Tathagata has done all that, and he could, if requested, live to the end of this eon." But although Ananda was given such a plain and broad hint, which certainly coincided with his own longing, he did not beg the Buddha to stay alive out of compassion for all beings. Not only once, but a second and third time the Buddha addressed Ananda in the same way. But each time Ananda failed to catch the hint. In his confusion, his mind had been ensnared by Mara, the evil one, who still had some degree of power over him. At this moment Ananda, who usually was so circumspect, had lost his mindfulness, which previously had happened only in negligible matters. Otherwise, our whole eon would have taken quite a different turn. Could it be that at just that moment Ananda was so absorbed in the pleasure of being in close companionship with the Buddha that the Master's hint failed to register on his mind? Was it perhaps just his very attachment to the Buddha's company, reinforced by the enchanting evening hour and the peaceful forest, that prevented him from responding in the way proper to such deep attachment, a response that would have accorded with his deepest wishes for a longer life for the Blessed One? If Mara had not intervened, Ananda would have asked the Buddha to accept the burden of a prolonged life, and the Buddha would have consented, out of compassion for the world. But Mara, afraid that innumerable beings would have thereby escaped his clutch, hastened to prevent this, and the course of history was sealed. This scene, so poignant and suggestive, belongs to the mysteries of the Pali Canon, and one could puzzle about it endlessly. But let us continue the account. The Buddha dismissed Ananda, who seated himself under a nearby tree and started meditating. Then Mara appeared before the Buddha and reminded him of a promise made 45 years before, immediately after his enlightenment. Mara had then requested the Buddha to enter final Nibbana and not to teach, but the Buddha had replied that he would not die until he had thoroughly trained and instructed the monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, and the holy life was well established. Now, however, all that had been accomplished, and Mara had come to remind him that it was time to fulfill his promise. The Buddha replied, "Do not trouble yourself, evil one. Before long the parinibbana of the Tathagata will come about. 3 months from now, the Tathagata will pass utterly away." Then the Blessed One, with mindfulness and clear comprehension, relinquished his will to live on. And just as he did so, the earth quaked and trembled, and thunder resounded in the heavens. Such was the powerful effect on the natural elements when he renounced them as a basis for life. When Ananda became aware of the earthquake and thunder, he asked the Buddha for their cause. The Buddha replied that there were 8 reasons for earthquakes. The first is an occasion when great forces move. The second is when a monk or Brahmin possessing supernormal power reaches a certain kind of meditation. The last 6 are at the conception, birth, enlightenment, the first teaching of the Dhamma, the relinquishing of the will to live, and the final Nibbana of a Buddha. One can see from this how deep is the connection between a Buddha, the highest of all beings, and the whole cosmos. The expositions that follow on the 8 kind of assemblies, the 8 fields of mastery, and the 8 liberations seem to be a digression. It appears to be one of those occasions for a spontaneously arisen discourse. Scholars speak about insertions into the text, because at first there were 8 reasons for earthquakes, then 3 other 8s were brought in. In reality, there is a deeper connection, designed to bring Ananda from the superficial to the profound, and to let him know the quickly approaching death of the Buddha in such a way that it would not disturb him. After the Buddha had helped to direct Ananda on the path toward enlightenment, he related how he had told Mara 45 years ago that he would not attain final Nibbana until the Dhamma was well established. Now Mara had appeared before him, and he had told Mara he would live for only another 3 months. Therefore he had now relinquished the will to live, and that had been the reason for the earthquake. Now, without a moment's hesitation, Ananda begged the awakened one 3 times to remain for the whole eon. But the Buddha replied that the appropriate time for this had lapsed. When Ananda asked for the 3rd time, the Buddha inquired, "Do you have faith, Ananda, in the enlightenment of the Tathagata?" When Ananda affirmed this, he asked, "Why then, Ananda, do you persist against the Tathagata up to the 3rd time?" Then the Buddha made it clear to Ananda that he had let the opportunity slip by. "The fault is yours, Ananda. Here you have failed, inasmuch as you are unable to grasp the plain suggestion given by the Tathagata, and you did not ask him to remain. For if you had done so, Ananda, twice the Tathagata might have declined, but the 3rd time he would have consented." He also reminded Ananda that not only now, but already 15 times previously, he had told him that he could remain for a whole eon, but each time Ananda had remained silent. Finally, the Buddha added his admonition on impermanence. "Have I not taught from the very beginning that with all that is dear and beloved, there must be change, separation, and severance? Of that which is arisen, come into being, conditioned and subject to decay, one cannot bring it about, that it will not come to dissolution. Further, it is impossible for a Tathagata to go back on his word. In 3 months' time, he shall attain final Nibbana." Thereupon he requested Ananda to assemble the monks of the area. He addressed the assembly with the exhortation to learn and practice the path to enlightenment, which he had so clearly taught throughout his ministry, so that this holy life may endure long, for the welfare and happiness of many, out of compassion for the world, for the good, welfare, and happiness of devas and humans. At the end of the discourse he announced that 3 months from now the Tathagata's parinibbana will take place, and he gave the monks some stanzas for contemplation. "My years are now full ripe, the life-span left is short. Departing, I shall leave you, relying on myself alone. Be earnest then, monks, mindful and pure in virtue. With firm resolve, guard your own mind. One who in this Dhamma and discipline dwells in constant heedfulness shall abandon the wandering on in birth and make an end to suffering." The 4th section of the sutta tells of the Buddha resuming his journey after the rain's retreat and declaring that he would not return to Vesali. On the way he spoke to the monks on the same topics he had expounded earlier. He declared that they had to travel through this long round of rebirths because they had not penetrated 4 things: a noble one's virtue, a noble one's concentration, a noble one's wisdom, and a noble one's deliverance. And again, as so often on this last journey, he emphasized concentration fortified by virtue and wisdom fortified by concentration. At the next resting place, he explained to the monks how they should act if someone purported to quote his words. One should remember these sentences and look for verification in the Vinaya or confirmation in the suttas. If one could not find them there, then one would have to come to the conclusion that it had been wrongly learned by that person and one should reject it. This admonition was extremely important for the faithful transmission of his words, and has been the reason why even to this day one can distinguish between the Buddha's own words and post-canonical or inauthentic texts. After this, the Buddha journeyed to the province of the Mallas, the warrior clan nearest to the Himalayas. It is possible that in the meantime he had also been in Savatthi, because it was there that the news of Sariputta's death reached him. In the land of the Mallas, the neighbours of the Sakyans, the goldsmith Chunda invited him and the monks for a meal. The chief food item was a dish called Sukaramadava. The Buddha asked the goldsmith to serve this dish only to him and to offer the other items to the monks. Then he asked that the remainder of the food be buried, for I do not see in all this world anyone who could eat it and entirely digest it, except the Tathagata alone. After the meal, the Buddha became ill with a severe attack of dysentery, but he bore this illness with equanimity and was not deterred from continuing on his journey. Along the way, he told Ananda to spread his robe, as he was exhausted and wished to rest. He then asked Ananda to bring him some water from the nearby stream, but Ananda said he would prefer to bring water from the river, because the stream had been churned up by many carts. After the Buddha had repeated his request 3 times, however, the obedient Ananda went to the stream and saw that in the meantime, through a miracle, the water had become clear. On the way, the Buddha met Pukusa, a Malla who was a disciple of Alara Kalama. The Buddha won Pukusa's confidence with an account of his own meditative powers, and Pukusa took refuge and became a lay disciple, the last one in the Buddha's lifetime. Then he presented 2 sets of golden-hued robes to the Buddha. The Buddha told him to give one to himself and the other to Ananda. On this occasion, Ananda did not reject the gift. He remarked that the golden hue of the robe appeared almost dull compared to the bright radiance of the Buddha's skin. The Blessed One then said that there are 2 occasions when the complexion of the Tathagata becomes exceptionally clear and bright: on the day of his enlightenment and on the day of his final nibbana. In the last hours of the following night, he would attain final nibbana. After bathing, the Buddha told Ananda that no one should reproach the goldsmith Chunda because the Buddha had died after taking a meal from him. There were 2 offerings in the world that were best: the alms food after which the Bodhisattva becomes enlightened, and the alms food after which the Buddha attains final nibbana. Chunda would gain much merit from his gift: long life, good health, much influence, fame, and a heavenly rebirth. The 5th chapter starts with the Buddha's request to Ananda to accompany him to the region of Kusinara, to the Sala tree grove of the Mallas. When they arrived, Ananda arranged a couch for him, with the head to the north, between 2 large Sala trees. Although it was not the right season, the trees flowered and sprinkled their blossoms over the body of the Blessed One. And blossoms of the heavenly coral tree fell from the sky, together with heavenly scents, and there was music of the spheres. The awakened one then said, "It is not thus, Ananda, that the Tathagata is venerated and honoured in the highest degree, but whatever bhikkhu or bhikkhuni, layman or laywoman, abides by the Dhamma, lives uprightly in the Dhamma, walks in the way of the Dhamma, it is such a one that venerates and honours the Tathagata in the highest degree." Just then the venerable Upavana was fanning the Blessed One. When the Buddha requested Upavana to stand aside, Ananda wanted to know why he was so summarily dismissed. The Buddha explained that innumerable deities had come from all directions of the world to have a last glance at a fully enlightened one, who so seldom can be seen. But since Upavana, an eminent monk, was standing in front of him, they could not see him. Upavana's spiritual radiance must have been more powerful than the penetrative ability of the gods. Ananda inquired further into details about the gods, and learned that those who were not free from passion were weeping and wailing, but those free from passion were resigned and calm. The Buddha gave Ananda another directive. There are 4 places in the world worthy of veneration, which would inspire a faithful follower: the birthplace of the Buddha, Lumbini; the place of enlightenment, Buddha Gaya; the place where he taught the Dhamma for the first time, Sanat; and the place of his parinibbana, Kusinara. Anyone who passes away with confident heart while on pilgrimage to these shrines will attain a heavenly rebirth. Seemingly out of context, Ananda asked the question, already narrated, how one should act toward women. Then he asked how to deal with the body of the Blessed One. Sharp came the reply. Do not hinder yourselves, Ananda, in honouring the body of the Tathagata. Rather you should strive for your own good. There are wise householders who will render honour to the body of the Tathagata. Then Ananda wanted to know how the lay people should carry out the funeral ceremony. The Buddha gave detailed instructions about the cremation and the erection of a stupa. There were 4 beings worthy of a stupa: a supreme Buddha, a Pacceka Buddha, an arahant disciple, and a world monarch. One who worships there would also attain much merit. Then Ananda, overpowered by grief, went aside, clasped the door jamb, and wept. He knew he still had to fight and conquer, and the master who had so much compassion for him would soon be no more. What remained as the fruit of his 25 years of service? This famous scene is often depicted in Buddhist art, and is reminiscent of the weeping Christians beneath the cross. When the Buddha did not see Ananda and inquired where he was, he had him summoned and said to him, Do not sorrow, Ananda. Have I not told you many times that everything changes and vanishes? How could something that has come into being not be destroyed? For a long time, Ananda, you have attended on the Tathagata, gladly, sensitively, sincerely, and without reserve, with deeds, speech, and thoughts of loving kindness. You have made great merit, Ananda. Keep on striving, and soon you will be free from all cankers. He then told of an incident long ago, in a past life, in which Ananda had served him and made much worldly merit. After the awakened one had foretold a second time that Ananda would soon attain arahantship, he turned to the monks and once more proclaimed praise of Ananda. All the Buddhas of the past had had such excellent attendants, and all Buddhas of the future will have them too. His skill in dealing with people is admirable. If a company of bhikkhus goes to see Ananda, they become joyful on seeing him, and if he speaks to them on the Dhamma, they are made joyful by his discourse, and when he becomes silent, they are disappointed. And so it is also with the bhikkhunis, the laymen, and the laywomen. Each assembly taught by Ananda is always overjoyed, and everyone wants to listen to him further. Ananda has such remarkable, extraordinary popularity as one otherwise finds only in a world monarch. Here too, as so often in the texts, we can find the 2 complementary ways the Buddha addressed Ananda. On the one hand, great praise for him and a summons to the monks to appreciate his greatness. On the other, always the reminder to overcome the last defilements. After this praise, Ananda turned the conversation to another topic. He suggested that it might be better if the Buddha did not die here in the backwoods, but in one of the great capitals, such as Savatthi, Rajagaha, Kosambi, or Benares. It is noteworthy that he did not propose the Buddha's hometown of Kapilavatthu, which had just recently been ransacked and almost destroyed by the son of King Pasenadi. So Ananda did not mention it, just as he did not mention Vesali, because the Buddha had said that he would not return there. Ananda thought that the funeral ceremony could be performed better in one of the large cities by the lay followers living there. But the Buddha, lying on his deathbed, explained to him in great detail why Kusinara was not an unimportant place at all. The Buddha had lived there a long time ago as the world monarch Mahasudassana, and he had left his body there no fewer than 6 times as a world monarch. This was the 7th and last time. The splendour and magnificence of that kingdom had been destroyed, had disappeared and vanished. This indeed was enough to make one weary of all conditioned things. The Buddha's discourse about Mahasudassana was the last great teaching he gave. Subsequently he let Ananda summon the Mallas of Kusinara so that they could bid farewell to him. At that time a wanderer named Subhada was in Kusinara and heard about the forthcoming parinibbana of the Buddha. Reflecting on how rare it was for a Buddha to appear in the world, he wished to have a doubt resolved by him before it was too late. He begged Ananda to let him approach the Buddha, but Ananda refused, saying that the master should not be troubled on his deathbed. Ananda refused permission 3 times out of love for his master. But the Buddha, who overheard the conversation, told Ananda to let the wanderer approach. He wants to inquire about the Dhamma for the sake of knowledge and not to cause trouble. Subhuda then posed a question. All the present-day teachers claim to be enlightened, yet their teachings contradict one another. Which ones are truly enlightened? The Buddha dismissed the question and said, "Wherever one finds the Noble Eightfold Path, there one can find the true holy life, and there the 4 fruits of the homeless life can be found. If monks live in the right way, then the world will never be devoid of arahants, of true saints. Over 50 years I have been a monk and have expounded the Dhamma, and apart from adherence to the Dhamma, there can be no holy life." This short discourse was sufficient for Subhuda to realize the Dhamma in its manifold aspects and to go for refuge to the Buddha. When Subhuda asked for admission into the order, the Buddha told him about the rule according to which wanderers of other sects had to live on probation for 4 months. Subhuda agreed readily, even if he had to wait on probation for 4 years. Thereupon the Buddha accepted him immediately, making a last exception, and within minutes this very last monk disciple of the Buddha became an arahant. The 6th section of the sutta begins with the last instructions of the Buddha. First he advised the monks never to think after his death that they no longer had a teacher, for the Dhamma and Vinaya will be your teacher after I am gone. Even to this day, the word of the Buddha laid down in the texts is decisive for his followers. Second, after his death, the monks should no longer address each other indiscriminately as friend. The senior monks could address the junior ones as friend or by their names, while the junior ones should use Venerable Sir, Bhante. This rule affirmed reverence according to seniority in the order, independently of the personal qualities that monks or nuns may have. The third rule gave the monks permission to abolish the lesser and minor rules, and all they entailed, according to their own judgment. The fourth and last instruction was to impose the higher penalty on the monk Channa. Ananda asked how that was to be understood, and the Buddha explained that Channa was not to be spoken to or advised or instructed unless he repented. After these primarily external directions which Ananda was to fulfill, the Buddha once more turned to the whole assembly of monks and asked them whether they had any doubt or problem concerning the enlightened one, the content and meaning of the Dhamma, the order of monks, and above all about the path or way of practice. They should express their doubts so they would not regret it later when the voice of the teacher had been silenced. But upon being asked 3 times, the group did not respond. Thereupon Ananda said it was amazing that not even one monk had any doubts. The Buddha corrected him once again because Ananda could not know for sure that really no one had any doubts. It was possible that a monk did not want to voice his doubt, or that he was not conscious of it in this last hour. Only with such total knowledge could one speak in this manner. But in reality, it was exactly as Ananda had said. The Buddha showed in this way the difference between Ananda's confidence and his own, the perfect one's, insight. The least of the 500 monks present was a stream enterer, because the absence of doubt is one of the signs of this attainment. And once more the master turned to the assembly of monks to give them his final words of farewell. "Now, monks, I declare this to you. It is the nature of all conditioned things to vanish. Strive for the goal with diligence." After the Exalted One had spoken these last words, he entered into the 4 jhanas and the formless spheres of meditative absorption until he attained the stage of cessation of perception and feeling. While the master was in cessation, Ananda said to Anuruddha, "The Blessed One has attained final Nibbana, Venerable Sir." He no longer addressed him as friend, but as a senior monk, although both had been ordained on the same day. Anuruddha, however, had the divine eye and corrected him. The Buddha is in the state of cessation, but has not yet passed away. To recognize this last subtle difference of a state of mind was only possible for an arahant like Anuruddha, who was skilled in clairvoyance. Subsequently, the Buddha entered the 9 stages of concentration in reverse order, back to the first jhana. Then he rose again through the 4 jhanas, and during his absorption in the 4th jhana, he passed away. At the moment his life ended, the earth quaked and thunder roared, just as he had predicted. The Brahma Sahampati, who had induced the Buddha to teach and who himself was a non-returner, spoke a stanza which pointed to the impermanence of even a Buddha's body. The king of the Devas, Sakka, a stream enterer, spoke a stanza which repeated the famous lines that the Buddha had proclaimed during his own discourse. Conditions truly are transient. Anuruddha gave voice to 2 serene verses, but Ananda lamented. Then there was terror, and the hair stood up when he, the all-accomplished one, the Buddha, passed away. And all those of the 500 monks who had not yet attained full liberation from passions lamented like Ananda. The venerable Anuruddha, however, consoled them all. He pointed to the immutable law of impermanence and turned their attention to the presence of invisible deities, amongst whom there were also those who lamented and those who were free of passions. Anuruddha passed the rest of the night talking to Ananda about the Dhamma. In the 43 years of their lives as homeless ones, not a single conversation about the Dhamma seems to have taken place between these 2 very dissimilar siblings. But now Anuruddha devoted himself to his younger half-brother, who was so much in need of consolation. Towards morning, Anuruddha, who naturally assumed the role of director among the close disciples, asked Ananda to inform the Mallas of the Buddha's final nibbana. When Ananda delivered his message, the Mallas gathered all the requisites for a great funeral ceremony, such as flowers and incense, and went in a procession to the Sala Tree Grove. There they paid homage to the body of the Buddha with festive dance, singing and music, with banners and flags, with flowers and incense until the 7th day. One may wonder why they thought of festivities at such a time. But why should they grieve? They would have changed nothing. With their dancing and singing, they showed respect and veneration for the Master. They exulted that a Buddha had appeared in the world, that they had heard his Dhamma, that he had wandered through India for such a long time teaching the multitudes, and that he had founded the Sangha to preserve the Dhamma. On the 7th day they erected a pyre for the cremation. When the Mallas wanted to light the funeral pyre, they were unable to do so. Anuruddha explained that the deities were preventing them because they wanted to wait for the arrival of the venerable Mahakassapa, who had not been present during the Buddha's last days, and was now on his way to Kusinara with a group of monks. When Kassapa arrived, together with his company of monks, he circumambulated the corpse 3 times as a last mark of respect toward the Blessed One. Then the funeral pyre ignited by itself, and the corpse burned until only the bones remained. No ashes were to be seen. When the neighbouring clans heard the news of the Master's death, they all sent messengers to ask for relics, so that they could erect stupas for them. However, the Mallas requested the relics for themselves, for the Buddha had died on their land. Only when a Brahmin urged them not to dispute over the relics of the greatest peacemaker, and suggested that they divide everything into 8 parts, did they relent. So it came about that the bones of the Buddha were divided into 8 parts. The Brahmin asked for the urn, and another clan received the ashes of the coals. In this way, 10 stupas were erected as memorials. After the Buddha's parinibbana. In verse, Ananda expressed his situation after the Master's passing. My companion has passed away. The Master too is gone. There is no friendship now that equals this. Mindfulness directed to the body. The old ones now have passed away, The new ones do not please me much. Today I meditate all alone, like a bird gone to its nest." After the funeral ceremonies were over, Ananda saw only one duty left for himself, namely, to attain total liberation as prophesied to him by the Buddha. Kassapa advised him to live in the forest in the province of Kosala, which was near the Mallas and the Sakyans. But when it became known that the Buddha's attendant was living in solitude in the forest nearby, he was inundated with visitors. The lay disciples wanted to be consoled about the death of the Buddha, and also about the deaths of Sariputta and Moggallana, and of their just and beloved King Pasenadi. All four had died within the year. Day and night, in the village and in the forest, Ananda had to console the lay disciples and was never alone. Thereupon a deity who lived in the forest, concerned about Ananda's spiritual progress, appeared to him and advised him as follows. "Having entered the thicket at the foot of a tree, having placed Nibbana in your heart, meditate, Gotama, and be not negligent. What will this hullabaloo do for you?" Exhorted by the deity, Ananda was stirred to a fresh sense of urgency. In the meantime, the venerable Mahakassapa had decided to call a council of monks to strengthen the Dhamma and the Vinaya. Because of unsafe conditions in the country of Kosala, the council was to take place in Rajagaha under the protection of King Ajatasattu. 500 monks were to participate, among whom Ananda was the only one who was not an arahant. Ananda knew most of the discourses of the Buddha and therefore was indispensable to the council. When the day set for the council came closer, the venerable Anuruddha suggested that Ananda should only be admitted if he could overcome the last cankers and attain arahantship. Anuruddha knew the power of such an incentive, and it had the intended effect. When Ananda heard this stern stipulation, he decided to apply every bit of strength he had to realize Nibbana. He practiced the 4 foundations of mindfulness throughout the night, sitting and walking, sitting and walking, sitting and walking. In the early hours of the morning, as he was preparing to lie down after a full night of striving, just when he had raised his legs off the ground, but had not yet laid his head on the pillow, his mind was released from all cankers. That day the council was to begin, and in the hope that he would succeed, a place had been reserved for him. Soon after all the other monks were seated, Ananda arrived through the air by psychic power and sat down in his seat. When Anuruddha and Kassapa saw this, they knew he had reached his goal and expressed their brotherly joy with him. Then they declared the council open. During the council, Kassapa questioned the keeper of the discipline, Upali, about each rule and its origin, so that the Vinaya was laid down first. The next item on the agenda was the doctrine. Kassapa asked Ananda first about the longest discourses, which became the Digha Nikaya, then about the middle-length ones, which became the Majjhima Nikaya, and then about the other collections. After the recitation of the Dhamma and the Vinaya, Ananda mentioned those matters that the Buddha had left as a legacy with him to settle. He told the assembly that the master had allowed the minor and lesser rules to be abolished. The senior monks could not agree what was meant by the minor and lesser rules. Thereupon Kassapa spoke up. If now the Sangha starts abolishing rules, lay people will say that so soon after the passing of the Blessed One we have become lax. Since it is not known which rules were meant, it would be best not to abolish any of them. In that case we shall be sure that we are not acting contrary to the Master's wishes. And so it was done. The elder monks present said it had been a breach of discipline for Ananda not to ask what was meant by the minor rules, and he should confess this as a wrongdoing. Second, he was accused of having sewn a robe for the Blessed One after having stepped on the cloth. He replied that nothing had been further from his mind than disrespect for the Blessed One. Nevertheless, if the venerable ones considered it a wrongdoing, he would acknowledge it as such. Third, he was criticized for allowing the women to salute the remains of the Blessed One first. He replied that at the time of the funeral he had thought this would enable the women to return home before dark, and therefore he had allowed them to pay their homage first. But here too he would accept the verdict of his elders. The fourth accusation that the monks levelled at Ananda referred to his failure to beg the Blessed One to remain for an eon. Ananda defended himself by saying he had been possessed by Mara at the time, and therefore was not responsible for his actions. How could he have otherwise failed to make this request? Ananda's behaviour in the face of these accusations was exemplary. He submitted to the judgment of the other elders, although he himself could not see any wrongdoing, a fact that he did not fail to mention. Subsequently, Ananda reported the second instruction that the Buddha had given immediately before his death, namely, imposing the higher penalty on the monk Channa. The assembly requested Ananda himself to present this decision to Channa. Ananda objected that Channa was a violent and unruly person. The assembly advised him to take a number of monks along. Leading a large group, he journeyed to Kosambi, where Channa was living, and he informed him of the last will of the Buddha, that he had been declared dead in the order. This penalty had been explained by the Buddha to the horse trainer Kesi. He would use it against monks who could not be persuaded to reform their behaviour either through admonition or discipline. Whoever could not be trained in this way would be considered as dead in the order. He would not be spoken to whatever he did. When Channa heard this, he became so horrified that he fainted. When he regained his senses, he was deeply ashamed that the master had proclaimed this penalty against him as his last instruction to the order. This gave him the impetus to put forth his most strenuous effort, and within a short time he became an arahant. So this penalty showed itself to be the Buddha's last act of compassion for the benefit and happiness of the monk Channa, being effective even after the Buddha's death. When Channa had become a holy one, he went to Ananda and begged him for a repeal of the penalty. Ananda replied that as soon as he had attained release from the cankers, the penalty had ceased to be operative. After the parinibbana of the Buddha, the venerable Mahakassapa, as the most respected discipline, had taken over the guidance of the order. His status, however, was not that of a refuge, as the Buddha had been, nor was it that of a patriarch. He was simply the most authoritative and most highly revered of the monks, and he thus functioned, so to say, as the symbol for the observance of the Dhamma and the discipline. Everyone turned to him for his decisions on all questions regarding the order. In this way, he became the chief elder of the Sangha. After him, Ananda became the second leading elder, the second most venerated holy one, who was designated to look after the order. After he had already been a monk for over 40 years, he survived the Buddha by another 40 years. And after having been the personal attendant of the Buddha for 25 years, he became the foremost of the arahants for a similar length of time. At the time of the Second Council, 100 years after the Buddha's parinibbana, a personal disciple of Ananda's was still alive. He was a very old monk named Sabbakarmi, who, it was said, had been in the order for 120 years. When Ananda was 120 years old, he felt that his end was near. He went from Rajagaha on a journey to Vesali just as his master had done. When the king of Magadha and the princes of Vesali heard that Ananda would soon attain final nibbana, they hurried to him from both directions to bid him farewell. In order to do justice to both sides, Ananda chose a way to die in keeping with his gentle nature. He raised himself into the air through his supernormal powers and let his body be consumed by the fire element. The relics were divided and stupas erected. After his passing, the elders who compiled the subsequent recension of the canon added 3 verses to his collection in the Therigatha. Of great learning, bearer of the Dhamma, the guardian of the great seer's treasure, Ananda, the eye of the entire world, has attained final nibbana. of great learning, bearer of the Dhamma, the guardian of the great seer's treasure, Ananda, the eye of the entire world, was a dispeller of gloom in the darkness. The seer who was so retentive, of keen memory and resolute, the elder sustaining the true Dhamma, Ananda was a mine of gems. Chapter 5 Anuruddha, Master of the Divine Eye, by Helmut Hecker. Early Life and Ordination. Like Ananda, Anuruddha was a noble of the Sakyan clan and a cousin of the Buddha. He and Ananda were begotten by the same father, the Sakyan prince Amitodana, though their mothers must have been different, as the texts do not refer to the two as brothers and imply that they grew up in different households. Anuruddha's full brother was Mahanama the Sakyan, and he also had a sister named Rohini. As a youth from an aristocratic clan, Anuruddha was raised in luxury. The texts describe his early years in the same terms they use to describe the Bodhisattva's upbringing. Anuruddha the Sakyan was delicately nurtured. He had 3 palaces, one for the cold season, one for the hot season, and one for the rainy season. Being waited on in his palace for the 4 months of the rains by female musicians, he did not come down from that palace. A charming story recorded in the Dhammapada commentary reveals to us the blissful oblivion and innocence in which Anuruddha grew up. It is said that in his youth he lived in such luxury that he had never even heard the phrase, "There isn't any." For whatever he might want, his desire would immediately be fulfilled. One day Anuruddha was playing at marbles with 5 other Sakyan youths, and he had bet cakes on the result. The first 3 times he lost and sent home to his mother for cakes, and 3 times his mother promptly supplied them. When he lost the 4th time, however, and again sent for cakes, his mother replied, "There isn't any cake to send. Nati puvam." Since Anuruddha had never before heard the expression, "there isn't any," he assumed this nati puvam must be a kind of cake. So he sent a man to his mother with the message, "Send me some there isn't any cakes." To teach him a lesson, his mother sent him an empty platter. But even then fortune was still on his side. Owing to his past merits from an earlier life, the gods were determined that Anuruddha should not be disappointed, and thus they filled the empty platter with delicious celestial cakes. When Anuruddha tasted them, he was so delighted that he repeatedly sent back to his mother for more platters of "there isn't any cakes," and by the time each platter arrived, it had been filled with the heavenly delicacies. Thus Anuruddha passed his early years in the joyful pursuit of fleeting pleasures, giving little thought to the meaning and purpose of existence. The turning point in his life came shortly after his illustrious cousin, the Buddha, visited Kapilavatthu. By his example and his teaching, the Buddha had inspired many of his relatives to go forth into the homeless life as monks. One day Anuruddha's brother, Mahanama, reflected on the fact that while many distinguished Sakyans had gone forth, no one from their own family had done so. He then approached Anuruddha and told him what he had been thinking, concluding with an ultimatum, "Well now, either you go forth, or I will go forth." For Anuruddha, such a command must have come as a shock, and he demurred. "But I have been delicately nurtured. I am not able to go forth from home into homelessness. You go forth." Mahanama then vividly described to him the burdens of a householder's life that he would have to shoulder. First the fields have to be ploughed, then they must be sown, then water must be led into them, then the water must be led away, then the weeds must be dug up, then the crop must be reaped, then it must be harvested, then it must be made into stocks, then you must have them threshed, then you must have the straw winnowed, then you must have the chaff winnowed, then you must have the chaff sifted, then you must have it brought in, and the same must be done the next year and the year after that. Anuruddha inquired, "When will the work stop? When will an end to the work be discerned? When will we be able to amuse ourselves unconcerned, supplied and furnished with the 5 chords of sensual pleasure?" His brother replied sharply, "There is no stop to the work, my dear Anuruddha. No end to the work is ever to be discerned. Even when our fathers and grandfathers passed away, the work was not to be stopped." By the time he finished speaking, Anuruddha had already made up his mind. "You look after what belongs to the household life, brother. I will go forth from home into homelessness." The thought of the endless cycle of strife and toil, and the even more vicious cycle of rebirth, had awakened in him a sense of urgency. He saw himself bound to struggle again and again through every moment of his life, then to die and take birth elsewhere, over and over in an endless round. When he saw this, his present life appeared to him insipid and meaningless, and the one hopeful alternative, which now seemed increasingly attractive, was to follow his cousin into homelessness and struggle to break through the cycle of repeated becoming. Immediately he went to his mother and asked her for permission to become a monk. She, however, refused, unwilling to be separated from even one of her sons. But when Anuruddha insisted, she told him that if his friend, Prince Badiya, the Sakyan chieftain, would be willing to enter the order, then she would give him her permission. She must have been convinced that Badiya would never give up the privileges of rulership, and that Anuruddha would then choose to remain in the household life with his friend. Anuruddha next went to Badiya and told him, "My ordination depends on yours. Let us go forth together into homelessness." Badiya replied, "Whether it depends on me or not, there should be ordination. I with you." Here he stopped in the middle of the sentence. He had wanted to say, "I shall come with you," but broke off because of feelings of regret. Overcome by attachment to worldly power and pleasure, he could only say, "Go and be ordained according to your wish." But Anuruddha pleaded with him again and again, "Come, friend, let both of us go forth." When Badiya saw how earnest his friend was, he softened and said, "Wait, friend, for 7 years. After 7 years we will both go forth from home into homelessness." But Anuruddha replied, "7 years is too long, friend. I cannot wait for 7 years." By his repeated entreaties, Anuruddha forced Badiya step by step to reduce the delay to 7 days, the time he would need to settle his worldly affairs and install his successor. He was true to his word, and so Anuruddha was free to go with him. Anuruddha's example induced other Sakyan princes too to follow their great kinsman, the Buddha, and join his fraternity of monks. Thus, when the appointed day arrived, 6 Sakyan princes, together with Upali, the court barber, and an armed escort, set out from their homes. They were the Sakyans Badiya, Anuruddha, Ananda, Bhagu, Kimbila, and Devadatta. To avoid arousing suspicion over the purpose of their departure, they left as if they were going to the pleasure gardens for an outing. Having gone a long distance, they then sent the escort back and entered the neighbouring principality. There they took off their ornaments, tied them into a bundle, and gave them to Upali, saying, "This will be enough for your livelihood. Now return home." But the barber Upali, while already on his way back, stopped and thought, "The Sakyans are a fierce people. They will think that I have murdered the youths, and they might kill me." He hung the bundle on a tree and hurried back to join the princes. He told them of his fears and said, "If you, O princes, are going forth into the homeless life, why shouldn't I do the same?" The young Sakyans, too, thought Upali was right in not going back, and allowed him to join them on their way to see the Blessed One. Having come into the master's presence, they asked him for ordination, adding, "We Sakyans are a proud people, Lord. This Upali, the barber, has attended on us for a long time. Please, Lord, give him ordination first. Since he will then be our senior, we shall have to salute him and do the duties proper to his seniority. Thus our Sakyan pride will be humbled. The Buddha did as requested, and thus these 7 received ordination with Upali as the first. Within 1 year, most of them had achieved some spiritual attainment. Bhadia was the first to attain arahantship as one endowed with the 3 true knowledges. Anuruddha acquired the divine eye, Ananda the fruit of stream entry, and Devadatta ordinary, i.e. mundane supernormal powers. Bhagu, Kimbila, and Upali became arahants later, as did Ananda and Anuruddha. But Devadatta's reckless ambition and misdeeds led him to hell. The struggle for arahantship. The divine eye is the ability to see beyond the range of the physical eye, extending in Anuruddha's case to a 1,000-fold world system. This faculty, which we will discuss more fully below, is of a mundane character, one whose acquisition does not necessarily entail that its possessor has gained realization of the Dhamma. Anuruddha attained the divine eye before he became an arahant, and to reach the heights he still had to overcome many inner obstacles. 3 reports in the canon tell of his struggles. Once, when the Venerable Anuruddha was living in the eastern bamboo park with 2 friends, his cousin Nandiya and the Sakya noble Kimbila, the Buddha visited them and inquired about their progress. Anuruddha then told him about a difficulty he had experienced in a very sublime meditation he had been practicing. He had perceived an inner light and radiance, and had a vision of sublime forms. But that light and vision of forms disappeared very soon, and he could not understand the reason. The Buddha declared that when he was still striving for enlightenment, he too had met the same difficulty, but had discovered how to master it. He explained that to experience these subtle states in full, and obtain a steady perception of them, one should free oneself from 11 imperfections. The first is uncertainty about the reality of these phenomena and the significance of the inner light, which might easily be taken for a sensory illusion. The second is inattention. One no longer directs one's full attention to the inner light, but disregards it, evaluating it as unremarkable or inessential. The third imperfection is lethargy and drowsiness. The fourth, anxiety and fright, which occurs when threatening images or thoughts arise from the subconscious. When these imperfections have been mastered, elation may arise which excites body and mind. Such exaltation is often a habitual reaction to any kind of success. When that elation has exhausted itself, one may feel emotionally drained and fall into inertia, a heavy passivity of mind. To overcome it, one makes a very strong effort, which may result in an excess of energy. On becoming aware of this excess, one relaxes and falls again into sluggish energy. In such a condition, when mindfulness is weak, strong longing may arise for desirable objects of the celestial or the human world, according to the focusing of the inner light which had been widened in its range. This longing will reach out to a great variety of objects, and thus lead to another imperfection, a large diversity of perceptions, be it on the celestial or human plane. Having become dissatisfied with this great diversity of forms, one chooses to contemplate one of them, be it of a desirable or undesirable nature. Concentrating intensely on the chosen object will lead to the 11th imperfection, the excessive meditating on these forms. Addressing Anuruddha and his 2 companions, the Buddha thus described vividly, from his own experience, the 11 imperfections that may arise in the meditative perception of pure forms, and he explained how to overcome them. When Anuruddha had perfected himself more and more in the jhanas and in those refined meditative perceptions, he one day went to see the Venerable Sariputta and said, "Friend Sariputta, with the divine eye that is purified, transcending human sight, I can see the 1,000-fold world system. Firm is my energy, unremitting. My mindfulness is alert and unconfused. The body is tranquil and unperturbed. My mind is concentrated and one-pointed. And yet my mind is not freed from the cankers, not freed from clinging. Thereupon Sariputta replied, Friend Anuruddha, that you think thus of your divine eye, this is conceit in you. That you think thus of your firm energy, your alert mindfulness, your unperturbed body, and your concentrated mind, this is restlessness in you. That you think of your mind not being freed from the cankers, this is worrying in you. It would be good indeed if you would abandon these three states of mind and, paying no attention to them, direct your mind to the deathless element, Nibbana. Having heard Sariputta's advice, Anuruddha again resorted to solitude and earnestly applied himself to the removal of those three obstructions within his mind. Some time later, Anuruddha was living in the country of the Chettiya people, in the eastern bamboo grove. There, in his contemplations, it occurred to him that there were 7 thoughts that should be cherished by a truly great man. This Dhamma is for one with few wishes, not for one with many wishes. This Dhamma is for one who is content, not for one who is discontent. This Dhamma is for one bent on seclusion, not for one who is gregarious. This Dhamma is for one who is energetic, not for one who is lazy. This Dhamma is for one who is mindful, not for one who is confused. This Dhamma is for one who is concentrated, not for one who is unconcentrated. This Dhamma is for one who is wise, not for one who is dull-witted. When the Buddha perceived in his own mind the thoughts that had arisen in Anuruddha's mind, he appeared before him in a mind-made body, and applauded him. Good, Anuruddha, good. You have well considered 7 thoughts of a great man. You may now also consider this 8th thought of a great man. This Dhamma is for one who inclines to the non-diffuse, who delights in the non-diffuse, not for one who inclines to worldly diffuseness and delights in it. The Buddha then said that when Anuruddha contemplates these 8 thoughts, he will be able to attain at will the 4 meditative absorptions. He would then no longer be affected by worldly conditions, but would regard the 4 simple requisites of a monk's life, robes, alms food, shelter, and medicines, in the same way as a layperson would enjoy luxuries. Such simple living would make his mind joyous and unperturbed, and thus be helpful to his attainment of Nibbana. In parting, the Buddha advised Anuruddha to stay on at the eastern bamboo grove. Anuruddha did so, and during that same rainy season he attained the consummation of his striving, arahantship, the undefiled liberation of the mind. At the hour of his attainment, the venerable Anuruddha uttered the following verses in which he expresses his gratitude to the Master for helping him bring his spiritual work to completion. Having understood my mind's intention, the unsurpassed teacher in the world came to me by psychic power in the vehicle of a mind-made body. When the intention arose in me, then he gave me a further teaching. The Buddha who delights in the non-diffuse gave me instructions on the non-diffuse. Having understood his Dhamma, I dwelt delighting in his teaching. The 3 knowledges have been attained. The Buddha's teaching has been done. Anuruddha's spiritual path. The Venerable Anuruddha's spiritual path is marked by 2 prominent features. First, his mastery of the divine eye and other supernormal faculties, and second, his cultivation of the 4 foundations of mindfulness, or satipatthana. We will discuss each of these in turn. The divine eye is so called because it is similar to the vision of the devas, which is capable of seeing objects at remote distances, behind barriers, and in different dimensions of existence. The divine eye is developed by meditative power. It is not a distinct sense organ, but a type of knowledge, yet a knowledge that exercises an ocular function. This faculty is aroused on the basis of the fourth jhana, and specifically through one of the meditative supports called the light kasina or the fire kasina, a visualized circle of light or fire. After mastering the four jhanas through either of these kasina, the meditator descends to a lower level of concentration called access concentration and extends light to the immediately surrounding area, thereby bringing into view forms that are ordinarily imperceptible. As the meditator becomes progressively more adept in this ability to radiate light, he can then suffuse increasingly larger areas with light and project the radiance outwardly to distant world systems and to planes of existence above and below the human plane. This will reveal many dimensions of being that are inaccessible to the ordinary fleshly eye. The characteristic function of the divine eye, according to the texts, is the knowledge of the passing away and rebirth of beings. This knowledge was achieved by the Buddha on the night of his own enlightenment, and was always included by him in the complete step-by-step gradual training, where it appears as the second of the three true knowledges, and the fourth of the 6 super-knowledges. By means of this faculty, the meditator is able to see beings as they pass away from one form of existence and take rebirth elsewhere. But it is not only the actual passage from life to life that the divine eye reveals. With the appropriate determination, it can also be used to discover the particular karma that brought about rebirth into the new form of existence. In this application, it is called the knowledge of faring on in accordance with one's karma. At its maximum efficiency, the divine eye can illuminate the entire panorama of sentient existence, spread out over thousands of world systems and extending from the highest heavens to the lowest hells, revealing too the karmic laws that govern the process of rebirth. While only a supreme Buddha will have absolute mastery over this knowledge, disciples who have perfected the divine eye can perceive regions of the sentient universe that elude our most powerful telescopes. The Venerable Anuruddha was designated by the Buddha as the foremost bhikkhu disciple endowed with the divine eye. Once, when a number of eminent monks living together in the Gosinga Sala tree forest exchanged views on the kind of monk that could beautify that forest, Anuruddha characteristically replied that it was one who, with the divine eye, could survey 1,000 world systems, just as a man standing on a high tower could see 1,000 farmsteads. Anuruddha also helped his own pupils to acquire the divine eye, and in his verses celebrates his skill in this faculty. Absorbed in 5-factored concentration, peaceful with a unified mind, I had gained tranquility, and my divine eye was purified. Standing on the 5-factored jhana, I know the passing and rebirth of beings. I know their coming and their going, their life in this world and beyond. The other major facet of Anuruddha's spiritual path was the arduous practice of satipatthana, the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Here a bhikkhu dwells contemplating the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena, ardent, clearly comprehending and mindful, having removed covetousness and grief in regard to the world. The practice of satipatthana is sometimes taken to be a quick, dry path to enlightenment which bypasses the jhanas and super-knowledges. But from Anuruddha's words, it is clear that for him, as well as for those trained under him, this method of meditation could be used as a vehicle for the acquisition of psychic powers and super-knowledges, along with the final fruit of liberation. Whenever the Venerable Anuruddha was asked how he had gained proficiency in the great super-knowledges, which include the 5 mundane super-knowledges and arahantship as the 6th, he always replied that it was through the development and cultivation of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. It was through this practice, he says, that he could recollect 1,000 past eons, exercise the supernormal powers, and directly perceive a 1,000-fold world system. Anuruddha also said that Satipatthana enabled him to gain that perfect control of emotive reactions called the power of the noble ones, by which one can regard the repulsive as non-repulsive, the non-repulsive as repulsive, and view both with equanimity. He further stresses the importance of this practice by saying that whoever neglects the 4 foundations of mindfulness has neglected the noble path leading to the extinction of suffering, while whoever undertakes it has undertaken the noble path leading to the extinction of suffering. He also declares that this 4-fold mindfulness leads to the destruction of craving. Just as the river Ganges would not deviate from its course to the ocean, in the same way a monk who practices the 4 foundations of mindfulness could not be deflected from the life of renunciation and made to return to the worldly life. Once, when Anuruddha was ill, he surprised the monks by his equanimity in bearing pain. They asked him how he was able to bear up as he did, and he replied that his composure was due to his practice of the 4-fold mindfulness. Another time, Sariputta came to see Anuruddha in the evening and asked him what he now regularly practiced, so that his face always radiated happiness and serenity. Anuruddha again said that he spent the time in the regular practice of the 4 foundations of mindfulness, and that this was the way in which arahants live and practice. Sariputta thereupon expressed his joy at Anuruddha's words. Once, when questioned by Sariputta and Mahamoggallana about the difference between those who are still in training and an arahant who is beyond training, he said that they differ in the practice of the 4-fold mindfulness. While the former accomplishes it only partly, the latter does so completely and perfectly. Anuruddha also claimed to possess, through his practice of right mindfulness, 10 lofty qualities elsewhere called the 10 powers of a Tathagata. These are the knowledge of what is possible and impossible, the knowledge of the result of the acquisition of karma by way of stage and cause, the knowledge of the paths leading to the different destinations of rebirth, the knowledge of the world with its many diverse elements, the knowledge of the different dispositions of beings, the knowledge of the degree of maturity in the faculties of other beings, the knowledge of the jhanas and other advanced meditative states, and finally, the 3 true knowledges. The commentary says that Anuruddha possessed these knowledges only in part, as in their completeness they are unique to a fully enlightened one. Life in the Sangha. From the Pali Canon, it appears that Anuruddha, in contrast to such monks as Sariputta, Mahamoggallana and Ananda, preferred a life of quiet seclusion to one of active involvement in the affairs of the Sangha. Thus he does not appear as frequently as the above-named elders in the events connected with the Buddha's ministry. His verses in the Theragatha also suggest that he was strongly inclined to the ascetic practices, like the Venerable Mahakassapa, who was their most distinguished exponent. When he has returned from his alms round, the sage dwells alone without companion. Anuruddha, who is free of the cankers, seeks discarded rags to make a robe. Anuruddha, the sage, the thinker, one who is free from the cankers, sifted, took, washed and dyed, and then wore a robe of rags. When one is greedy and discontent, fond of company, easily excited, then there arise in one's mind qualities that are evil and defiled. But when one is mindful, with few wishes, content and free from disturbance, fond of seclusion and joyful, with energy constantly aroused, then there occur in one's mind wholesome qualities leading to awakening. Thus one is freed from the cankers. This has been said by the great sage. For 55 years I have been one who observes the sitter's practice. It has been 25 years since torpor has been uprooted. In these verses, Anuruddha refers to 3 of the ascetic practices: the going on alms round, the use of robes made from discarded rags, and the sitter's practice. The last is the vow not to lie down, but to sleep while sitting in the meditation posture. In his last verse, Anuruddha implies that for 25 years he had not slept at all. Perhaps through the power of meditative absorption he was able to refresh his mind so fully that sleep had become unnecessary. But the commentary indicates that in the later part of his life, Anuruddha allowed himself a short period of sleep to dispel physical fatigue. Although the Venerable Anuruddha preferred solitude to company, he was not a complete recluse. In one sutta, the Buddha states that Anuruddha had a number of pupils whom he trained in the development of the divine eye, while the commentaries speak of him as travelling about with an entourage of 500 pupils, probably an inflated figure. He also engaged in discussions on the Dhamma with other monks and with knowledgeable lay followers, and fortunately for us, several of these have been preserved in the Pali Canon. Once, for example, the court carpenter of Savatthi, Panchakanga, invited Anuruddha and some other monks for a meal. From other texts, we know that Panchakanga was a person well versed in the Dhamma and devoted to its practice. So, after the meal, he asked a rather subtle question of Anuruddha. He said that some monks had advised him to practice the measureless liberation of mind, and others recommended the exalted liberation of mind, and he wanted to know whether these two are different or the same. Anuruddha replied that these 2 meditations are different. The measureless liberation of mind is the cultivation of the 4 divine abodes, the Brahma Vihara, boundless loving kindness, compassion, altruistic joy, and equanimity. But the exalted liberation of mind proceeds by widening the inner perception from a limited extent to a vast ocean-like extent. It is obtained by expanding the reflex image of the kasina, which arises by concentration on a limited surface of the earth, water, coloured discs, etc. Anuruddha went on to speak of a class of deities called the radiant gods. He said that although they all belong to the same order, there are differences among them in their radiance, which may be limited or measureless, pure or tainted, in accordance with the different quality of the meditation that had caused their rebirth in that world. On being questioned by a monk, Anuruddha confirmed that he spoke about these deities from his own experience, as he had previously lived in their midst and conversed with them. On another occasion, the Buddha was sitting in the open, surrounded by many monks, to whom he was giving a discourse. He then turned to Anuruddha and asked whether they were all contented in leading the ascetic life. When Anuruddha confirmed this, the Buddha praised such contentment and said, "Those who have left the home life while still young, becoming monks in the prime of their life, did not do so fearing punishment by kings, nor being motivated by loss of property, by debts, worries, or poverty. Rather, they took to the ascetic life out of their faith in the Dhamma and inspired by the goal of liberation. What should such a one do? If he has not yet gained the peace and happiness of the meditative absorptions, or something higher, then he should strive to get rid of the 5 mental hindrances and other defilements of the mind, so that he may achieve the bliss of meditation or a peace that is still higher." In concluding his discourse, the Buddha said that when he declares the attainment and future destiny of disciples who have died, he does so to inspire others to emulate their example. These words of the Blessed One gave Anuruddha much contentment and joy. Once one of the Brahma gods conceived the idea that no ascetic would be able to penetrate to the heights of the Brahma world. When the Buddha perceived in his mind the thoughts of that deity, he appeared before him in a blaze of light. Just then 4 of his great disciples, the Venerables Mahamoggallana, Mahakassapa, Mahakapina, and Anuruddha, considered where the Blessed One might be dwelling, and with their divine eyes they saw him seated in the Brahma world. Then, by their supernormal power, they too transported themselves to that heavenly world and sat down at a respectful distance from the Buddha. Seeing this, the deity was cured of his pride and acknowledged the superior power of the Buddha and his disciples. Another time the Venerable Anuruddha had woken up in the middle of the night and recited verses of the Dhamma until dawn arrived. A female spirit with her small son was listening devoutly to the recitation, and she told her son to keep quiet. It may be, if we understand the holy words and live accordingly, this will lead to our welfare and may free us from rebirth in the lower spirit worlds. When the quarrel erupted between 2 groups of monks at Kosambi, the Venerable Ananda went to see the Buddha, who asked him whether the quarrel had been settled. Ananda had to tell him that the quarrel still continued. A pupil of Anuruddha's insisted on creating disharmony in the Sangha, and Anuruddha did not reproach him. This happened at a time when Anuruddha, together with Nandiya and Kimbila, had gone to the Gosinga forest to devote themselves to a strictly meditative life, and Ananda was insinuating that it was wrong of Anuruddha to dwell in seclusion when his own pupil was instigating trouble. The Buddha, however, came to Anuruddha's defense. He said that there was no need for Anuruddha to concern himself with such matters, as there were others like Sariputta and Moggallana and Ananda himself, who were quite capable of resolving disputes. Besides, he added, there are incorrigible monks who are quite pleased when others quarrel, as this would divert attention from their own bad conduct, and thus they could avoid being sent away. An example of this is the pair of conceited monks who tried to compete with each other in regard to their learning. One was a pupil under Ananda, who carefully concerned himself with all the affairs of the Sangha. The other was a pupil under Anuruddha, who, as we saw above, had a more detached attitude. Those 2 vain-glorious monks just acted according to their character, though they had different teachers to guide them. The best-known account of Anuruddha's friendships is that found in the Chula Gosinga Sutta. One time, while Anuruddha was dwelling in the Gosinga forest, together with his friends Nandiya and Kimbila, the Buddha came to visit him. After they had paid respects to the master, the Buddha asked Anuruddha whether he and his companions were living in harmony. Anuruddha replied, "Surely, Lord, we are living in concord, with mutual appreciation, without disputing, blending like milk and water, viewing each other with kindly eyes." Then the Buddha asked how they managed to maintain such total harmony. Anuruddha's reply is a perfect lesson in the most vexatious art of interpersonal relations. I do so by thinking, how blessed and fortunate I am to be living with such companions in the holy life. I maintain towards my companions loving kindness in bodily action, speech, and thought, and I consider, let me set aside what I wish to do, and do what these venerable ones wish to do. In this way, though we are different in body, we are one in mind. The Buddha, after expressing his approval, next inquired from them whether they had attained any superhuman states, any distinction in knowledge and vision worthy of the noble ones. Anuruddha answered that they had all attained the 4 jhanas, the 4 formless attainments, and the cessation of perception and feeling, and moreover they had all reached arahantship, the destruction of the cankas. After the Buddha left, the other 2 monks inquired from Anuruddha how he could speak so confidently about their own meditative attainments when they had never informed him about them. Anuruddha answered that while they had never reported to him that they had attained those states, by encompassing your minds with my own mind, I know that you have obtained those abidings and attainments, and deities have also reported this to me. Meanwhile, a spirit named Diga Parajana came to the Buddha and spoke in praise of the three monks, Anuruddha, Nandya, and Kimbala. The Buddha responded by first applauding the spirit's utterance, and then adding a glowing eulogy of his own. So it is, Diga, so it is. If the clan from which those three young men went forth from the home life into homelessness should remember them with confident heart, that would lead to the welfare and happiness of that clan for a long time. If the village, the town, the city, the country from which they went forth should remember them with confident heart, that would lead to the welfare and happiness of that country for a long time. If all nobles, all Brahmins, all merchants, all menials remember them, if all the world with its devas, its maras and its brahmas, this generation with its recluses and Brahmins, its princes and its people, should remember these three young men with confident heart, that would lead to the welfare and happiness of the whole world for a long time. See, Diga, how those three young men are practicing for the welfare and happiness of the many, out of compassion for the world, for the good, welfare and happiness of devas and humans. Anuruddha and women. An unusually large number of texts in which Anuruddha appears are concerned with women. It seems that despite his own purity of heart and complete detachment from sensuality, Anuruddha, endowed by birth with the physical bearing of a noble warrior, emanated a personal charisma that made him attractive to women, not only of the human world, but of the celestial worlds as well. Some of these encounters also no doubt stemmed from kamic relationships formed in earlier lives, which still affected the female members, even though Anuruddha himself had transcended them. For example, on one occasion, when Anuruddha was dwelling alone in a forest resort, a female deity named Jalini came from the realm of the 33 gods and appeared before him. In Anuruddha's previous existence, when he was Saka, the ruler of the heaven of the 33, she had been his wife and chief queen. Out of her old attachment to him, she longed to be reunited with him and wanted them to resume their relationship as heavenly king and queen. With this intention, she urged him to aspire for rebirth into that world. Direct your mind there to that realm where you had lived in the past, among the devas of the 33, amply endowed with all sense pleasures. You will shine forth highly honoured, surrounded by celestial maidens. But Anuruddha replied, Miserable are celestial maidens, established in personality, and miserable too are those beings who remain attached to celestial maidens. Jalini had no understanding of such words, and thus she tried to lure him by describing the splendour of the Deva world. They do not know happiness who have not seen Nandana, the abode of the glorious Devas belonging to the host of 30. Anuruddha, however, remained firm in his decision, which sprang from his deep insight into the impermanence of all conditioned things. Do you not know, you fool, that pithy maxim of the Arahants? Impermanent are all formations, subject to arising and vanishing. Having arisen, they then cease. Blissful is the appeasement of them. Now I will never again dwell among the Deva host, O Jalini. The wandering on in birth is ended. For me there is no more rebecoming. On another occasion, many female deities called the Graceful Ones appeared before Anuruddha and told him all the marvellous things they could do. They could instantly assume any colour they wanted, produce any sound or voice at will, and obtain instantly any pleasure. To test them, Anuruddha mentally wished that they would become blue. And so, as they could read his thoughts, they became blue, with blue clothes and blue ornaments. When he wished them to change into other colours, they did so, yellow, red, and white, with matching clothes and ornaments. Now these female deities thought that Anuruddha was pleased with their presence, and they started to sing and dance very beautifully. But Anuruddha turned his senses away from them. When the deities noticed that Anuruddha did not find pleasure in their performance, they instantly left. If we remember how the venerable Anuruddha had spent his youth as a prince, enchanted by the arts and music, we may understand better how this scene could materialize around him. If he had not trodden the Buddha's path to liberation, he quite possibly might have taken rebirth among these deities, who were superior in rank to the 33 gods. Anuruddha must have thought this experience worth telling, for when he saw the Buddha in the evening, he recounted it to him. He then raised the question, what attributes should a woman have to be reborn in the realm of those graceful spirits? His thirst for knowledge must have made him wish to know the moral level of these deities. The Buddha replied willingly, and said that 8 qualities were needed in order to be reborn in that realm. The wife has to be kindly and sympathetic toward her husband. She should be courteous and hospitable toward people her husband holds dear, such as his parents and certain ascetics and priests. She should do her housework carefully and with diligence. She was to care for and guide the servants and domestic workers in a purposeful manner. She should not squander her husband's possessions, but should guard them well. As a lay follower, she should take refuge in the triple gem. She should observe the 5 precepts. And last, she should find joy in sharing and in giving, showing concern for those in need. While on both these occasions female deities appeared before Anuruddha, at other times Anuruddha used his divine eye to understand how women are born in heaven or in hell. Once he asked the Buddha which qualities led a woman to rebirth in hell, and the teacher replied that there were 5 major vices that were responsible for such a rebirth: lack of faith, lack of a sense of shame, moral recklessness, anger, and stupidity. Further, such qualities as revengefulness, jealousy, avarice, immorality, sloth, and unmindfulness would also lead to rebirth in hell. Only those with the opposite qualities would be reborn in a heavenly world. Another time, Anuruddha reported to the Buddha that he had often seen how a woman after her death was reborn in a lower world, even in hell. The Buddha replied that there are 3 harmful qualities which will lead a woman to hell. If in the morning she is full of avarice, at noon full of envy, and in the evening full of sensual desire. Reports of Anuruddha's past lives also refer to his relationships with women. There is only one instance that mentions his rebirth as an animal. Once, when he was reborn as a wood pigeon, his mate was seized by a hawk. Tormented by passion and grief, he decided to fast until he had overcome his love for her and the grief of separation. Once I was in love with a female pigeon. In this very spot we flew about in sport. Then a hawk pounced on her and fled. Against my will she was taken from me. Since we have been parted and separated, I experience pain constantly in my heart. Hence I observe the vows of the holy day, that lust may never again cross my path. Other rebirth stories tell us the following. Once when Anuruddha was born as a king, he saw a lovely fairy woman in the forest, fell in love with her, and shot at her husband in order to take possession of her. Full of the pain of sorrow, she cried out and denounced the king for his cruelty. Hearing her accusations, the king came to his senses and went his way. At that time, when Anuruddha was the jealous king, Yasodhara was the fairy woman, and her husband was the Bodhisatta, who was now Anuruddha's master, and whom in that past life he had almost killed out of lust for a woman. In a divine form of existence, as Saka, king of the Devas, he helped the Bodhisattva to regain his reputation when he was the famous musician Gutila. As a test, 3 times he made appear on earth 300 celestial maidens who danced when Gutila played on his lute. Then Saka invited Gutila into his heavenly world at the request of the heavenly nymphs who wanted to hear his music. After he had played to them, he asked them to tell him which good deeds had brought them to this heavenly world. They told him that in the past they had given small gifts to monks, heard their discourses, shared what they had with others, and were without anger and pride. Hearing this, the Bodhisattva rejoiced in the benefit he had thus gained in his visit to Saka's heaven. In his last life, Anuruddha helped his sister Rohini to gain access to the Dhamma. Once, together with 500 of his pupils, he visited his home city Kapilavatthu. When his relatives heard that he had arrived, they all went to the monastery to pay respects to him. All, that is, except Rohini. The elder inquired why his sister was absent, and they informed him that she was suffering from a skin eruption and was too ashamed to show herself in public. The elder asked that she be sent to him immediately. Rohini came, her face covered by a cloth, and the elder instructed her to sponsor the construction of an assembly hall. Rohini sold her jewels to raise money for the project. Anuruddha supervised the arrangements, and the young men of the Sakyan clan did the work. As soon as the construction of the hall was completed, her skin eruption subsided. She then invited the Buddha and his monks to attend the opening ceremony for the assembly hall. In his discourse, the Buddha explained the kamic cause for her skin ailment. In a previous life, he said, when she was the chief consort of the king of Benares, she became jealous of one of the king's dancing girls, and to torment her, had sprinkled dried scabs over her body and her bed. The skin ailment from which she had suffered was the fruit of that evil deed. At the end of the Buddha's discourse, Rohini was established in the fruit of stream entry. After her death, she was reborn among the gods of the 33 and became the beloved consort of Saka. In Anuruddha's life as a monk, there was one incident which led to the promulgation of a disciplinary rule by the Buddha. Once Anuruddha was wandering through the kingdom of Kosala towards Savatthi. In the evening he reached a village, but could not find any special accommodation reserved for wandering ascetics and monks. He went to the village inn and asked for a night's lodging, which was granted. Meanwhile, more travellers began to arrive at the inn for the night, and the dormitory where Anuruddha was to stay became crowded. The inn hostess, seeing this, told Anuruddha that she could prepare his bedding in an inside room where he could spend the night peacefully. Silently, Anuruddha agreed. The hostess, however, had made this suggestion only because she had fallen in love with him. She now perfumed herself, put on her jewellery, and approached Anuruddha, saying, "You, respected sir, are handsome, graceful, and good-looking, and so am I. It will be good if the respected sir will take me as his wife." Anuruddha, however, remained silent. Then the inn hostess offered him all her riches. Anuruddha still remained silent. Then she took off her upper garment and danced in front of him. Then she sat down, and then she lay down in front of him. But Anuruddha had his senses well under control and paid no attention to her. Seeing that none of her allurements moved him, she exclaimed, "It is astonishing, dear sir, it is extraordinary. So many men have offered me hundreds and thousands to win my hand, but this ascetic, whom I myself have asked, does not desire me or my wealth." The woman then put on her upper garment again, fell at Anuruddha's feet, and asked him to forgive her for her audacity. Now for the first time he opened his mouth to pardon her, exhorting her to guard herself in the future. She then left. The next morning she brought him his breakfast as if nothing had happened. Anuruddha then proceeded to give her a talk on the Dhamma, which so touched her that she became a devout lay follower of the Buddha. Anuruddha, however, continued his journey, and when he reached the monastery at Savatthi, he told the monks about his adventure. The Buddha called him and reproached him for having spent the night in a woman's quarters. He then proclaimed a rule which prohibited this. This story shows well how the venerable Anuruddha's self-restraint had saved him from becoming a slave to sensual desire. His strength of character had made such a deep impression on that woman that she repented, listened to him, and took refuge in the Buddha. Thus Anuruddha's self-control was not only for his own good, but also brought benefit to the woman. But when the Buddha reprimanded him, he did so because weaker characters could well succumb to temptation in such situations. Hence, out of compassion for them, the Buddha prescribed the rule that a monk should not expose himself to such dangers. Frequently we can observe that the Buddha wanted to prevent weaker characters from overrating their strength and trying to emulate an ideal too high for them. This story closely parallels a similar experience which befell St. Bernard of Clairvaux, who resembles Anuruddha in his strength of will. One day, as a young monk, Bernard came to an inn and asked for lodgings for the night. He was offered a bench in the public room, as there was no other place available. The innkeeper's daughter had fallen in love with the handsome young Cistercian monk and went to him during the night. He, however, turned to the wall, drew his cape up, and said to her, "If you are looking for a place to sleep, there is room enough." This total uninterest in her person sobered her, and she slinked away, ashamed. Like Anuruddha, he too had mastered the situation not through arguments, but simply through the strength of his purity. Anuruddha's earlier lives. Like many other prominent disciples, the Venerable Anuruddha had formed his original aspiration for great discipleship 100,000 eons in the past, during the dispensation of the Buddha Padumuttara. At that time he was a wealthy householder. When he saw the Buddha appoint a bhikkhu to the post of foremost among those who have the divine eye, he aspired to this station himself, made abundant offerings to the Blessed One and the Sangha, and then received from the Master the prediction of his future success. After that Buddha's parinibbana, he approached the bhikkhus and asked about the preliminary practice for gaining the divine eye. They told him that offerings of lamps would be particularly appropriate. Thus the householder offered many thousands of lamps at the golden shrine constructed to hold the Buddha's bodily relics. Again, in a subsequent life during the time of the Buddha Kassapa, after the Buddha's parinibbana, he placed bowls filled with cream of ghee all around the Buddha's shrine and lit them. He himself circumambulated the shrine all night bearing a lighted bowl on his head. The Apadana mentions a similar incident that took place during the time of a previous Buddha named Sumedha. Anuruddha had seen this Buddha meditating alone at the foot of a tree, set up lights all around him, and replenished them with fuel for 7 days. As a kamic result, he became the king of the Devas for 30 eons, and a human king 28 times, with a faculty of vision that could see for a yojana, about 6 miles all around. The longest account of any of Anuruddha's previous lives tells of the time between the arising of 2 Buddhas when he was reborn into a poor family in Benares. His name was Anabara, food carrier, and he earned his living in the service of a wealthy merchant named Sumana. One day the Pacceka Buddha, Uparita, emerged from the attainment of cessation and entered the city on alms round. Anabara saw him, proposed to give him alms, and conducted him to his home, where he and his wife each gave him the portions of food they had prepared for themselves. The wealthy merchant Sumana, having learned of his employee's noble deed, wanted to purchase his merits from him, but Anabara would not sell them even for a lavish amount of wealth. When Sumana pressured him, Anabara consulted with the Pacceka Buddha, who told him that the merit could be shared simply by inviting Sumana to rejoice in the offering, just as a flame is not diminished when other lamps are lit from it, so, he explained, merit increases and does not diminish when others are invited to rejoice in one's meritorious deeds. Sumana appreciated this opportunity, gave Anabara a generous reward, and brought him to the king. The king, too, on hearing the report, gave Anabara a bonus and had a site appointed to build a new home for him. On that site, wherever the workmen dug the ground in order to start building, they uncovered pots of treasure. These had materialized through the merit of Anabara's offering to the Pacheka Buddha, and Anabara was consequently appointed the king's treasurer. As a kamic fruit of his offering to the Pacheka Buddha, it is said, in his youth Anuruddha was never to hear the words, "There isn't any." After he attained arahantship, one day the venerable Anuruddha thought, "Where has my old friend the merchant Sumana been reborn?" With the divine eye, he then saw that he was a child of 7 years named Chula Sumana, living in a market town not far away. Anuruddha proceeded there and spent the rainy season of 3 months, living with the support of Chula Sumana's family. After the rains, he gave Chula Sumana the novice ordination, and as soon as he shaved his head, the boy attained arahantship. In his verses of the Therigatha, Anuruddha says of himself, "I know well my past abodes, where it is that I lived before. I dwelt among the 33 Devas, occupying the rank of Saka. 7 times I was a human king, and there I exercised rulership. Lord of Jambusanda, a conqueror, I ruled over the entire continent. Without force, without weapons, I exercised command by Dhamma. From here 7 and another 7, thus 14 turns in the round of births, I recall my previous abodes. I then dwelt in the Deva world." In the Jataka tales, there are no fewer than 23 accounts telling us of Anuruddha's earlier lives. In most cases he was Saka, king of the gods. Once he was Saka's messenger, a deity called Panchasika, who was a celestial musician. In the 7 earthly lives that are mentioned, he was most often an ascetic, and twice a brother of the Bodhisattva. In 3 other human rebirths he was a king, a court priest, and a court charioteer. Only once is his rebirth as an animal reported, namely as that amorous wood pigeon mentioned above. Thus in all, the Jatakas record that he was 15 times a deity, 7 times a human being, and once an animal. The fact that he was so often a king, celestial or human, indicates the power and strength in his nature. But he was quite a different god-king than Zeus with his amorous liaisons, and different also from Jehovah, who often inflicted harsh punishment on people. As Saka, king of the 33 gods, he was rather one who always protected and helped others. When the Bodhisattva was in need of help, he came to his succor. He protected him from being executed when he was defamed. On that occasion, the Bodhisattva's wife had raised her voice to high heaven over this injustice, and Saka, the future Anuruddha, was so moved by her impassioned entreaty that he took action and saved the Bodhisattva. On another occasion, the Bodhisattva, a king, had forbidden animal sacrifices in his kingdom. A bloodthirsty demon resented this and wanted to kill the king, but Saka appeared and protected the Bodhisattva once again. On other occasions, Saka wanted to put the Bodhisattva to a test in order to strengthen his virtue. So in the last of the Jataka tales, the Vasantara Jataka, Saka, in the guise of an old Brahmin, asked the Bodhisattva for his wife in order to test his joyful generosity. On another occasion, Saka also wanted to test whether the Bodhisattva was firm in his vow of generosity, and asked him for his eyes. When the Bodhisattva was leading the life of an ascetic, Saka wanted to test his patience and forbearance, and blamed him for his physical ugliness. The Bodhisattva told him of his ugly deeds that had made him so ugly, and he praised the goodness and purity for which he was now striving. Then Saka said that he would grant him a wish. What the Bodhisattva asked for was freedom from malice, hate, greed, and lust. Further, he wished that he might never hurt anyone. All that, Saka explained, was not in his own power to grant, but had to come from one's own moral effort. Saka also tested the Bodhisattva's frugality. In a third group of accounts, Saka, once again the future Anuruddha, invited the Bodhisattva to his heaven and showed him the mysteries of the celestial and the hell worlds. This was told in the story of the musician Gutila, which we have already recounted. In the stories of King Nimi and of the charitable King Sardina, Saka also invited them to his heaven. From his lives as a human being, we may note two revealing episodes. In one birth, when Anuruddha was a court Brahmin and counsellor, the king asked him how advantageous actions and justice could be united by one who was a ruler. Without intellectual pride, the Brahmin admitted that he could not answer that question. Instead, he went assiduously in search of one who knew, and he found him in the Bodhisattva. When he was a royal charioteer, he once wanted to avoid a heavy downpour which was threatening. To speed up the horses, he hit them with the goad. From that time on, whenever the horses came to that particular spot on the road, they would start to gallop as if aware of a danger lurking just there. Seeing this, the charioteer regretted deeply that he had frightened and hurt those noble steeds, and he admitted that by having done so, he did not fully observe the traditional Kuru virtues. All these diverse and colourful stories have a common feature. They show several characteristic qualities of Anuruddha: his strong, active striving for virtue, his strength of character, and his concern for the welfare of others. They also show that his skill in meditation and his mastery of supernormal faculties had their roots in his experiences during many lives as Saka, ruler of the gods. The Buddha's Parinibbana and afterward. The Venerable Anuruddha was present at the Buddha's decease, recounted in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, and he played a major role in the affairs of the newly orphaned Sangha. When the Master knew that death was close, he entered into the full sequence of the meditative absorptions and then attained the cessation of perception and feeling. At that moment, Ananda turned to Anuruddha and said, "Venerable Anuruddha, the Blessed One has passed away." But Anuruddha, an arahant endowed with the divine eye, had been able to gauge the level of meditation into which the Buddha had entered, and he corrected the younger monk. "Not so, friend Ananda. The Blessed One has not passed away. He has entered the cessation of perception and feeling." The Buddha, however, rising from the attainment of cessation, turned his mind back to the stages of absorption in their reverse order until he reached the first jhana, then rose up again to the fourth jhana, and rising from it, he instantly passed away into the nibbana element without any residue. When the enlightened one had finally passed away, both Brahma, the high divinity, and Saka, king of the 33 gods, honoured the Buddha in verses evoking the law of impermanence. The third to speak was Anuruddha, who uttered these verses. There was no more in and out breathing in the stable one of steady mind, when unstirred, bent on peace, the one with vision attained final nibbana. With unshrinking mind he endured the painful feeling. The deliverance of the mind was like the quenching of a lamp. Many of the monks attending the Buddha's last hours grieved and lamented over the Master's death, but Anuruddha exhorted them with a reminder of impermanence. "Enough, friends, do not grieve, do not lament, for has not the Blessed One declared that with all that is dear and beloved there must be change, separation, and severance? Of that which is arisen, come into being, compounded, and subject to decay, how can one say, may it not come to dissolution?" He also informed the monks that the deities too were lamenting. There are deities who are earthly minded, and with dishevelled hair they weep, with uplifted arms they weep, Flinging themselves on the ground, they roll from side to side, lamenting. Too soon has the Blessed One attained Parinibbana. Too soon has the Sublime One attained Parinibbana. Too soon has the eye of the world vanished from our sight. But, he added, those deities who are free of passion, mindful and clearly comprehending, simply reflected, impermanent are all compounded things. How could this be otherwise? Anuruddha and Ananda spent the rest of the night near the deceased master. In the morning, Anuruddha asked Ananda to announce the passing away of the Blessed One to the householders living in the next village, Kusinara. At once they gathered and prepared the funeral pyre. When, however, 8 strong men tried to lift the body up to the pyre, they could not do so. They then went to the venerable Anuruddha and asked why the body could not be moved. Anuruddha told them that the deities wanted a different ceremony and explained their intentions, whereupon all happened just as the deities wished. With regard to the procedure of burning the body, the householders turned to the venerable Ananda for advice. This shows the different competence of the 2 half-brothers. Anuruddha was master of otherworldly affairs, while Ananda was well versed in practical matters. After the Buddha's demise, the guidance of the order did not go to his next of kin, as for instance the Arahant Anuruddha. The Buddha had not nominated any formal successor, but the natural veneration of the monks and lay people concentrated on the venerable Mahakassapa. He was the one who initiated the first council, at which 500 Arahant monks rehearsed and codified the Buddha's teachings. Before the council opened, the venerable Ananda had not yet attained to arahantship, and this would have excluded him from participating. The elder monks, headed by Anuruddha, therefore urged him to make a determined effort to break through the last fetters and realize final liberation. Within a short time Ananda succeeded, and so could join the other elders in the council as an arahant. During its sessions he recited the numerous teachings which he of all monks had best retained in his memory. In this manner Anuruddha had helped his half-brother to attain the goal of liberation, for the good of the Sangha and for the good of all who seek a path to deliverance. And this has remained a blessing for us even today. According to the commentary to the Digha Nikaya, Anuruddha himself was entrusted at the council with the preservation of the Anguttara Nikaya. About the venerable Anuruddha's death, nothing else is known except the serene, final stanza of his 20 verses in the Therigatha. In the Velava village of the Vajjayans, below a thicket of bamboo trees, cankerless, I shall pass into Nibbana when my life force is spent. Chapter 6. Mahakachana, Master of Doctrinal Exposition, by Bhikkhu Bodhi. Introduction. As a skilled and versatile teacher, the Buddha adopted different styles of discourse to communicate the Dhamma to his disciples. Often he would explain a teaching in detail. Having introduced his topic with a short statement or synopsis, he would then explain it at length, analyzing it, drawing out its implications, and sometimes attaching a simile to reinforce his point. Finally, he would restate the introductory declaration as a conclusion, now supported by the entire weight of the foregoing analysis. On other occasions, however, the Buddha would not teach in detail. Instead, he would present the Dhamma briefly, offering only a short, sometimes even cryptic statement, charged with a profound but highly concentrated meaning. The Buddha did not teach the doctrine in this way in order to conceal an esoteric message. He used this technique because it sometimes proved more effective than a detailed elaboration in shaking and transforming the minds of his listeners. Although direct explanation of the meaning may have transmitted information more efficiently, the purpose of the teaching is not to convey information, but to lead on, to insight, higher wisdom, and deliverance. By requiring the disciples to reflect upon the meaning and to draw out the implications by sustained inquiry and mutual discussion, the Buddha ensured that his utterance would serve this purpose. While such brief teachings would escape the understanding of the great majority of the monks, those disciples with sharp faculties of wisdom could readily fathom their meaning. Under such circumstances, the ordinary monks, reluctant to trouble their master with requests for an explanation, would turn for clarification to the senior disciples, whose comprehension of the Dhamma had already been confirmed by the Blessed One. So important did this function become in the early Sangha, that the Buddha himself established a separate category of eminent disciples called the foremost of those who analyze in detail the meaning of what was stated by me in brief. The bhikkhu whom the master assigned to this post was the Venerable Mahakachana, Kachana the Great, so called to distinguish him from others who bore the common Brahmanical clan name of Kacharyana, shortened to Kachana. After his ordination as a monk, Mahakachana usually resided in his homeland of Avanti, a remote region to the southwest of the Middle Country where the Buddha dwelt. For this reason, he did not spend as much time in the Blessed One's presence as some of the other great disciples did, and we do not find him figuring as prominently in Sangha affairs as the closer disciples like Sariputta, Mahamoggallana, and Ananda. Nevertheless, on account of the astuteness of his intellect, the profundity of his insight into the Dhamma, and his skill as a speaker, whenever Mahakachana did join the Buddha's company, the other monks frequently turned to him for help in illuminating the brief statements of the Buddha that had been causing them bafflement. We thus find in the Pali Canon a sheaf of discourses spoken by Mahakachana that occupy a place of primary importance. These texts, always methodically refined and analytically precise, demonstrate with astounding lucidity the far-ranging implications and practical bearings of several brief statements of the Buddha that would otherwise, without his explanations, escape our understanding. The Sangsaric background. As in the case of all the Buddha's chief disciples, the Venerable Mahakachana's elevation to a position of preeminence in the Sangha was the flowering of a seed that had been planted long ago in the rolling cycles of samsara, the round of rebirths, and had been brought to gradual maturity over countless lives. The biographical sketch of Mahakachana relates that his original aspiration to a leading role in the Sangha was formed 100,000 eons in the past, during the dispensation of the Buddha Padumuttara. At that time, Kachana had been reborn into a wealthy householder family. One day, when he went to the monastery, he saw the Buddha appoint a certain bhikkhu, the foremost of those who can analyze in detail what had been stated by him in brief. The young householder was deeply impressed by the monk on whom this honor was bestowed, and the thought occurred to him, "Great indeed is that bhikkhu, in that the teacher praises him so. I ought to attain such a position in the dispensation of some future Buddha." To obtain the merit needed to support such a lofty aspiration, the young householder invited the teacher to receive alms at his home, and for a full week he bestowed lavish offerings on the Buddha and his Sangha. At the week's end, he prostrated himself at the Blessed One's feet and voiced his heart's desire. Then the Buddha, looking into the future with his unimpeded knowledge, saw that the youth's aspiration would be fulfilled. He told him, "Young man, in the future, after 100,000 eons have elapsed, a Buddha named Gautama will arise. In his dispensation, you will be the foremost of those who can analyze in detail the meaning of what the Buddha has stated in brief." The Apadana relates that in this same past life, Kachana had built for the Buddha Padumuttara a stupa with a stone seat, which he had covered with gold. He had the stupa embellished with a jeweled parasol and an ornamental fan. According to the above text, it was after he made this offering that Padumuttara predicted his future attainment to the position of a great disciple in the dispensation of the Buddha Gautama. In this prediction, the Blessed One also makes other prophecies concerning Kachana's future, which from our temporal perspective would now constitute his past history. The Buddha foretold that as the fruit of his meritorious gifts, the householder would become a lord of the Devas for 30 eons. Having returned to the human world, he would become a world monarch named Padasara, whose body would emit rays of light all around. He would spend his next to last existence in the Tusita heaven, and passing away from there, he would be reborn in a Brahmin family with the clan name Kachana. In that life, he would attain arahantship and be appointed a great disciple by the Buddha. A later section of the Apadana gives a somewhat different account of Mahakachana's original aspiration to great discipleship. In this version, at the time of the Buddha Padumuttara, the future disciple was an ascetic living in seclusion in the Himalayas. One day, while travelling through the sky by supernormal power, he passed over a populated area and saw the victorious one down below. He descended, approached the master to listen to the Dhamma, and heard him praise a certain bhikkhu, whose name was also Kachana, as the chief among those who can elaborate on brief statements. Thereupon the ascetic went to the Himalayas, collected a bouquet of flowers, and, quickly returning to the assembly, presented them to the Lord. At that point he formed the aspiration to become the chief expositor of the Dhamma, and the Blessed One prophesied that his aspiration would be fulfilled under the Buddha Gautama. In this same series of verses, Mahakachana states that as a result of his offering to the Buddha, he never took rebirth in the netherworld, in the hells, the animal realm, or the sphere of ghosts, but was always reborn either in the world of the Devas or in the human realm. Also, when he took rebirth as a human being, he was always reborn into the upper two social classes, among nobles or Brahmins, and never into low-class families. At the time of the Buddha Kassapa, Kachana had taken rebirth in a family of Benares. After the Lord Kassapa's parinibbana, he offered a precious golden brick for the construction of a golden stupa for the Buddha. On presenting it, he made the wish, "Whenever I am reborn, may my body always have a golden hue." As a result, when he was reborn during the time of our Buddha, his body was endowed with a beautiful golden hue, which deeply impressed those who beheld it. In one case, which we will discuss below, this physical attribute of the elder led to a bizarre series of events. Kachana's conversion to the Dhamma. In his last existence, when the Buddha Gautama appeared in the world, Kachana was born as the son of the chaplain in the city of Ujjaini, the capital of Avanti, to the southwest of the Middle Country. His father's personal name was Tiritivacha, and his mother's Chandima, and they were of the Kacharyana clan, one of the oldest and most highly respected lines of Brahmins. Since he was born with a golden-coloured body, his parents exclaimed that he had brought his name along with him at birth, and they named him Kanchana, which means golden. As a Brahmin and the son of the court chaplain, when Kanchana grew up, he studied the 3 Vedas, the traditional sacred scriptures of the Brahmins, and after his father's death, he succeeded him in the position of court chaplain. The king of Avanti, at the time that Kachana became chaplain, was Chanda Pajota, Pajota the Violent. He was called thus because of his explosive and unpredictable temper. When King Chanda Pajota heard that the Buddha had arisen in the world, he assembled his ministers and asked them to go and invite the Blessed One to visit Ujjaini. The ministers all agreed that the only one who could handle this assignment was the chaplain Kachana. Kachana, however, would go on this mission only under one condition, that he would be permitted to become a monk after meeting the Enlightened One. The king, ready to accept any condition in exchange for a meeting with the Tathagata, gave his consent. Kachana set out accompanied by 7 other courtiers. When they met the master, he taught them the Dhamma, and at the end of the discourse, Kachana and his 7 companions all attained arahantship together with the 4 analytical knowledges. The Buddha granted them ordination simply by raising his hand and welcoming them into the Sangha with the words, "Come, bhikkhus." The new bhikkhu, now the venerable Mahakachana, then began to praise the splendors of Ujjaini to the Buddha. The master realized that his new disciple wanted him to travel to his native land, but he replied that it would be sufficient for Kachana to go himself, as he was already capable of teaching the Dhamma and of inspiring confidence in King Chandapajota. In the course of their return journey, the party of monks arrived at a town named Telapanali, where they stopped to gather alms. In that town lived 2 maidens, merchants' daughters of different families. One girl was beautiful, with lovely long hair, but both her parents had died and she lived in poverty, looked after by her governess. The other girl was wealthy but was afflicted with an illness that had caused her to lose her hair. Repeatedly she had tried to persuade the poor girl to sell her hair to her so she could make a wig, but the poor girl had consistently refused. Now, when the poor girl saw Kachana and his fellow monks walking for alms, their bowls empty, she felt a sudden surge of faith and devotion arise in her toward the elder and decided to offer them alms. However, as she had no wealth, the only way she could obtain money to buy provisions was to sell her hair to the rich girl. This time, as the hair came to the rich girl already cut, she paid only 8 coins for it. With these 8 coins, the poor girl had alms food prepared for the 8 monks, using 1 coin for each portion. After she had presented the alms, as an immediate fruit of the meritorious deed, her full head of hair instantly grew back to its original length. When Mahakachana arrived back in Ujjaini, he reported this incident to King Chandapajota. The king had the girl conveyed to his palace and at once appointed her his chief queen. From that time onward, the king greatly honored Mahakachana. Many people of Ujjaini who heard the elder preach gained faith in the Dhamma and went forth under him as monks. Thus the entire city became, in the words of the commentary, a single blaze of saffron robes, a blowing back and forth of the banner of sages. The queen, who was exceedingly devoted to the elder, built for him a dwelling in the Golden Grove Park. So says the Anguttara commentary, but the Pali Canon itself suggests that the Sangha was not as well established in Avanti as the commentator would lead us to believe. The evidence for this is a story reported in the Mahavagga of the Vinaya Pitaka. When this story opens, Mahakachana was dwelling in Avanti at his favourite residence, the Osprey's haunt on Precipice Mountain. A lay disciple of his named Sona Kutikana came to him and expressed the wish to go forth under him as a monk. But Kachana, seeing perhaps that the householder was not yet ready to take such a big step, discouraged him with the words, "Difficult, Sona, is it to sleep alone, to eat 1 meal a day, and to observe celibacy for as long as life lasts. While remaining a householder, you should apply yourself to the Buddha's teaching, and at the proper times you may sleep alone, eat 1 meal a day, and observe celibacy." With these words, Sona's enthusiasm for ordination subsided. Some time later, however, the urge was rekindled, and he approached the elder with the same request. A second time Kachana discouraged him, and a second time Sona's desire for ordination abated. When Sona approached for the 3rd time, Mahakachana gave him the going forth, the initial ordination as a novice. During the Buddha's time, it seems to have been customary to grant both ordinations in immediate succession to mature men who were already endowed with faith in the Dhamma and well acquainted with the teachings. The novice ordination would be given first, and then, right afterwards, the higher ordination, making the postulant a bhikkhu, a full member of the Sangha. But at the time the above incident took place, Avanti was short of monks, being a region quite far from the Buddha's own missionary rounds and from the other centres of Buddhist activity. According to the disciplinary regulations that were still in effect, the higher ordination had to be performed by a chapter of at least 10 bhikkhus. But such was the situation in Avanti that the venerable Mahakachana could not easily find even 9 other bhikkhus to confer the higher ordination on Sona. It was only 3 years later that the elder could, with trouble and difficulty, convene an assembly of 10 bhikkhus from different places in the region to give Sona the higher ordination. When Sona had completed his first rains retreat as a bhikkhu, a keen desire arose in him to pay a visit to the Buddha. He had heard many times the highest praise of the Blessed One, his Lord and refuge, yet he had never seen the Master face to face, and now the desire to pay homage to him in person had become irresistible. He went to his preceptor to ask for his permission to make the long journey to Savatthi, where the Buddha was residing. Not only did Mahakachana applaud his disciple's request, but he asked Sona to convey to the Lord an appeal that certain monastic regulations be relaxed to suit the different social and geographical conditions that prevailed in Avanti and in other border regions. When Sona came to the Buddha and explained his preceptor's petition, the master readily agreed. First, to determine what districts should count as border regions, the Buddha defined the boundaries of the middle country, wherein the original regulations were to remain binding. Then he announced the revised versions of the rules that would apply in the border regions, though not in the middle country. These revised rules are the following. The higher ordination would not require 10 bhikkhus, but could now be given by a chapter of 5, one of whom must be an expert in the Vinaya, the monastic discipline. Monks are allowed to use sandals with thick linings, as the ground in those regions is rough and hard on the feet. Monks are permitted to bathe frequently, as the people of Avanti attach great importance to bathing. Sheepskins, goatskins, etc. could be used as coverlets. Robes could be accepted on behalf of a monk who has left the district, and the 10 days period during which, under the rule, an extra robe could be kept would begin only when the robe actually reaches his hand. Various incidents. Neither the suttas nor the commentaries offer us very much biographical information about the Venerable Mahakachana's life in the Sangha. They focus rather on his role as teacher, especially on his detailed exposition of the Buddha's brief statements. From the settings to the suttas in which Mahakachana appears, we can infer that after his ordination he spent most of his time in Avanti. Usually it seems he dwelt quietly in seclusion, though when occasion arose he gave instruction to others. Periodically he would go to visit the Buddha at his main places of residence, and it seems likely that he also sometimes accompanied him on his preaching tours. The 3 suttas of the Majjhima Nikaya in which Mahakachana appears in the role of expositor open at 3 different locates, in Kapilavatthu, Rajagaha and Savatthi. As these cities were, relative to the geographical extent of the Ganges Valley, widely separated, and as all were far from Avanti, this suggests either that Kachana spent long periods accompanying the Buddha on his journeys, or that he would travel to the different monastic centres where the Buddha resided when he heard that the Master intended to stay there for some time. We do not find in the texts indications that Mahakachana entered into close friendships with the other leading monks, as for instance Sariputta, Mahamoggallana and Ananda did with one another. He seems to be one who generally lived aloof, though he did not place a strict emphasis on seclusion in the manner of one like Mahakassapa, nor did he seem especially stern in his asceticism. He was ready to assume teaching duties on request, as we shall see, but we find that he always appears in the suttas in the role of expositor and elucidator of the Dhamma to others. We do not see him engage in person-to-person dialogues with other monks, as we see in the case of all the above-mentioned elders. Neither do we see him address inquiries to the Buddha, as even the wisest of the bhikkhus, the Venerable Sariputta, often did. His absence is conspicuous in the Mahagosinga Sutta, wherein the other outstanding disciples gather on a full moon night to discuss the ideal bhikkhu who could illuminate the forest. Surely, however, if Mahakachana was present on that occasion, he would have described such a monk as one skilled in the detailed exposition of brief sayings. Mahakachana did grant ordination, as we saw above in the case of Sona, though his pupils, despite the words of the Anguttara commentary, were probably not very numerous. One was the bhikkhu Isiddhata, who even while very young had impressed many of the older monks with his incisive replies to difficult questions on the Dhamma. There can be little doubt that Isiddhata's skill in tackling subtle points of doctrine reflects the rigorous training he must have received from Mahakachana. On one occasion, when Mahakachana visited the Buddha, he received special homage from Sakka, the king of the gods. This occurred when the Buddha was dwelling at the eastern park at Savatthi, in the mansion of Megara's mother. The Lord was sitting surrounded by a company of great disciples on the occasion of the Pavarana, the ceremony of mutual criticism among the monks that terminates the annual rains retreat. Because Mahakachana regularly used to visit the Buddha in order to hear the Dhamma, coming even from a long distance, the other elders would always reserve a seat for him in case he should unexpectedly turn up. On this occasion, Sakka, along with his celestial retinue, drew near to the holy assembly and prostrated himself before the Blessed One. Since he did not see Mahakachana, he thought to himself, "It would be good indeed if the noble elder would arrive." Just at that moment, Kachana approached and took his seat. When Sakka beheld him, he grasped him firmly by the ankles, expressed his joy over the elder's arrival, and honoured him with gifts of scents and flowers. Some of the younger monks were upset and complained that Sakka was being partial in his display of reverence, but the Buddha reproved them with the words, "Monks, those monks who, like my son Mahakachana, guard the doors of the senses, are beloved both among devas and humans." He then pronounced the following stanza of the Dhammapada. "Even the devas hold him dear, whose senses are subdued like horses trained well by a charioteer, whose pride is destroyed, and who is free from corruptions." That Kachana was actually one who devoted close attention to the mastery of the sense faculties is borne out by his discourses, which, as we shall see below, often emphasize the need for guarding the doors of the senses. The commentaries record two curious series of events, both of which stemmed from the impression that the elder's physical form made on the minds of others. One of these, reported in the Dhammapada commentary, involved the young man called Soreya, who was the son of the treasurer in the city of the same name. One day the youth Soreya was driving out of the city in a carriage, en route to a bathing spot, together with an intimate friend and a merry band of companions. Just as they were leaving the city, the venerable Mahakachana was standing at the city gate, putting on his outer robe before entering to walk on alms round. When the youth Soreya beheld the golden-hued body of the elder, he thought to himself, "Oh, that this elder might become my wife, or may the hue of my wife's body become like the hue of his body." At the very moment this wanton thought passed through his mind, Soreya was instantly transformed from a man into a woman. Startled by this inexplicable change of sex, he jumped out of the carriage and fled before the others could notice what had occurred. Gradually he made his way to the city of Takasila. His companions searched for him in vain and reported his strange disappearance to his parents. When all attempts to trace him proved futile, his parents concluded that he had died, and they had the funeral rites performed. Meanwhile, the woman Soreya, on reaching Takasila, met the son of the city's treasurer, who fell in love with her and took her as his wife. In the first years of their marriage, she gave birth to 2 sons. Previously, while a man, Soreya had fathered 2 sons through his wife in his native city. Thus he was the parent of 4 children, 2 as a father and 2 as a mother. One day, the former intimate friend of Soreya came to Takasila on some personal business. Lady Soreya saw him in the street and called him into her house, revealing to him the secret of her mysterious metamorphosis from a man into a woman. The friend proposed that Soreya should offer alms to Mahakachana, who was living close by, and then beg pardon from him for having given rise to such a lewd thought. The friend then went to the elder and invited him to come to the lady's house for alms on the following day. When the venerable Mahakachana arrived, the friend brought Lady Soraya into his presence, informed him of what had happened long ago, and asked him to pardon her for that transgression. As soon as the elder uttered the words, "I pardon you," Lady Soraya was transformed back into a man. Shaken out of all worldly complacency by this double metamorphosis, Soraya determined that he could never again lead the household life. He took ordination as a bhikkhu under Mahakachana, and after a short time attained arahantship together with the supernormal powers. Vasakara, the chief minister of Magadha under King Ajatasattu, was less fortunate, though his misfortune sprang entirely from his own pride and obstinacy, and not from some force outside his control. The commentary to the Majjhima Nikaya reports that one day, when Vasakara saw the venerable Mahakachana coming down from Vulture's Peak, he exclaimed, "He looks just like a monkey." Such an exclamation seems strange, particularly as Mahakachana is described in the texts as being especially handsome and graceful. But whatever the reason for the remark, news of the incident spread and eventually reached the Buddha. The Blessed One said that if Vasakara would go to the elder and beg his pardon, all would be well. But if he did not ask pardon, he would be reborn as a monkey in the bamboo grove in Rajagaha. This was reported back to Vasakara. As the chief minister of the kingdom, Vasakara must have been too proud to beg forgiveness from a mendicant monk. Thus, reflecting that whatever the Buddha says must be true, he resigned himself to his future fate, and made preparations for his next existence by planting trees in the bamboo grove and setting up a guard to protect the wildlife there. It is said that sometime after his death, a monkey was born in the bamboo grove who would draw near when people called out, "Vasakara." The circumstances of the Venerable Mahakachana's death are not recorded in the texts, but at the end of the Madhura Sutta, Mahakachana declares that the Buddha has attained parinibbana, so it is evident that he himself outlived his master. The elaborator of brief statements. The Buddha honored the Venerable Mahakachana by naming him his foremost disciple in the ability to provide detailed expositions of his own brief statements. Mahakachana earned this distinguished title principally because of 8 suttas found in the Nikayas, 3 in the Majjhima, 3 in the Samyutta, and 2 in the Anguttara. Besides these, we find in the Nikayas several other discourses of Mahakachana's that are not based on a brief utterance of the Buddha. Taken together, all these discourses have a uniform and distinctive flavour that reveal the qualities of the mind from which they sprang. They are thorough, balanced, careful and cautious, substantial in content, meticulous in expression, incisive, well-conceived and well-rounded. They are also, admittedly, a little dry, unemotional and unsentimental, and bare of the rhetorical devices utilized by other renowned exponents of the Dhamma. We find in them no similes, parables or stories. Their language is plain but impeccably precise. In this respect his sermons contrast with those of the Buddha, Sariputta and Ananda, all of whom were skilled in devising striking similes that impress the formal message of the discourse indelibly on the auditor's mind. Mahakachana's discourses, it seems, owe their effectiveness entirely to their content rather than to literary embellishment. But with no wastage of words, they never fail to lead straight to the heart of the Dhamma. As an analyst of the Dhamma, Mahakachana most closely approximates to the Venerable Sariputta, and indeed the discourses of both exhibit similar traits. The difference between them is principally a matter of emphasis rather than of substance. Sariputta's Dhamma talks, as seen, for example, in the Samaditi Sutta and the Mahahatipadopama Sutta, begin with a specified topic, which they develop analytically by dissecting that topic into its components and exploring each component in turn, often with still finer subdivisions. Within his own specialized sphere, Mahakachana generally starts not with a general topic, but with a short utterance of the Buddha, often one that is intuitive, poetic, or exhortatory in character. His exposition then unfolds by reformulating the gnomic or inspirational phrasing of the Buddha's statements in ways that link it up with more familiar frameworks of established doctrine, often the 6 spheres of sense and the practice of sense restraint. Yet, despite their differences in emphasis, both these great disciples share a predilection for systematic analysis, and both display the same concern for razor-sharp precision in their thinking. For this reason, no doubt, within the Theravada tradition, each elder has come to be regarded as the father of a particular methodology for interpreting the Dharma that rose to prominence in the early centuries of Buddhist literary history. Sariputta is, of course, viewed as the original systematizer of the Abhidhamma, which, according to tradition, he elaborated based on the outlines that the Buddha taught him during his periodic visits to the human realm while expounding the Abhidhamma to the Devas in the Tavatimsa heaven. Mahakachana is regarded as the author of an exegetical system embedded in 2 post-canonical works that exerted an important influence on the early Buddhist commentators. About these 2 works, the Pitakapadesa and the Netipakarana, we shall have more to say below. The Majjhima Nikaya. The first sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya in which the Venerable Mahakachana plays a prominent role is the Madhupindika Sutta, the Honeyball Discourse, a title assigned to it by the Buddha himself, perhaps a unique instance of the master conferring a title upon a sutta spoken by a disciple. The sutta opens on an occasion when the Blessed One is dwelling at the city of Kapilavatthu in his native land, the Sakyan Republic. One day, while he is sitting in meditation in Nigrodha's park, an arrogant Sakyan named Dandapani approaches him and asks, in a deliberately discourteous manner, "What does the recluse assert? What does he proclaim?" The Buddha replies with an answer intended to underscore his own refusal to be dragged into the type of conflict that his questioner wants to instigate. "Friend, I assert and proclaim such a teaching that one does not quarrel with anyone in the world, with its gods, its Maras and its Brahmas, in this generation with its recluses and Brahmins, its princes and its people. Such a teaching that perceptions no more underlie that Brahmin who abides detached from sensual pleasures, without perplexity, shorn of worry, free from craving for any kind of being." The reply is utterly incomprehensible to Dandapani, who raises his eyebrows in bewilderment and departs. Later, in the evening, the Buddha informs the bhikkhus what had transpired. One monk inquires, "What exactly is the teaching that the Blessed One proclaims, whereby one can avoid all quarrels and, at the same time, be free from the pernicious influence of craving?" The Buddha answers with the following pithy statement. "Bhikkhus, as to the source through which perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a person, if nothing is found there to delight in, welcome and hold to, this is the end of the underlying tendencies to lust, aversion, views, doubt, conceit, the desire for being, and ignorance. This is the end of reliance on rods and weapons, of quarrels, brawls, disputes, recrimination, malice, and false speech. Here these evil, unwholesome states cease without remainder." Having said this, before the monks even have time to ask for an explanation, the Lord rises from his seat and enters his dwelling. After the Buddha has retired, the bhikkhus ponder his statement, and realizing that they cannot understand it on their own, they consider, "The Venerable Mahakachana is praised by the teacher and esteemed by his wise companions in the holy life. He is capable of expounding the detailed meaning. Suppose we went to him and asked him the meaning of this." When they approach Mahakachana and make their request, he first chides them for coming to him rather than asking the Buddha to clarify it. To come to him when the Blessed One is present, he says, is like seeking heartwood among the branches and leaves of a great tree after passing over the trunk. The Blessed One is the one who knows and sees. He is vision. He is knowledge. He has become the Dhamma, become the Holy One. He is the sayer, the proclaimer, the elucidator of meaning, the giver of the deathless, the Lord of the Dhamma, the Tathagata. The bhikkhus, however, while admitting that the elder's reproach is warranted, still insist that he himself is well qualified to explain the meaning. Finally, the elder consents. He then gives the following explanation of the Buddha's brief statement. Dependent on the I and forms, I consciousness arises. The meeting of the three is contact. With contact as condition, there is feeling. What one feels, that one perceives. What one perceives, that one thinks about. What one thinks about, that one mentally proliferates. With what one has mentally proliferated as the source, perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a person with respect to past, future and present forms cognizable through the eye. The same pattern is repeated for each of the other sense bases. The elder then connects the entire exposition with the principle of conditionality, showing how each term in the series arises in dependence on the preceding term and ceases with the cessation of its predecessor. This passage, rich in implications, offers a penetrative account of the process by which the deluded mind becomes overwhelmed by its own imaginary creations, its distorted perceptions and mental constructs. The sequence begins as a straightforward description of the conditioned genesis of cognition. Each type of consciousness arises in dependence on its respective sense faculty and object. The process unfolds in the natural order through contact, feeling, and perception as far as the stage of thinking. But in the unenlightened worldling who lacks correct insight into the true nature of things, at the stage of thinking, cognition is vitiated by the influence of papancha, a difficult Pali word best rendered as conceptual proliferation. Instead of correctly comprehending the objects of perception, the deluded mind, infiltrated by papancha, spins out a complex mental commentary that embellishes things with the erroneous notions of mine, I, and myself. Thereby, the person is overrun by perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation. The underlying springs of this conceptual proliferation are three defilements: craving, conceit, and wrong view. When these three gain control of the thought process, cognition runs wild, spilling out a host of delusive ideas, obsessions, and passions that overpower the subject and reduce him to their hapless victim. This process of sense perception, as Mahakachana shows, is the source through which perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a person, referred to by the Buddha in his brief statement. When there is no delighting in the process of perception by way of craving, which elaborates upon experience in terms of the notion mine, when there is no welcoming it by way of conceit, which introduces the notion I am, when there is no holding to it by way of wrong view, which proliferates in notions of a self, then all the underlying tendencies to the defilements will be uprooted, and one can dwell in the world as a liberated sage, holy and wise, without quarrels, conflicts, and disputes. Such was the explanation of the Buddha's words that Mahakachana offered to the monks. Afterwards the monks approached the Blessed One and told him what Mahakachana had said. The Buddha replied with words of the highest praise for his disciple. Mahakachana is wise, bhikkhus. Mahakachana has great wisdom. If you had asked me the meaning of this, I would have explained it to you in the same way that Mahakachana has explained it. Such is the meaning of this, and so you should remember it. Just then the Venerable Ananda, standing nearby, added a memorable simile to highlight the beauty of Mahakachana's exposition. Just as if a man exhausted by hunger and weakness came upon a honey ball, in the course of eating it, he would find a sweet, delectable flavour. So too, Venerable Sir, any able bhikkhu, in the course of scrutinizing with wisdom the meaning of this discourse on the Dhamma, would find satisfaction and confidence of mind. On the basis of this simile, the Buddha named the discourse the Madhupindika Sutta, the honey ball discourse. The other two Majjhima Nikaya suttas, featuring Mahakachana, and one in the Anguttara Nikaya, conform to this same stereotyped pattern. The Buddha makes a brief statement, gets up and enters his dwelling. The monks approach the elder to ask for an explanation of the meaning. He reprimands them for coming to him rather than asking the Lord himself, but finally he complies with their request and elucidates the Buddha's utterance. The monks return to the Buddha and repeat his analysis, which the master applauds with words of praise. The Mahakachana Bhaddikarata Sutta centers around the famous Bhaddikarata poem, a set of verses spoken by the Buddha that had been circulating within the Sangha. The poem stresses the need to abandon longing for the past and anticipation of the future, calling instead for urgent effort to marshal all one's energies for penetrating with insight the present reality itself. Many of the Buddha's disciples had learned the poem by heart, along with the Buddha's own exegesis of it, and had been using it as an inspiration for their meditation practice and as a theme for sermons. One bhikkhu named Samiti, however, did not know even the poem, let alone its exegesis. One day, a benevolent deity, taking compassion on him, came to him in the early morning and urged him to learn the Bhaddikarata poem and exposition. Samiti went to the Buddha and asked him to teach these to him. The Buddha recited the poem. Let not a person revive the past, or on the future build his hopes, for the past has been left behind, and the future has not been reached. Instead, with insight, let him see each presently arisen state. Let him know that, and be sure of it, invincibly, unshakably. Today the effort must be made. Tomorrow death may come, who knows? No bargain with mortality can keep him and his hordes away. But one who dwells thus ardently, relentlessly by day, by night, it is he, the peaceful sage has said, who has had one excellent night. Then the Blessed One rose from his seat and entered his dwelling. Samiti and the other monks present at the time went to the Venerable Mahakachana in search of an explanation. As in the prelude to the Madhupindika Sutta, Mahakachana at first remonstrates with them, but then agrees to share his understanding of the poem. Taking up the first two lines as the theme of his exposition, he explicates each by way of the 6 sense bases. One revives the past when one recollects the eye and forms seen in the past, dwelling upon them with desire and lust. So too with the other 5 sense faculties and their objects. One builds up hope upon the future when one sets one's heart on experiencing in the future sense objects one has not yet encountered. One who does not bind himself by desire and lust to memories of past sensory experience and yearnings for future sensory experience is one who does not revive the past or build up hope upon the future. Similarly, one whose mind is shackled by lust to the present sense faculties and their objects is called one vanquished in regard to presently arisen states, while one whose mind is not bound to them by lust is called one invincible in regard to presently arisen states. Again, the monks return to the Buddha, who says, "If you had asked me the meaning of this, I would have explained it to you in the same way that Mahakachana has done." The third Majjhima Sutta, the Udesa Vibhanga Sutta, opens with the Buddha announcing to the monks that he will teach them a summary and an exposition. He recites the summary thus: Bhikkhus, a bhikkhu should examine things in such a way that while he is examining them, his consciousness is not distracted and scattered externally, nor stuck internally, and by not clinging he does not become agitated. If his consciousness is not distracted and scattered externally, nor stuck internally, and if by not clinging he does not become agitated, then for him there is no origination of suffering, of birth, aging, and death in the future. Then, as on prior occasions, he rises from his seat and retires, without giving the exposition, a strange omission as he had announced that he would teach it. But the monks do not feel lost, for the venerable Mahakachana is in their midst, and his explanation would certainly win the approbation of the master. After his usual protest, Kachana begins his analysis by taking up each phrase in the Buddha's summary and dissecting it in minute detail. How is consciousness distracted and scattered externally? When a monk has seen a form with the eye, or has experienced some other sense object with its corresponding faculty, if his consciousness follows after the sign of form, is tied and shackled by gratification in the sign of form, is fettered by the fetter of gratification in the sign of form, then his consciousness is called distracted and scattered externally. But if, on seeing a form with the eye, etc., the monk does not follow after the sign of form, does not become tied and shackled to the sign of form, then his consciousness is called not distracted and scattered externally. His mind is stuck internally if he attains any of the 4 jhanas, the meditative absorptions, and his mind becomes tied and shackled by gratification in the superior rapture, bliss, peace, and equanimity of the jhana. If he can attain the jhanas without becoming attached to them, his mind is not stuck internally. There is agitation due to clinging in the uninstructed worldling who regards his 5 aggregates as self. When his form or feeling or perception or volitional formations or consciousness undergoes change and deterioration, his mind becomes preoccupied with the change, and he becomes anxious, distressed, and concerned. Thus there is agitation due to clinging. But the instructed noble disciple does not regard the 5 aggregates as his self. Therefore, when the aggregates undergo change and transformation, his mind is not preoccupied with the change, and he dwells free from anxiety, agitation, and concern. This, the elder states, is how he understands in detail the summary stated in brief by the Blessed One, and when the monks report to the master, he endorses his disciple's explanation. The Samyutta Nikaya. The Samyutta Nikaya contains 3 suttas in which the Venerable Mahakachana displays his ingenuity in elaborating upon brief utterances of the Buddha. These suttas are different in both setting and character from the 3 analytical discourses of the Majjhima Nikaya. In all 3, the elder is not dwelling in the company of the Buddha, but in Avanti, at the Osprey's haunt on Precipice Mountain, presumably a remote place difficult of access. A lay devotee named Harli Dikani, evidently quite learned in the Dhamma, visits him and asks him to explain in detail a short discourse of the Buddha's. Mahakachana's reply is addressed to the householder Harli Dikani alone, not to a group of monks, and there is no subsequent confirmation of his exposition by the Buddha at the end of the discourse. It seems impossible to determine whether these exchanges took place during the Buddha's life or afterwards, but obviously, to have been incorporated into the Pali Canon, reports of the discussions must have reached the main centres of the Buddhist community. In Samyutta Nikaya 22.3, Harli Dikani asks the elder to explain in detail the meaning of a verse from the Questions of Margandeya. included in the Atthakavagga of the Sutta Nipata. Having left home to roam without abode, in the village the sage is intimate with none. Rid of sense pleasures, without preference, he would not engage people in dispute. In responding to the lay devotee's request, the Venerable Mahakachana introduces a methodology that is strikingly different from his approach to interpretation in the 3 suttas of the Majjhima Nikaya. Here he does not simply elaborate upon the literal meaning of the Buddha's statement, as he did on those occasions. Instead, he transposes the key expressions of the verse to a different level of discourse, treating them not merely as obscure terms in need of clarification, but as metaphors or figures of speech that, to be properly understood, must be redefined in terms of their non-figurative meanings. He does this, as we shall see just below, by first eliciting from the selected figurative terms their implicit literal meanings, and then mapping those meanings onto other, more systematic schemes of doctrine. This technique was to become characteristic of the Pali commentaries in later centuries, and we might even regard Mahakachana's style of exegesis here as being, in certain respects at least, the original prototype of the commentarial method. Taking up the first expression, having left home, Mahakachana treats the word home not as meaning simply a place where people live, but as an elliptical reference to the home of consciousness. He explains that the home of consciousness is the other 4 aggregates: material form, feeling, perception, and volitional formations, which are here referred to as elements. Elsewhere, these are described as the 4 stations of consciousness. If consciousness is bound by lust to these 4 elements, one is said to move about in a home. If one has abandoned all desire, lust, delight and craving for these 4 homes of consciousness, one is said to roam about homeless. It should be noted that this last term does not actually occur in the verse, but Mahakachana has introduced it to fill out his exposition. Next, the elder explicates the phrase, to roam without abode. He first defines the counterpart, roaming about in an abode, which also does not appear in the verse. As before, Mahakachana treats this expression as a metaphor to be reformulated in terms of systematic doctrine. In this instance, rather than using the 5 aggregates as his scaffold, he draws in the 6 external sense bases. By being shackled to the sign of forms, sounds, odours, etc., by moving about in the abode of forms, etc., one is called one who roams about in an abode. When one has abandoned all bondage to the sign of forms, etc., cut them off at the root, then one is said to roam without abode. The remaining sections of the exposition proceed more literally, and simply offer straightforward definitions of the phrases used in the verse, always in terms of contrasting pairs. One who is intimate with none in the village is defined as a bhikkhu who keeps aloof from lay people and their worldly concerns. One rid of sense pleasures is one devoid of lust and craving for sensual pleasures. One without preferences is one who does not yearn for the future. And one who would not engage people in dispute is one who does not become embroiled in quarrels and disputes over the interpretation of the Dhamma. In the next sutta, Samyutta Nikaya 22:4, Harli Dikani asks how one should understand in detail the following brief statement of the Buddha's found in the Questions of Sakka. Those recluses and Brahmins who are liberated by the full destruction of craving are those who have reached the ultimate end, the ultimate security from bondage, the ultimate holy life, the ultimate goal, and are best among devas and humans. Mahakachana explains, householder, through the destruction, fading away, cessation, giving up, and relinquishment of the desire, lust, delight, craving, engagement and clinging, mental standpoints, adherences, and underlying tendencies regarding the material form element, the mind is called well liberated. So too in regard to the feeling element, the perception element, the volitional formations element, the consciousness element. Thus, householder, it is in such a way that the meaning of what was stated in brief by the Blessed One should be understood in detail. In a third sutta, Samyutta Nikaya 35, 130, Halidikani begins a query with a quotation from the Buddha, but this time he does not ask, how should the meaning of this brief statement be understood in detail? Rather, he simply requests the elder to explain the following excerpt from the Dhatu Samyutta. Bhikkhus, it is in dependence on the diversity of elements that there arises the diversity of contacts. In dependence on the diversity of contacts that there arises the diversity of feelings. The Buddha himself had explained this assertion by showing how the different kinds of elements condition their corresponding kinds of contact and feeling. In dependence on the eye element, there arises eye contact. In dependence on eye contact, there arises feeling born of eye contact, and so for the other sense faculties. Mahākāccāna, however, does not merely parrot the Buddha's analysis, but carries the divisions down to a finer level. Here, householder, having seen a form with the eye, a bhikkhu understands an agreeable form thus. Such it is. In dependence on eye consciousness and a contact to be experienced as pleasant, there arises a pleasant feeling. Then, having seen a form with the eye, a bhikkhu understands a disagreeable form thus. Such it is. In dependence on eye consciousness and a contact to be experienced as painful, there arises a painful feeling. Then, having seen a form with the eye, a bhikkhu understands a form that is a basis for equanimity thus. Such it is. In dependence on eye consciousness and a contact to be experienced as neither painful nor pleasant, there arises a neither painful nor pleasant feeling. The same analysis is applied to each of the other sense faculties. Thus, while the Buddha merely differentiates the contact and feeling by way of the sense faculty, Mahākāccāna distinguishes within each sense sphere three qualities of the object: agreeable, disagreeable, and indifferent. Three qualities of the contact: to be felt as pleasant, to be felt as painful, and to be felt as neither, and three qualities of the feeling: pleasant, painful, and neither painful nor pleasant. These triads are then collated and shown to originate in a conditional relationship. The quality of the object conditions the quality of the contact. The quality of the contact conditions the quality of the feeling. As the entire process is said to be contemplated by a bhikkhu endowed with understanding, this also implies that he has the capacity for overcoming the bondage to feelings by insight into their conditioned origination. The Anguttara Nikaya. The Anguttara Nikaya offers two further examples of Mahākāccāna's exegetical skills. In one short sutta in this collection, Anguttara Nikaya 10.26, the elder interprets a verse, the meaning of which seems completely explicit as it stands, by transposing it into a figurative mode and then extracting the implicit meaning by mapping it onto a frame of systematic doctrine. Here, a woman lay disciple named Karli comes to the elder and asks him to explain in detail a verse from the Maiden's Questions. The reference is to the story of the Buddha's encounter with Mara's daughters, when they tried to seduce him in the first year after his enlightenment. The daughter Tanha, craving, had asked him why, instead of forming intimate relationships in the village, he squanders his time meditating alone in the woods. To this the Buddha replied, "Having conquered the army of the pleasant and agreeable, meditating alone I discovered bliss, the attainment of the goal, the peace of the heart. Therefore I do not make friends with people, nor does intimacy with anyone flourish for me." It is this verse that Carli asks the Venerable Mahakachana to elucidate. The elder explicates the verse in a way that does not appear to be derivable from the words themselves. His interpretation contrasts the Buddha's attitude to the kasina, the meditations on special devices for inducing concentration, with that of other recluses and Brahmins. He explains that some recluses and Brahmins regard the attainment of the earth kasina as the supreme goal, and thereby generate this attainment. Others may take one of the other kasina as supreme, the water kasina, the fire kasina, etc., and reach the corresponding meditative state. But for each kasina, the Blessed One has directly understood to what extent it is supreme, and having understood this, he saw its origin, danger, and the escape, and he saw the knowledge and vision of the true path and the false. Having seen all this, he understood the attainment of the goal and the peace of the heart. It is in this way, the elder concludes, that the meaning of the above verse should be understood in detail. Interpreted by way of its apparent meaning, the verse seems to be extolling the bliss of secluded meditation above the pleasures of sensual and social contact, the very enjoyments with which Mara's daughters have been trying to tempt the enlightened one. But Mahakachana gives a different twist to the meaning. For him, the contrast is not merely between sensual pleasure and meditative bliss, but between two different attitudes to advanced stages of meditative absorption. The ordinary recluses and Brahmins take the jhanas and other extraordinary states of consciousness attainable through the kasina meditations to be the final goal of spiritual endeavour. By doing so, they fall into the trap of craving for becoming and fail to find the way to final deliverance. Because they become attached to the exalted bliss and quiet serenity of the jhanas, they cannot see that these states too are conditioned and transient, and thus they cannot relinquish their attachment to them. They therefore remain caught within Mara's domain, vanquished by his army of agreeable and pleasant forms, however sublime such may be. But the Buddha has seen the origin of these attainments, i.e. craving, as the origin of suffering. He has seen the danger, i.e. that they are impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change. He has seen the escape from them, i.e. nibbana, and he has obtained the knowledge and vision by which he can distinguish the true path from the false, i.e. the noble eightfold path from the wrong eightfold path. By means of this fourfold knowledge, which in effect is knowledge of the Four Noble Truths, he has attained the goal, nibbana, experienced as the peace of heart that can arise only when all defilements have been extinguished without residue. Finally, toward the end of the massive Anguttara Nikaya, we find one more sutta constructed on the same pattern as the three Majjhima Nikaya suttas. This sutta opens with a short statement of the Buddha's. Bhikkhus, non-Dhamma should be understood, and so too Dhamma should be understood. Harm should be understood, and benefit should be understood. Having understood all this, one should practice in accordance with Dhamma, in accordance with benefit. Having said this, the Blessed One rose from his seat and entered his dwelling. The monks then approached the Venerable Mahakachana to request an explanation. Following the stock formulas of protest and insistence, Mahakachana interprets the Buddha's injunction by way of the 10 unwholesome and 10 wholesome courses of karma. Taking life is non-dhamma. Abstaining from taking life is dhamma. The numerous evil, unwholesome states that arise on account of taking life, this is harm. The numerous wholesome states that arise conditioned by abstinence from taking life, and that go to fulfillment by development, this is benefit. The same pattern is applied to stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, slander, harsh speech, and gossip. Finally, covetousness, ill will, and wrong view are non-dhamma, and the evil states that arise from them are harm. Non-covetousness, goodwill, and right view are dhamma, and the wholesome states conditioned by them that go to fulfillment by development are benefit. Other teachings of Mahakachana. Not all the discourses spoken by Mahakachana take the form of commentaries on brief statements by the Buddha. He also delivered Dhamma talks that unfold along independent lines, and he was skilled in resolving the doubts of inquirers and fellow monks with his own original insights into the teaching. The Majjhima Nikaya contains full-length dialogue between the great elder and King Avantiputta of Madura, who was, according to the commentary, the grandson of King Chandapajotta of Avanti. Once, when the Venerable Mahakachana was dwelling at Madura, the king heard the favourable report that was circulating about him. He is wise, discerning, sagacious, learned, articulate, and perspicacious. He is aged, and he is an arahant. Desiring to converse with such a worthy monk, the king drove out to his hermitage to meet him, and the conversation that resulted has been recorded as the Madura Sutta. The question with which the king opened this dialogue did not concern a profound problem about the nature of reality or the deeper realizations of insight meditation. It revolved around a practical issue that must have been weighing heavily on the minds of many of the noble caste rulers of the time: the attempts of the Brahmins to establish their own hegemony over the entire Indian social system. The Brahmins tried to justify this drive for power by appealing to their divinely ordained status. King Avantiputta relates to Mahakachana the claim that they had been advancing. The Brahmins are the highest caste. Those of any other caste are inferior. Brahmins are the fairest caste. Those of any other caste are dark. Only Brahmins are purified, not non-Brahmins. Brahmins alone are the sons of Brahma, the offspring of Brahma, born of his mouth, born of Brahma, created by Brahma, heirs of Brahma. The Venerable Mahakachana, though of pedigree Brahmin stock himself, was well aware of the presumption and arrogance that lay behind this proclamation. He replied that the claim of the Brahmins is just a saying in the world, one with no divine sanction at all to support it. To prove his point, Mahakachana brought forth a powerful array of arguments in its favour. One of any social class who gains wealth can command the labour of those in the other castes. Even a menial could enroll a Brahmin in his service. One of any caste who violates the principles of morality would be reborn in hell, while one of any caste who observes the moral precepts would be reborn in a happy realm. One of any caste who breaks the law would be punished. One of any caste who renounces the world and becomes an ascetic would receive homage and respect. As each argument draws to a close, the king proclaims, "These four castes are all the same. There is no difference between them at all." At the end of the discussion, after expressing his appreciation of Mahakachana's replies, King Avantiputta declares, "I go to Master Kachana for refuge, and to the Dhamma and to the Sangha of bhikkhus." But the elder corrects him, "Do not go to me for refuge, great king. Go for refuge to that same blessed one to whom I have gone for refuge, the fully enlightened Buddha. When the king asks where the Blessed One is now living, the elder explains that he has attained parinibbana. This reply indicates that Mahakachana's own death must have taken place after that of the Buddha. The Samyutta Nikaya includes a sutta that shows how the Venerable Mahakachana's skill in handling a group of rowdy young Brahmin boys helped to transform the attitude of a learned old Brahmin and his entourage of pupils. On one occasion, the elder was living in Avanti in a forest hut. Then a number of young Brahmin boys, pupils of the renowned Brahmin teacher Lohita, drew near to the hut while collecting firewood. As the Brahmins of that period often harboured hostile feelings toward the renunciant Buddhist monks, these boys, behaving as boys typically do when on a group outing, trampled around the hut, deliberately making a racket to disturb the meditating monk. They also shouted the words which the Brahmins used to taunt the non-Brahmin ascetics. These bald-pated ascetic rascals, menials, swarthy offspring of the Lord's feet, are honoured, respected, esteemed, worshipped, and venerated by their servile devotees. The Venerable Mahakachana came out from the hut and addressed the boys with verses, in which he reminded them of the ancient Brahmanical ideals, so badly neglected by the Brahmins of that day. Those men of old who excelled in virtue, those Brahmins who recalled the ancient rules, their sense doors guarded, well protected, dwelt having vanquished wrath within. They took delight in Dhamma and meditation, those Brahmins who recalled the ancient rules. But these have fallen, claiming, "We recite," while puffed up on account of their descent. They conduct themselves in unrighteous ways. Overcome by anger, armed with various weapons, they transgress against both frail and firm. For one who does not guard the sense doors, all the vows he undertakes are vain, just like the wealth a man gains in a dream. Fasting and sleeping on the ground, bathing at dawn, study of the triple Veda, rough hides, matted locks and dirt, hymns, rules and vows, austerities, hypocrisy, crookedness, rinsing the mouth. These are the emblems of the Brahmins performed to increase their worldly gains. A mind that is well concentrated, purified and free from blemish, tender towards all sentient beings, that is the path for reaching Brahma. When they heard this, the Brahmin boys were angry and displeased. On returning to their teacher, the Brahmin Lohita, they reported that the recluse Mahakachana was denigrating and scorning the sacred Brahmin hymns. After his first flush of anger had subsided, Lohita, being a man of sense, realized that he should not rush to conclusions merely on the basis of hearsay reported by youngsters, but should first inquire from the monk himself whether there was any truth in their accusation. When Lohita went to Mahakachana and asked him about the conversation he had with the boys, the elder reported everything as it occurred, repeating the poem. Lohita was deeply impressed by the poem, and even more so by the ensuing discourse on how to guard the senses. At the end of the discussion, not only did the Brahmin go for refuge to the Triple Gem, but he invited the elder to visit his household, assuring him that the Brahmin boys and maidens there will pay homage to Master Kachana. They will stand up for him out of respect. They will offer him a seat and water, and that will lead to their welfare and happiness for a long time. The Venerable Mahakachana seems to have had a particularly deep insight into the causal basis of human quarrels and disputes. We have already seen how he traced the causal roots of conflict in his exposition in the Madhupindika Sutta, and his skill in transforming Lohita's retinue of disciples. On another occasion, a Brahmin named Aramadanda came to him and asked, "Why is society rent by such bitter conflicts? Conflicts that pit nobles against nobles, Brahmins against Brahmins, householders against householders. To this the elder replied, "It is because of sensual lust, attachment, greed, and obsession with sensual pleasures that nobles fight with nobles, Brahmins with Brahmins, householders with householders." Next, Aramadanda asked, "Why is it that ascetics fight with ascetics?" And Mahakachana replied, "It is because of lust for views, attachment, greed, and obsession with views that ascetics fight with ascetics." Finally, the Brahmin asked whether there was anyone in the world who had transcended both sensual lust and lust for views. Although Mahakachana as an arahant could have put himself forth as an example of such a one, with characteristic modesty and self-effacement, he named instead the Blessed One, who was dwelling at Savatthi at the time. When this was said, the Brahmin Aramadanda knelt down on the ground, held out his hands in reverential salutation, and exclaimed 3 times, "Homage to the Blessed One, the Arahant, the fully enlightened one." In the next sutta, a Brahmin named Kandararyana reproached Mahakachana for not showing proper respect toward aged Brahmins. The elder defended himself by distinguishing the conventional usage of the words aged and young from their proper meaning within the discipline of the noble one. On this latter criterion, even if a person is 80, 90, or 100 years from birth, if he is still addicted to sensual pleasures, he is reckoned as a child, not as an elder. But even if a person is young, with jet black hair, endowed with the blessing of youth, if he is broken free from sensual desires, he is then reckoned as an elder. Once the Venerable Mahakachana gave the monks a discourse on the 6 recollections, the contemplations of the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, virtue, generosity, and the Devas. He declared that it is wonderful and marvellous how the Blessed One has discovered these 6 recollections as the way to freedom for those still trapped in the confines of the world. He describes the 6 recollections in exactly the same terms that the Buddha himself has used to describe the 4 foundations of mindfulness. They are the means for the purification of beings, for the overcoming of sorrow and lamentation, for the passing away of pain and grief, for the arrival at the right method, and for the realization of Nibbana. On another occasion, some elder bhikkhus were holding a discussion about the right time to approach a monk worthy of esteem. One said he should be approached after he has finished his meal. Another said he should be approached in the evening, while still another contended that the early morning was the most fitting time to speak with him. Unable to reach accord, they came to Mahakachana with their problem. The elder replied that there were 6 proper times for approaching a worthy monk. The first 5 are when the mind is overcome and obsessed by the 5 mental hindrances: sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and remorse, and doubt, and one cannot find an outlet from them on one's own. The 6th occasion to approach is when one does not know a suitable object to attend to in order to reach the destruction of the cankas. It was not always with words that the Venerable Mahakachana taught, but also by silent example. On one such occasion, the Buddha was moved to extol him in an udana, an inspired utterance, preserved for us in the canonical collection of that name. One evening the Buddha was seated in his cottage at Jeta's Grove in Savatthi, when he saw Mahakachana nearby, sitting cross-legged, holding his body erect, having mindfulness with regard to the body set up and well established within him. On realizing the significance of this, the Blessed One uttered this inspired utterance: "He who always has mindfulness continually established on the body thus, if there had not been, there would not be for me. There will not be, so there will not be for me. If he dwells on this in graded steps, in time he will pass beyond attachment." The Udana commentary, in its explanation of this sutta, helps shed light on the approach that Mahakachana adopted to reach arahantship. Although this explanation conflicts with the account of his instantaneous enlightenment found in the biographical sketch of the Anguttara commentary, it appears more realistic. The Udana commentary explains that in his endeavour to attain arahantship, Kachana first developed jhana, using mindfulness of the body as his subject of meditation. Taking that jhana as his foundation, he then redirected mindfulness of the body onto the track of insight meditation, using the wisdom of insight that arose from this contemplation to realize the supramundane paths and fruits. Passing through each stage in succession, he brought his work to its consummation in the fruit of arahantship. Thereafter he would regularly adopt the same approach in order to enter the fruition attainment of arahantship, the special meditative absorption exclusive to the arahant, in which the bliss of nibbana is experienced even in this very life. It was just on such an occasion, when the elder was sitting absorbed in fruition attainment, that the Buddha caught sight of him and extolled him in this inspirational verse. The couplet by which the Buddha expresses the theme of contemplation is taken by the commentary to signify four-cornered emptiness, the absence of I and mine in the past and present. If there had not been, there would not be for me, and the absence of I and mine in the future. There will not be, so there will not be for me. By applauding the Venerable Mahakachana with this inspired utterance, the Buddha has held him up as a model for later generations to emulate in the quest to overcome attachment to the world. The Theragatha verses. The Theragatha, the verses of the ancient elders, includes 8 verses ascribed to Mahakachana. These verses are in no way exceptional and merely express in verse form injunctions to proper discipline for monks and practical advice for householders. Although Kachana's verses addressed to the Brahmin Lohita did serve effectively as a didactic tool, he does not seem to have been as amply endowed with the gift of poetic expression as several of the other great disciples, such as Mahakassapa, Sariputta, and Vangisa. His sphere of excellence was analysis and exegesis, not inspirational eloquence or artistic creativity. The first 2 verses, according to the commentary, were spoken as an exhortation to the bhikkhus. One day the elder had noticed that a number of monks had laid aside their meditation practice in order to delight in work and in company. They were also growing too fond of the delicious food provided by their devoted lay supporters. He therefore admonished them thus: "One should not do much work. One should avoid people. One should not bustle to obtain gifts. One who is eager and greedy for flavors misses the goal that brings happiness." They knew as a bog this homage and veneration obtained among devoted families, a subtle dart difficult to extract. Honour is hard for a vile man to discard. The other 6 verses, again according to the commentary, were spoken as exhortations to King Chandapajota. The king, it is said, placed faith in the Brahmins and performed animal sacrifices at their behest. He also would impose penalties and confer favours arbitrarily, presumably on account of that impulsive temperament of his that earned him the title the Violent. Therefore, to dissuade the king from such reckless behaviour, the elder recited the next 4 verses. "It is not on account of another that a mortal's karma is evil. On one's own accord one should not resort to evil, for mortals have karma as their kinsman. One is not a thief by another's word. One is not a sage by another's word. It is as one knows oneself that the devas also know one. Others do not understand that we all come to an end here. But those wise ones who understand this thereby settle their quarrels. The wise man lives indeed even despite the loss of his wealth. But if one does not obtain wisdom, then even though rich, one is not alive. The last two stanzas were spoken by the elder when the king came to him one day and informed him of a disturbing dream he had seen the previous night. One hears all with the ear, one sees all with the eye. The wise man should not reject everything that is seen and heard. One with eyes should be as if blind, one with ears as if deaf, one with wisdom as if mute, one with strength as if feeble. Then, when the goal has been attained, one may lie upon one's deathbed. The commentary explains the purport of the verses thus: a wise person should not reject everything, but should first investigate virtues and faults, and then should reject whatever should be rejected, and accept whatever is acceptable. Therefore, in regard to what should be rejected, though one possesses vision, one should be as if blind, and though able to hear, one should be as if deaf. When tempted to speak what is unfit to be uttered, one who is intelligent and a good speaker should be as if dumb, and in regard to what should not be done, one who is strong should be as if feeble. The last line is ambiguous in the Pali as well, and the commentary interprets it in two different ways. When a task that should be done has arisen, one should investigate it and not neglect it, even if one is lying on one's deathbed. Alternatively, if a task that one should not do has arisen, one should prefer to die, to lie down on one's deathbed, rather than do it. Neither explanation sounds convincing, and the sense consonant with the spirit of the Therigatha as a whole would seem to be, one should die as one who has attained the goal, i.e., as an arahant. The exegetical treatises. Before concluding this survey of the Venerable Mahakachana's contribution to the Buddha's dispensation, we should briefly take note that the Theravada tradition ascribes to him two exegetical treatises, the Pitakapadesa and the Netipakarana, and an influential grammar of the Pali language called the Kacharyana Vyakarana. The two treatises are not included in the Pali canon, except in Burma, where they were lately incorporated into the Sutta Pitaka, but they have exerted a major influence on the evolution of Theravadin exegetical method. Bhikkhu Nyanamoli, who translated both works into English, holds that the Netipakarana is a later, more refined version of the Pitakapadesa. Both deal with essentially the same method of exegesis, which in the Netipakarana is clearer and more streamlined. The method is designed to elicit from the Buddha's discourses the unifying principles that underlie the variegated expressions of the Dhamma. It is founded on the assumption that beneath the many diverse utterances of the Master, spoken in accordance with the temperament and situation of the auditors, there runs a single consistent system, which with the right exegetical techniques can be extracted from the particular statement under investigation and displayed in its unadorned essence. The Netipakarana is intended to define that system. The Neti, as Venerable Nyanamoli has explained, is not itself a commentary, but a guide for commentators. It explicates not so much the teachings themselves, except by way of exemplification, as the tools that are to be used to elicit the structural elements that underlie and shape the expression of the teachings. Its methodology is set up under two main headings, the phrasing and the meaning. The phrasing is handled by 16 modes of conveyance, techniques of verbal and logical analysis that can be applied to any specified passage in order to extract the principles that lie behind the verbal formulation and logical organization of its content. The meaning is handled by 3 methods or guidelines. These take the meaning to be the aim or goal of the doctrine. The Pali word atta signifies both meaning and goal, which is the attainment of nibbana, and then disclose how the teaching in question signifies the attainment of that goal. Two additional methods are then proposed for correlating the sutta's terminology with the methods for explicating the meaning. The method is applied by the sub-commentaries to the first sutta of each of the four Nikayas in special supplements to the main portion of the sub-commentary. A commentary on the Neti attributed to Acharya Dhammapala also exists. The colophons of both exegetical treatises, the Pitakapadesa and the Netipakarana, attribute them to the Buddha's disciple Mahakachana. The Neti colophon states further that it was approved by the Blessed One and recited at the original Buddhist council. Western scholars have been inclined to dismiss the ascription of authorship to Mahakachana as fanciful. Venerable Nyanamoli, however, in the introduction to his translation of the Neti, offers an explanation that preserves at least a grain of credibility in the traditional Buddhist view without falling into the opposite extreme of credulity. Venerable Nyanamoli proposes that we distinguish between the authorship of the exegetical method on the one hand and the authorship of the treatises on the other. He suggests as a hypothesis, possible though neither provable nor refutable, that the elder Mahakachana and his lineage of pupils in Avanti may have formulated a compendious method for interpreting the Buddha's discourses, and that this method, or at least its elements, may have been discussed at the early councils and transmitted orally in skeletal form. At a later date, the method could have given birth to a treatise intended to coordinate its elements and to illustrate their application to specific texts. This treatise eventually became the Pitakapadesa. Sometime later, perhaps even centuries later, a more polished and perspicuous version of the same work was made, this being the Netipakarana. As the original methodology embedded in these treatises was derived from the Venerable Mahakachana, or at any rate was believed to have been derived from him out of reverence for its architect, and also perhaps to boost the prestige of the treatises, their compilers billed him as the author. G.P. Malalasekera offers a parallel hypothesis to explain the imputed authorship of the Pali grammar, the Kacharyana Vyakarana, to the Buddha's great disciple. While such propositions must remain conjectural, as both Venerable Nyanamoli and Malalasekera themselves acknowledge, the type of detailed analysis of textual statements found in the Netipakarana is consonant with the approach that the historical Mahakachana brought to bear on the interpretation of the Buddha's brief utterances. Thus it would seem that even if no direct connection actually exists between the great elder and the ancient Pali treatises ascribed to him, the fact remains that they embody the spirit that he represented. This spirit, so evident in the suttas that record his elucidations of the Buddha's word, couples acuity of insight with terseness of expression, precision of formulation with profundity of meaning. It was on the basis of such skills that the Enlightened One named him the foremost master of doctrinal exposition, and it is this that constitutes his outstanding contribution to the Buddha's dispensation.
Chapter 7. Great Women Disciples of the Buddha. Visakha, the Buddha's chief patroness. In the city of Badiya, in the country of Anga, there lived a rich man named Mendaka. In an earlier life, in a time of famine, he had given the last provisions belonging to him and his family to a Pacheka Buddha, a privately enlightened one. For this sacrifice, this self-conquest, he obtained supernatural merit in his present life. The provisions in his house were never exhausted, however much he consumed them or gave them away, and his fields carried a rich harvest without interruption. It was not Mendaka alone who possessed the supernatural merit. his wife, his son and daughter-in-law, and his slave had all shared in the same past deed of self-abnegation in that earlier life, and as a result, they had all acquired miraculous powers in their present life. Their shared participation in that noble deed had become a bond uniting them in successive existences as they transmigrated through the round of rebirths. The son, Dhananjaya, and his wife Sumana Devi had a young daughter named Visakha, who was also a repository of past merits. In a previous life, 100,000 eons earlier, she had formed the aspiration at the feet of the Buddha Padamutara to become the chief patroness of a Buddha and his Sangha. To fulfill this goal, she had performed virtuous deeds under many previous Buddhas, accumulating the spiritual perfections required of a great disciple. Now that merit had matured and was about to yield its fruit. One day, when Visakha was 7 years of age, the Buddha arrived in the city of Badiya, accompanied by a great retinue of monks. When Mendaka heard that the awakened one had come, he sent for his beloved granddaughter and said to her, "Dear girl, this is a happy day for us, for the teacher has arrived in our own city. Summon all your maidservants and go out to meet him." Visakha did as she was told. She approached the Blessed One, paid homage to him, and stood to one side. The Buddha then taught the Dhamma to her and her entourage, and at the end of the discourse, Visakha and all her 500 maidservants were established in the fruit of stream entry. Mendaka too listened to the Dhamma, along with his wife, his son and daughter-in-law, and his slave, and all attained to stream entry. At that time, the country of Anga belonged to the kingdom of Magadha, which was ruled by the devout King Bimbisara. When King Pasenadi of Kosala heard that 5 people of supernatural merit were living in the neighbouring kingdom, he requested King Bimbisara, his friend and brother-in-law, to send one of these people to his own country, the state of Kosala, so that his subjects would have the opportunity to witness a shining example of virtue. Thus Mendaka's son Dhananjaya, along with his family, moved to the country of Kosala and built a beautiful city named Saketa near the capital Savatthi. There Visakha grew up in the midst of this saintly family, where the Blessed One was highly venerated, and his monks were frequently invited to receive alms and to preach the noble Dhamma. In Savatthi, the capital of Kosala, there lived a wealthy householder named Migara, who had a son named Punyavadana. When the son reached manhood, his parents urged him to marry, but Punyavadana insisted that he would take as wife only a girl who possessed the 5 beauties: beauty of hair, beauty of flesh, beauty of teeth, beauty of skin, and beauty of youth. His parents employed a team of Brahmins to explore the entire country, looking for a girl who could meet their son's stringent requirements. The Brahmins travelled to all the great towns and cities, searching diligently, but they could not find a single maiden endowed with all 5 kinds of beauty. On their return journey, when they reached Saketa, they saw Visakha, who at that time was 15 or 16 years of age. They were struck immediately by her beautiful features, which measured up to 4 of their young lord's expectations. The one feature they could not see was her teeth. To obtain a glimpse of this, they decided to engage her in conversation. When they spotted her, Visakha and her companions were on their way to the river to bathe. Just then a thunderstorm burst. The other girls ran away hastily to avoid getting wet, but Visakha continued to walk with great dignity and poise. The Brahmins approached her and asked why she did not run for shelter like the others. She answered, "Just as it is unbecoming for a king to run from the rain like an ordinary man, so it is unbecoming for a young girl of good family to run from the rain. Besides, as an unmarried girl, I have to take care of myself, as if tending merchandise offered for sale, so that I may not suffer damage and become useless." The Brahmins were so impressed by their conversation with this girl that they went to her father and asked for her hand in marriage for their lord's son. Dhananjaya agreed to the proposal, and soon afterwards the householder Megara with his son Punyavadana and his whole family went to fetch the bride. When King Parsenadi of Kosala heard of it, he joined the group together with his entire court. All these people were entertained joyfully and lavishly in Saketa by the bride's father. Meanwhile, goldsmiths were manufacturing the jewellery for the bride. After 3 months, the jewellery was not yet completed, but the firewood was used up cooking meals for so many guests. For 2 weeks, old houses were demolished and the wood used for cooking. The jewellery was still not complete. The people of Saketa then took clothes out of their wardrobes, soaked them with oil, and used them to kindle the cooking fires. After another 2 weeks, the jewellery was complete, and the whole splendid assembly began the return journey. Dhananjaya gave to his daughter, as dowry, many hundreds of carts laden with silk, gold, silver, and servant girls. He also gave her a herd of cattle, so large that all the roads in the city were choked. When these cattle left the stables, the remaining cows also tore their ropes and joined the travelling herd. People from 14 villages belonging to Dhananjaya wanted to follow Visakha to her new home, so much was she liked everywhere. Such abundant wealth and such a large retinue Visakha had obtained through acts of merit in many earlier lives, since she had already served the Buddha Padamutara countless eons ago. When Visakha took leave of her father, he gave her 10 maxims of advice in metaphorical form, and admonished her always to keep the virtue of generosity in high regard. He also appointed 8 confidential advisers to examine carefully any complaint that might be raised against his daughter. The 10 maxims her father gave her are as follows. 1. Do not carry outside the indoor fire. 2. Do not take inside the outdoor fire. 3. Give only to those that give. 4. Do not give to those that do not give. 5. Give both to those that give and do not give. 6. Sit happily. 7. Eat happily. 8. Sleep happily. 9. Tend the fire. And 10. Honour the household divinities. Their implied meaning is as follows. 1. The wife should not speak ill of her husband and parents-in-law to others. Neither should their shortcomings or household quarrels be reported elsewhere. 2. A wife should not listen to the reports and stories of other households. 3. Things should be lent only to those who return them. 4. No article should be lent to those who do not return them. 5. Poor relatives and friends should be helped even if they do not repay. 6. A wife should sit in a becoming way. On seeing her parents-in-law or her husband, she should keep standing and not sit. 7. Before partaking of her meals, a wife should first see that her parents-in-law and husband are served, and should also see that her servants are well cared for. 8. Before going to bed at night, a wife should see that all doors are closed, that the furniture is safe, that the servants have performed their duties, and that her parents-in-law have retired. As a rule, a wife should rise early in the morning and, unless unwell, she should not sleep during the day. 9. Parents-in-law and husband should be regarded as fire, and one should deal carefully with them as one would with fire. And 10. Parents-in-law and husband should be regarded as divinities. On the day she arrived in Savatthi, the city of her husband, Visakha was showered with various presents sent from people of all ranks according to their status and ability. But so kind and generous was she that she distributed them among the donors themselves with a kind message, and treated all the residents of the city as her own kinsfolk. By this noble gesture, she endeared herself to all the people of the city on the very first day that she came to her husband's home. There is an incident in her life which reveals her dutiful kindness even toward animals. Hearing that her well-bred mare had given birth to a foal in the middle of the night, immediately Visakha rushed to the stable with her female attendants, bearing torches in their hands, and attended to all the mare's needs with the greatest care and attention. Her father-in-law, Megara, being a staunch follower of an order of naked ascetics, never invited the Buddha to his house for alms, even though the master frequently dwelt at a nearby monastery. Shortly after the wedding, to obtain merit, he invited a large company of naked ascetics for alms, whom he treated with deep respect and presented with fine foods. On their arrival, he told his new daughter-in-law, "Come, dear, and render homage to the Arahants." Visakha was delighted to hear the word Arahants, and hurried to the hall, expecting to see Buddhist monks. But she saw only naked ascetics devoid of all modesty, a sight that was unbearable for such a refined lady. She reproached her father-in-law, and retired to her quarters without entertaining them. The naked ascetics took offence, and reproached the millionaire for having brought a female follower of the ascetic Gautama to his house. They asked him to expel her from the house immediately, but Megara, with much effort, managed to pacify them. One day, while Megara was eating rich rice porridge mixed with honey in a golden bowl, a Buddhist monk came to the house in quest of alms. Visakha was fanning her father-in-law. She stepped to the side so that Megara could see the monk and give him alms. But though the monk was in full view, Megara pretended not to notice him and continued with his meal. So Visakha told the monk, "Pass on, venerable sir. My father-in-law is eating stale food." Megara was furious at this remark and wanted to throw his daughter-in-law out of the house, but the servants, who had been brought to the house by Visakha herself, refused to carry out his orders. The 8 advisers, to whom Megara's complaint against Visakha was put, concluded, on examination of the matter, that Visakha was blameless. After this incident, Visakha informed her husband's family that she would be returning to her parents. Megara asked her forgiveness, and Visakha consented to stay on the condition that she would be permitted to invite the Buddha and the order of monks to the house. Reluctantly he gave his consent, but following the advice of the naked ascetics, he did not serve the monks personally. Just to be polite, he appeared shortly after the meal and then concealed himself behind a curtain while listening to the Buddha's sermon. However, the Buddha's words moved him so deeply that, while sitting there hidden from view, he penetrated the ultimate truth about the nature of existence and attained to stream entry. Filled with overwhelming gratitude, he told Visakha that from now onwards he would respect her like his own mother, and accordingly he called her Megara Mata, which means Mother of Megara. He then went up to the Blessed One, prostrated at his feet, and declared his allegiance to the Triple Gem. Visakha invited the Buddha for the next day's meal, and on that occasion her mother-in-law too attained stream entry. From that time on, the entire family became staunch supporters of the Enlightened One and his community of monks and nuns. In course of time, Visakha gave birth to no fewer than 10 sons and 10 daughters, and all of them had the same number of descendants down to the 4th generation. Visakha herself lived to the remarkably high age of 120, but, according to the commentaries, all her life she retained the appearance of a 16-year-old girl. This was the result of her merit and her enjoyment of the Dhamma, which filled her completely throughout the day. It is also said that she was as strong as an elephant and could work untiringly looking after her large family. She found time to feed the monks every day, to visit the monasteries, and to ensure that none of the monks and nuns lacked food, clothing, shelter, bedding, and medicines. Above all, she still found time to listen to the teaching of the Blessed One again and again. Therefore the Blessed One said about her, "Visakha stands foremost among my women lay supporters who serve as supporters of the order." One illustration of this is specifically mentioned in the Vinaya Pitaka. One day Visakha left her valuable bridal jewellery in the hall after listening to the Dhamma, and it was taken into custody by Ananda. She interpreted this lapse as an invitation to do good, and decided not to wear this jewellery again, but to sell it and to give alms to the order from the money obtained. But in the whole city of Savatthi, there was no one who could buy this very precious jewellery. So she bought it herself out of her other property, and with the proceeds of the sale, she built a large monastic establishment in the Eastern Park, before the city gate of Savatthi. It was called the mansion of Migara's mother. It is often mentioned in the introduction to many Buddhist suttas, for the Blessed One frequently stayed there during the last 20 years of his life, just as he did in the Jetavana monastery built by his other great patron, Anathapindika. In the Pali Canon, several episodes from the life of Visakha are reported. Once, some noble disciples requested her to take their wives to see the Blessed One. She did so, but some of the women were drunk and behaved improperly. She asked the Blessed One how the evil of intoxicating drink originated, and he told her the Kumbha Jataka. In the forest, a man had found the juice of fermented fruits in the hollow of a tree, tasted it, and felt wonderfully elated. Again and again he provided himself with this enjoyment, so that he soon became a drunkard. He also enticed many of his friends and relatives to drinking, and they in turn spread the bad habit to others. The whole of India would soon have become addicted to liquor if Sakka, king of the Devas, had not interceded. He appeared to the humans and explained to them the evil consequences of intoxicating drink. On another occasion, when Visakha sent some valuable gifts to her relatives in the country of Anga, the guards at the border wanted to levy a very high customs duty on them. She reported this to the king, but he left the matter unattended to, being occupied with affairs of state. Visakha went to the Blessed One and asked his advice. The Buddha spoke only a few short verses which relieved her of her worry and anger. Painful is all subjection. Blissful is complete control. People are troubled in common concerns. Hard to escape are the bonds. Again, another time she went to see the Blessed One in the middle of the day, in spite of the hot sun. Her favourite grandchild Datta, who had always helped her to distribute alms, had suddenly passed away. When she told the Blessed One of her sorrow, he asked whether she wanted to have as many children and grandchildren as there were people in the city of Savatthi. She joyfully agreed. "But how many people die in Savatthi every day?" asked the Blessed One. She considered and said, "O Lord, in Savatthi, 10 or 9 people, 5 or 3 or 2 people, but at least one person is dying every day. Savatthi is never free from dying." Being asked whether in this case she would ever be without sorrow, she had to admit that she would feel sorrow every single day. The Blessed One said, "Those who have 100 loved ones have 100 sorrows. Those who have 90, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 loved ones have 1 sorrow. But those who have no loved ones have no sorrow. These alone, I say, are without sorrow, without suffering, without desperation. In 3 suttas in the Anguttara Nikaya, the Blessed One answers questions put by Visakha. On a full moon day, she came to her monastery and greeted the Buddha. Asked why she had come, she said she was keeping the Uposatha day, the day devoted entirely to learning and practicing the Dhamma. On this unspoken request for instruction, the Blessed One gave a lengthy discourse on the 2 wrong ways and 1 right way to keep the Uposatha. The Uposatha of cowherds and ordinary householders consists of thinking about the enjoyments of tomorrow while observing ascetic rules today. The Uposatha of the Jains consists of showing loving kindness to some people, while at the same time boasting of one's own freedom from sense enjoyments. The true Uposatha day of the noble ones consists of observance of the 8 precepts and reflection on the greatness of the Blessed One, the Dhamma and the Sangha, and on the Devas and one's own virtues. The Buddha went on to describe the happy and carefree life of the gods up to the Brahma world, concluding, "Miserable is the glory of humans compared to such heavenly bliss." Another question of Visakha concerned the qualities in a woman that lead to her rebirth in the company of the graceful gods. In answer, the Blessed One stated 8 conditions. 1. She is always an agreeable and pleasant companion to her husband, irrespective of his own conduct. 2. She honours and looks after the people who are dear to her husband, his parents and the wise men worshipped by him. 3. In her housework, she is industrious and careful. 4. She supervises the servants well and cares for them properly, considers their health and their food. 5. She guards her husband's property and does not dissipate his wealth. 6. She takes refuge in the Blessed One, the Dhamma and the Sangha. 7. She observes the 5 precepts. And 8. She delights in generosity and renunciation. A third question was, which qualities in a woman would enable her to conquer this world and the next? The Blessed One answered, she conquers this world by industry, care for her servants, love for her husband, and guarding his property. The other world by faith, virtue, generosity, and wisdom. The promulgation of a number of rules for the Sangha is connected with Visakha. Thus, for instance, one of her nephews had decided to join the order as a monk. But when he requested acceptance into the order in Savatthi, the monks there told him that they had agreed among themselves not to ordain novices during the 3 months' rains retreat, and therefore he should wait until the rains retreat was over. But when the rainy season had passed, he had given up the idea of becoming a monk. When Visakha came to know of this, she went to the Blessed One and said, "The Dhamma is timeless. There is no time when the Dhamma cannot be followed." The Blessed One prescribed that ordination should not be refused during the rainy season. Once, when the Blessed One and his monks were guests of Visakha, she requested him to grant her 8 boons. He replied that the Perfect One had gone beyond the fulfilling of boons. She said that she did not wish for something blameworthy, but for allowable things. The Blessed One let her mention her wishes. She requested to give gifts to the order in 8 ways. 1. Robes for the rains. 2. Food for arriving monks. 3. Food for monks setting out on a journey. 4. Medicine for sick monks. 5. Food for sick monks. 6. Food for monks tending the sick. 7. Regular distribution of rice gruel, and 8. Bathing robes for nuns to bathe in the river. The Blessed One then asked her for which special reasons she had made these requests. She explained in detail. 1. Some monks had been forced to walk half naked in the streaming rain to preserve their robes, and thus were mistaken for naked ascetics. Therefore, she wanted to give rain's robes. 2. Newly arrived monks in Savatthi, who did not know the town yet, had difficulty obtaining food, and had to walk for alms despite their weariness from their journey. Therefore, all arriving monks should be sent to her to receive food. 3. In the same way, she would like to give a good meal to monks setting out on a journey. 4 and 5. Sick monks have to suffer much, and may even die if they lack suitable food and medicine. Therefore, she would like to cook food for the sick. 6. A monk tending the sick had to go on alms round for himself as well as for the sick monk. He could easily be late, and both would not be able to eat after noon because the mealtime had already passed. Therefore, she wanted to provide food for monks tending the sick. 7. She had also heard how many benefits were connected with rice gruel in the early morning, so she would like to provide gruel to the order. And 8. It was unsuitable for nuns to bathe without clothes, as had happened recently. Therefore, she would like to provide them with a suitable covering. After Visakha had thus explained in detail the external benefits of her wishes, the Blessed One asked her what inner benefits she expected. Her answer shows how subtly and profoundly she had grasped the distinction between outward acts of virtue and inner mental training. She replied, "As to that, Lord, bhikkhus who have spent the rains in different regions will come to Savatthi to see the Blessed One. They will approach the Blessed One and question him thus, 'Lord, the bhikkhu named so-and-so has died. What is his destination? What is his rebirth?' The Blessed One will tell how such a one had reached the fruit of stream entry, or of once returning, or of non-returning, or of arahantship. I shall approach the bhikkhus and ask, 'Lord, did that bhikkhu ever come to Savatthi?' If they answer that he did, I shall conclude that surely a rain's cloth will have been used by that bhikkhu, or visitor's food, or food for one going on a journey, or food for the sick, or food for a sick nurse, or medicine for the sick, or the morning rice gruel. When I remember it, I shall be glad. When I am glad, I shall be happy. When my mind is happy, my body will be tranquil. When my body is tranquil, I shall feel pleasure. When I feel pleasure, my mind will become concentrated. That will bring the development of the spiritual faculties in me, and also the development of the spiritual powers and the enlightenment factors. This, Lord, is the benefit I foresee for myself in asking the 8 boons of the Perfect One." "Good, good, Visakha," the Enlightened One replied. "It is good that you have asked the Perfect One for the 8 boons foreseeing these benefits. I grant you the 8 boons." So lived Visakha, Migara's mother, a model female lay devotee, endowed with unwavering confidence in the Triple Gem, securely settled in the fruit of stream entry, bound for a happy rebirth and, in the end, for the final deliverance from suffering. Mallika, the flower girl queen. At the time of the Buddha, a daughter was born to the foreman of the guild of garland makers in Savatthi. She was beautiful, clever, and well-behaved, and a source of joy to her father. Her name was Mallika. One day, when she had just turned 16, She went to the public flower gardens with her girlfriends, taking 3 portions of fermented rice along in her basket for her meal. When she was just leaving by the city gate, a group of ascetics came into town to obtain alms. Their leader stood out, one whose grandeur and sublime beauty impressed her so much that she impulsively offered him all the food in her basket. That great ascetic was the Buddha, the awakened one. He let her put her offering into his bowl. After Malika, without knowing to whom she had given the food, had prostrated at his feet, she walked on full of joy. The Buddha smiled. Ananda, who knew that the enlightened one does not smile without a reason, asked why. The Buddha replied that this girl would reap the benefits of her gift this very same day by becoming the queen of Kosala. This sounded unbelievable. How could the king of Kosala elevate a woman of low caste to the rank of queen? In the India of those days, with its very strict caste system, this seemed quite impossible. The ruler over the united kingdom of Benares and Kosala in the Ganges Valley was King Parsenadi, the mightiest monarch of his day. At that time, he was at war with his neighbour Ajatasattu, the parricide king of Magadha. The latter had won a battle, and King Parsenadi had been forced to retreat. As he was returning to his capital on his horse, just before he entered the city, he heard a girl sing in the flower gardens. It was Malika, who was singing melodiously because of her joy in meeting the illustrious sage. The king was enchanted by the song and rode into the gardens. Malika did not run away from the strange warrior, but came nearer, took the horse by its reins, and looked straight into the king's eyes. He asked her whether she was already married, and she replied in the negative. Thereupon he dismounted, lay down with his head in her lap, and let her console him about his ill luck in battle. After he had recovered, he let her mount his horse behind him and took her back to the house of her parents. In the evening, he sent an entourage with much pomp to fetch her, and made her his principal wife and queen. From then on, she was dearly beloved to the king. She was given many loyal servants, and in her beauty she resembled a goddess. It became known throughout the whole kingdom that because of her simple gift, she had been elevated to the highest position in the state, and this induced her subjects to be kind and generous towards their fellow men. Wherever she went, people would joyously proclaim, "That is Queen Malika, who gave alms to the Buddha." After she had become queen, she soon went to visit the enlightened one to ask him something that was puzzling her. How it came about that one woman could be beautiful, wealthy, and of great power, another beautiful but poor and powerless, yet another ugly, rich, and very powerful, and finally another ugly, poor, and powerless. These differences can constantly be observed in daily life. But while the ordinary person is satisfied with such commonplace explanations as fate, heredity, and chance, Queen Malika wanted to probe deeper, for she was convinced that nothing happens without a cause. The Buddha explained to her in great detail that the qualities and living conditions of people everywhere reflect the moral nature of their deeds in earlier lives. Beauty was caused by patience and gentleness, prosperity by generosity, and power by never envying others, but rather by rejoicing in their success. Whichever of these 3 virtues a person had cultivated would show up as their destiny, usually in some mixture of the 3. Only rarely would a person be favourably endowed with all 3 attributes. After Malika had listened to this discourse, she resolved in her heart to be always gentle towards her subjects and never to scold them. to give alms to all monks, Brahmins and the poor, and never to envy anyone who was happy. At the end of the Buddha's talk, she took refuge in the Triple Gem and remained a faithful disciple for the rest of her life. Mallika showed her great generosity not only by giving regular alms, but also by building a large ebony-lined hall for the Sangha, which was used for religious discussions. She exhibited her gentleness by serving her husband with the 5 qualities of a perfect wife, by always rising before him, by going to bed after him, by always obeying his commands, by always being polite, and by using only kind words. Even the monks praised her gentleness in their discussions about virtue. Soon, she was to prove that she was also free of jealousy. The king had decided to marry another wife, and brought a cousin of the Buddha home as his second chief queen. Although it is said that it is in the nature of a woman not to allow a rival into her home, Mallika related to the other wife without the slightest malice. Both women lived in peace and harmony at the court. Even when the second wife gave birth to a son, the crown prince, and Mallika had only a daughter, she was not envious. When the king voiced disappointment about the birth of that daughter, the Buddha said to him that if a woman was clever, virtuous, well-behaved, and faithful, she was superior to a man. Then she might become the wife of a great king and give birth to a mighty ruler. When the daughter, Prince Vajira, grew up, she in fact became Queen of Magadha. After Mallika had become a faithful lay devotee of the Buddha, she also won her husband over to the Dhamma. That happened as follows. One night, the king had a succession of 16 disturbing dreams, during which he heard gruesome, unfathomable sounds from 4 voices, which uttered Da, Sa, Na, So. He woke up in the middle of the night, gripped by terror, and sitting upright, trembling, he awaited the sunrise. The next day, when his Brahmin priests asked him whether he had slept well, he related the terror of the night, and asked them what he should do to counteract such a menace. The Brahmins declared that he would have to offer a great sacrifice to pacify the evil spirits, and, out of fear, the king agreed to this suggestion. The Brahmins rejoiced, thinking of the gifts they would surely reap for conducting the sacrifice, and they busily began to make preparations. They had a sacrificial altar built, and many animals tied to posts as victims for the offering. For greater efficacy, they demanded the sacrifice of 4 human beings as well, and these also awaited their death, tied to posts. When Mallika became aware of all this activity, she went to the king and asked him why the Brahmins were running about so busily, full of joyous expectation. The king replied that she did not pay enough attention to him and did not know his sorrows. Thereupon, he told her of his dreams. Mallika asked the king whether he had also consulted the first and best of Brahmins about the meaning of the dreams, the Buddha, the foremost in the world of gods and humans, the best of all Brahmins. King Pasenadi decided to ask the awakened one's advice and went to the Jetavana monastery. He related his dreams to the Buddha and asked him what would happen to him. Nothing, the awakened one replied, and explained the meaning to him. The 16 dreams, he said, were prophecies showing that living conditions on earth would deteriorate steadily due to the increasing moral laxity of the kings. In a meditative moment, King Pasenadi had been able to see future occurrences within his sphere of interest because he was a monarch concerned with the well-being of his subjects. The 4 voices which he had heard belonged to 4 men who had lived in Savatthi and had been seducers of married women. Because of that, they were reborn in hell, and for 30,000 years they drowned in red-hot cauldrons, coming nearer and nearer to the fire, which intensified their unbearable suffering. During another 30,000 years, they slowly rose up in those iron cauldrons and had now come to the rim, where they could once again at least breathe the air of the human realm. Each one wanted to speak a verse, but because of the gravity of the deed, could not get past the first syllable. Not even in sighs could they voice their suffering, because they had long lost the gift of speech. The 4 verses, which start in Pali with du, sa, na, and so, were recognized by the Buddha as follows. Du. Dung-like life we lived, no willingness to give. Although we could have given much, we did not make our refuge thus. Sa. Say, the end is near? Already 60,000 years have gone. Without respite the torture is in this realm of hell. Na. Naught, no end near. Oh, would it end, no end in sight for us, who once did misdeeds here, for me, for you, for both of us. So, could I only leave this place and raise myself to the human realm, I would be kind and moral too, and do good deeds abundantly. After the king had heard these explanations, he became responsive to the request of the compassionate queen. He granted freedom to the imprisoned men and animals, and ordered the sacrificial altar to be destroyed. The king, who had become a devoted lay disciple of the Buddha, visited him one day again, and met a wise and well-learned layman there. The king asked him whether he could give some daily Dhamma teaching to his 2 queens and the other ladies of the palace. The layman replied that the teaching came from the enlightened one, and only one of his ordained disciples could pass it on to the women. The king understood this, and requested the Buddha to give permission to one of his monks to teach. The Buddha appointed the Venerable Ananda for this task. But Queen Vasubhakatya, cousin of the Buddha and mother of the Crown Prince, was unconcentrated and learned with difficulty. One day, the royal couple looked down upon the river from the palace and saw a group of the Buddha's monks playing about in the water. The king said to Queen Malika reproachfully, "Those playing about in the water are supposed to be arahants." Such was the reputation of this group of the so-called 17 monks, who were quite young and of good moral conduct. Malika replied that she could only explain it thus, that either the Buddha had not made any rules with regard to bathing, or that the monks were not acquainted with them, because they were not among the rules which were recited regularly. Both agreed that it would not make a good impression on lay people, and on those monks not yet secure, if those in higher training played about in the water, and enjoyed themselves in the way of untrained worldly people. But King Pasenadi wanted to avoid blackening those monks' characters, and just wanted to give the Buddha a hint, so that he could lay down a firm rule. He conceived the idea to send a special gift to the Buddha to be taken by those monks. They brought the gift, and the Buddha asked them on what occasion they had met the king. Then they told him what they had done, and the Buddha laid down a corresponding rule. One day, when the king was standing on the parapet of the palace with the queen, and was looking down upon the land, he asked her whether there was anyone in the world that she loved more than herself. He expected her to name him, since he flattered himself to have been the one who had raised her to fame and fortune. But although she loved him, she remained truthful, and replied that she knew of no one dearer to her than herself. Then she wanted to know how it was with him. Did he love anyone, possibly her, more than himself? Thereupon the king also had to admit that, in his case too, self-love was predominant. But he went to the Buddha and recounted the conversation to find out how a sage would consider this. The Buddha confirmed their statements, but drew from them a lesson in compassion and non-violence. Having traversed all quarters with the mind, one finds none anywhere dearer than one's self. For others, too, each holds himself most dear. Hence, one who loves himself should not harm others. One day, a man came to the Buddha utterly distraught over the death of his only child. He could not eat, could not work. He had become depressed and spent all his time in the charnel ground, crying out, "Where are you, my only child? Where are you, my only child?" The Buddha taught him a tough lesson. Those who are dear bring sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, the suffering that results from attachment. Though his own experience bore out the Buddha's words, the man resented this maxim and left in an angry mood. The conversation was reported to the king, and he asked his wife whether it was really true that sorrow could result from love. "If the awakened one has said so, O king, then it is so," she replied devotedly. The king demurred that she accepted every word of the Buddha like a disciple from a guru. Thereupon, she sent a messenger to the Buddha to ask if the report were true and to obtain more details. The Buddha confirmed it and gave a fuller explanation. But Malika did not pass the Buddha's reply on directly to the king. Instead, she used an indirect approach. She asked him whether he loved his daughter, his second wife, the crown prince, herself, and his kingdom. Naturally, he confirmed this. These 5 were dear to him and deeply loved. But if something happened to these 5, Malika inquired, would he not feel sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, which comes from such love? Then the king understood, and realized how wisely the Buddha could penetrate all existence. "Very well then, Malika, continue to venerate him." And the king rose, uncovered his shoulder, prostrated deferentially in the direction where the Blessed One was residing, and saluted him 3 times. Homage to the Blessed One, the Arahant, the fully awakened one. But their lives together did not remain altogether free of conflict. One day, an argument arose between the couple about the duties of the queen. For some reason, the king had become angry at her and was treating her as if she had disappeared into thin air. When the Buddha arrived at the palace the next day for his meal, he asked about the queen, who had always been present earlier. Pasenadi scowled and said, "What about her? She has gone mad because of her fame." The Buddha replied that he himself had raised her up to that position, and should therefore be reconciled with her. Somewhat reluctantly, the king had her called. The Buddha then praised the blessing of amity, and their rift was forgotten as if it had never occurred. Later, however, a new round of friction set in between the couple, and again the king would not look at Malika and pretended she did not exist. When the Buddha became aware of this, he asked about her, and Pasenadi again said that her good fortune had gone to her head. Immediately, the awakened one related an incident from a former life, when both were heavenly beings, a deva couple, who loved each other dearly. One night they were separated from each other because of the flooding of a stream. They both regretted this irretrievable night, which could never be replaced during their lifespan of 1,000 years, and for the rest of their lives they never parted from each other's company and always remembered to use this separation as a warning, so that their happiness would endure until the end of their days. The king was moved by this story and became reconciled to the queen. Mallika then spoke this verse to the Buddha. "With joy I heard your varied words, which were spoken for our welfare. With your talk, you dispelled my sorrow. May you live long, my ascetic, bringer of joy." A third time the Buddha told of a former life of the royal couple, when Pasenadi was a crown prince and Mallika his wife. When the crown prince became afflicted with leprosy and had to relinquish his claim to the throne, he resolved to withdraw into the forest by himself, so as not to become a burden to anyone. His wife, however, refused to desert him, but accompanied him and looked after him with touching attention. Rather than lead a carefree life in pomp and splendor, she chose to remain faithful to her repulsive husband. Through the power of her virtue, she was able to effect his recovery. But when the king ascended to the throne and she became his queen, he promptly forgot her and enjoyed himself with the dancing girls. Only when the king was reminded of his queen's good deeds did he change his ways. He asked her forgiveness and lived together with her in harmony and virtue. Queen Mallika committed only one deed in this life which had evil results, and which led her to the worst rebirth. Once, when she was drying herself after a bath, her pet dog approached her from behind and mounted her. Instead of driving the dog away, she allowed it to continue. The king had caught a glimpse of this bizarre incident through an open window and later scolded Mallika for her transgression. However, rather than admit her guilt, the queen insisted on her innocence and convinced the king that his eyes had played a trick on him. When Mallika died, her twofold transgression, her sexual contact with the dog and her mendacious attempt to free herself from blame, caught up with her and brought about a rebirth in hell. This evil, however, lasted for only 7 days, after which it was overpowered by Mallika's great merits. At the time of her death, King Pasenadi was listening to the Buddha give a Dhamma talk. When the news reached him, he was deeply shaken, to such an extent that his grief could not be assuaged, even by the Buddha's reminder that there was nothing in the world that could escape decay and death. His attachment, from love comes sorrow, was so strong that he went to the Buddha every day to find out about the future destiny of his wife. If he had to get along without her on earth, at least he wanted to know about her rebirth. But for 7 days, the Buddha distracted him from his question through fascinating and moving Dharma discourses, so that he remembered his question only when he arrived home again. Only on the 7th day would the Buddha answer his question, and said that Mallika had been reborn in the two-sitter heaven, the heaven of the blissful devas. So as not to add to the king's sorrow, he did not mention the 7 days she had spent in hell. Although it was a very short-term sojourn there, one can see that Mallika had not yet attained stream entry during her life on earth, since a stream enterer cannot take rebirth below the human level. However, this experience of infernal suffering, together with her knowledge of the Dhamma, must have quickened Mallika's ripening for the attainment of stream entry. Kema of great wisdom. Just as the Buddha has appointed 2 chief disciples in the order of monks, Sariputta and Moggallana, he likewise named 2 women his foremost disciples in the Bhikkhuni Sangha, the order of nuns. These 2 were the bhikkhunis Upalavana and Kema, the former excelling in psychic power, the latter in wisdom. The Buddha has held up these 2 as the models and examples for all the nuns to emulate, the standard against which other nuns could evaluate themselves. The name Kema means security, and is a synonym for nibbana. The nun Kemar belonged to a royal family from the land of Magadha. She was extremely beautiful and fair to behold, and when she reached marriageable age, she became one of the chief consorts of King Bimbisara. This king was a stream enterer and a generous benefactor of the Blessed One. He has donated his own bamboo grove to the Sangha and constantly looked after the monks with great solicitude. But although Kemar often heard about the Buddha from the king, she resisted going to see him, fearful that he would find fault with her beauty of form and preach to her about the vanity of sensual pleasures to which she was tightly attached. The king, however, found a way to induce her to listen to the teachings. He hired a troupe of singers to sing songs to her in praise of the harmony, peacefulness, and beauty of the Bamboo Grove Monastery. And because Kemar loved the beauties of nature, she decided to visit there. Decked out in royal splendor with silk and sandalwood, she went to the monastery, and was gradually drawn to the hall where the Buddha was preaching. The Buddha, who read her thoughts, created by his psychic powers a beautiful young woman standing beside him, fanning him. Kemar was enthralled by this lovely woman and thought to herself, "Never before have I seen such a woman. I myself do not come within even a fraction of her beauty. Surely those who say the ascetic Gotama disparages beauty of form must be misrepresenting him." The Buddha then made this created image gradually change from youth to middle age and then to old age, with broken teeth, grey hair and wrinkled skin, until it finally fell to the ground lifeless. Only then did she realize the vanity of external beauty and the fleeting nature of life. She thought, "Has such a body come to be wrecked like that? Then my body too must share that fate." The Buddha read her mind and said, "Kemar, behold this mass of elements, diseased, impure, decaying, trickling all over and oozing. It is desired only by fools." At the conclusion of the stanza, Kemar was established in the fruit of stream entry. But the Buddha continued to teach her, concluding his sermon with another verse. "Those enslaved by lust drift down the stream as a spider glides on its self-spun web. Having cut off even this, the wise wander indifferent to the pleasures they've renounced." Kemar penetrated the sermon fully and right on the spot, while still dressed in her royal attire, she attained arahantship, together with the analytical knowledges. Thereafter, having received her husband's permission, she joined the order of nuns. An ordinary person, hearing Kemar's story, sees only the wonder of the present happening. A Buddha, however, can see beyond this, and knows that this woman did not come to full liberation by chance or good fortune. Such an attainment, almost like lightning, is only possible for one whose seed of wisdom has long been ripening, and whose virtue is fully matured. In past eons, Kemar had planted the roots of merit under many former Buddhas. Due to her innate attraction towards the highest truth, she always came to birth wherever a Buddha, a bearer of truth, lived. It is said that already 100,000 eons ago she had sold her beautiful hair to give alms to the Buddha Padumuttara. During the time of the Buddha Vipassi, 91 eons ago, she had been a bhikkhuni and a teacher of the Dhamma. Further, it is told that during the dispensations of the three Buddhas of our happy eon, the predecessors of our Buddha Gotama, she was a lay disciple and gained happiness through building monasteries for the Sangha. While most beings drift around in heavenly or infernal realms during the lifetime of a Buddha, Kemar always tried to be near the source of wisdom. When no Buddha appeared in the world, she would be reborn at the time of Pacceka Buddhas, or in proximity to the Bodhisatta, the future Buddha Gautama. In one birth, she was the wife of the Bodhisatta, who always exhorted his peaceful family thus: according to what you have, give alms. Observe the Uposatha, keep the precepts pure. Dwell upon the thought of death, mindful of your mortal state. For in the case of beings like us, death is certain, life uncertain. All existing things must pass, subject to decay. Therefore, be heedful day and night. One day, Kema's only son in this life was suddenly killed by the bite of a poisonous snake. Yet she was able to keep total equanimity. Uncalled he hither came, unbidden soon to go. Even as he came, he went. What cause is here for woe? No friend's lament can touch the ashes of the dead. Why should I grieve? He fares the way he had to tread. Though I should fast and weep, how would it profit me? My kith and kin, alas, would more unhappy be. No friend's lament can touch the ashes of the dead. Why should I grieve? He fares the way he had to tread. Another time she was the daughter-in-law of the Bodhisatta. Many times a great empress who dreamed about receiving teachings from the Bodhisatta, and then actually received such teachings. It is further recounted that when she was a queen, her husband the king was the future Sariputta. This husband in former lives was a righteous king who upheld the 10 royal virtues: generosity, morality, renunciation, truthfulness, gentleness, patience, amity, harmlessness, humility, and justice. Because of these virtues, the king lived in happiness and bliss. Kema too lived in accordance with these precepts. It was only because Kema had already purified her heart in many past lives that she was mature enough, on her first meeting with the Buddha, to realize the ultimate truth in the twinkling of an eye. Kema's transformed attitude to sensuality is starkly revealed to us by a dialogue in verse, recorded in the Therigatha, in which she fends off the advances of a charming seducer. According to the commentary, the seducer is actually Mara, the tempter, who had approached, intending to divert her from her quest for liberation. Vainly, as she was already an arahant. You are so young and beautiful, and I myself am in the bloom of youth. Come, noble lady, let us rejoice in the music of a 5-fold ensemble. I am repelled and humiliated by this putrid fleshly body. Afflicted by illness, so very fragile, I have uprooted sensual craving. Sensual pleasures are now like sword stakes. The aggregates are their chopping block. That which you call sensual delight has become for me no delight at all. Everywhere delight has been destroyed. The mass of darkness has been shattered. Know this, O evil one. You are defeated, exterminator. The Buddha praised Kema as the nun foremost in wisdom. A dialogue that has come down in the Samyutta Nikaya confirms this, illustrating how her wisdom made a deep impact on King Pasenadi. The king was travelling through the countryside of Kosala and arrived one evening at a small township. Wishing to have a conversation about spiritual matters, he ordered a servant to find out whether there was a wise ascetic or Brahmin in the town. The servant inquired everywhere. He could not find any ascetic or Brahmin for his master to converse with, but he learnt that a bhikkhuni, an ordained disciple of the Buddha, was dwelling in the town. It was the saintly Kema, who was famed everywhere for her wisdom, deep insight, great learning, and perspicacity in discussion. When the king received this report, he went to her, greeted her with respect, and questioned her about the after-death condition of a Tathagata, a liberated sage. Does a Tathagata, a perfect one, exist after death? The Exalted One has not declared that a Tathagata exists after death. Then a Tathagata does not exist after death. That too the Exalted One has not declared. Then a Tathagata both exists and does not exist after death. Even that the Exalted One has not declared. Then does a Tathagata neither exist nor not exist after death? That too the Exalted One has not declared. Thereupon the king wanted to know why the Buddha had rejected these 4 questions. To understand the reason, we must first understand what these 4 views imply. The views concern a Tathagata, which here means not only a supreme Buddha, but any liberated sage. The 4 views, however, conceive the Tathagata in terms of the category of selfhood. Assuming that the liberated being is a substantial self, they formulate contradictory theses on the fate of that self. The first view, which is conditioned by the craving for existence, maintains that those who have reached the highest goal continue on after death in some metaphysical dimension, either as distinct individuals or as absorbed into some transpersonal spiritual essence. This answer is the one given by most religions, including several later interpretations of Buddhism. The second answer, that a Tathagata does not exist after death, reflects the craving for non-existence, for annihilation. The theorists regard the Perfect One as a truly existent self, whose fate at death is complete annihilation. From this perspective, deliverance is nothing more than the absolute dissolution of a real self. The third answer seeks a compromise. Everything impermanent in a Tathagata would be annihilated at death, but the permanent essence, his soul, would remain. The fourth answer tries to escape the predicament by formulating a neither-nor solution, a skeptical approach that still implicitly accepts the validity of the Tathagata as a real self. All 4 formulas have been rejected by the Buddha as wrong views. They all presuppose that there is an I distinct from the world, an I which is either raised to eternal life or annihilated in the abyss of nothingness, while in reality I and world are mere abstractions, posited on the basis of the 5 aggregates that constitute the process of experience. Only the enlightened ones and their wise disciples can actually see this as it is. Those who do not share this insight assume one of the more speculative views. They suppose either that an I, an essentially permanent self, is wandering through samsara, the round of birth and death, gradually ascending higher and higher until it is liberated into the divine essence. Or they conclude that liberation is simply the destruction of a real self. Or they attempt to formulate a syncretic position. Or they fall into skepticism. The Buddha, however, teaches that there is no real I or self to be either projected into eternity or utterly destroyed. Such a substantial self has never existed, and thus has never wandered through samsara. What we call I and what we call world are in reality a constantly changing process, always in flux. This process throws up the illusions of I and world, which then become objects of speculation regarding their past origin and future destiny. The way to liberation requires that we stop speculating about the I, abandon our habitual views and formulas, and directly examine the phenomena on the basis of which views of self are formulated, the concrete processes of mind and body. Liberation is to be won not by fashioning metaphysical hypotheses, but by observing with mindfulness the arising and passing away of the 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, volitional formations, and consciousness. All these phenomena have arisen due to causes. Therefore they are impermanent and subject to dissolution. But whatever is impermanent and subject to decay cannot be a self. Since the 5 aggregates are subject to destruction, since they become sick, disintegrate, and pass away, they are not my self, they are not mine, they are merely empty phenomena, occurring through conditions. Because all views of self are only mental constructions, products of speculative thought, any designation of the enlightened one after death is an illusion born from a compulsive urge for conceptual certainty. Whoever has followed the Buddha's teaching, as Kemar did, is greatly relieved to see that the Buddha did not teach the destruction of an existing entity, the annihilation of a self. We live in a world of perpetual destruction and uncontrollable transiency in the realm of death, and whatever we look upon as I and mine is constantly vanishing. It is only by renouncing these things that we can reach a refuge of true peace and security. Thus the Blessed One proclaimed, "Open are the doors to the deathless. Let those with ears send forth faith." In her discussion with King Pasenadi, Kemar illustrated her point with a simile. She asked the king whether he had a skillful mathematician or statistician who could calculate for him how many grains of sand are contained in the river Ganges. The king replied that this was not possible, for the grains of sand in the Ganges were innumerable and incalculable. The nun then asked him whether he knew of anyone who could figure out how many gallons of water are contained in the great ocean. That, too, the king considered impossible, for the ocean is deep, immeasurable, hard to fathom.